Hi, I'm Scott Balfour, President and CEO of Emera. Thank you for joining us today as we unveil Block Energy, a residential distributed energy generation platform developed by Emera Technology. Emera is a $32 billion company serving 2.5 million utility customers across 6 countries. At Emera, our strategy for the past 15 years has been focused on safely delivering cleaner, affordable, and reliable energy to our customers. And our success has been rooted in our ability to adapt, to continue to deliver for our customers who are increasingly looking for more renewables, more choice, and more control. And in order to maintain that commitment, we're continually exploring innovative technologies and solutions. And so Emera Technologies is an important part of our business, and in many ways is a great example of our strategy in action. Deepening our understanding of leading trends in energy, developing solutions to meet those changing needs, and positioning Emera for the evolving energy landscape. Launched 2 years ago, we assembled a dedicated team of experts to explore the changes and advancements in technology in the sector, with the goal to find better options in how we generate and deliver energy for our customers, but also to achieve a step change improvement in safety and reliability of that energy, to help accelerate the adoption of renewables, and to do so while ensuring affordability for customers. Block Energy was born out of that set of ambitious objectives, created by utility experts with utility customers in mind. It's a utility-first business model. It's ready to fill the need for utilities to drive the adoption of distributed energy resources, enabled by systems that are owned, operated, and maintained by the utility in order to optimize system efficiency and customer cost. And Block Energy aligns with the major trends in the energy sector today. It provides local decentralized energy that can interoperate with the grid, which with never before possible levels of reliability and system safety. It's fully digitalized, delivering the data utilities need to better operate their systems and to serve customers now and into the future. And it contributes to decarbonization, enabling more efficient adoption of much higher levels of rooftop solar generation. And so with a distributed energy platform that's uniquely developed for utility customers and a strategic business model that's utility-focused and future-ready, Block Energy is a great addition to the energy market. We're really excited by this and how Block Energy can contribute to a brighter, cleaner, affordable, and more reliable energy for customers and the utilities. I'm now going to pass it over to Rob Bennett, CEO of Emera Technologies, to tell you more.
I'm Rob Bennett, CEO of Emera Technologies, the makers of Block Energy. The electric system in North America has been under transformation for many years, and no more so than today. Today's rate of change is faster than it's ever been. Block Energy's purpose is to understand that change and to create technologies and business models that can help advance that transformation. With the support of our parent company, Emera, Block Energy was formed of a team of utility executives and technology experts who've taken a clean sheet of paper to reimagine how we make and distribute and control electricity at the community level. The result is our Block Energy Smart Platform. This is a microgrid technology that can be deployed in new residential subdivisions using a unique technology that overcomes the usual burdens or problems that arise from integrating distributed energy assets, and in fact can be used to actually enhance the operation of the existing power system. And while Block Energy is certainly a unique technology, which I'll discuss more with you a little bit later on, what's most important and most differentiates Block Energy is our business model and approach to how these new systems can be deployed. We are very much a utility-first philosophy company. We believe that the largest transformations can be made by working in collaboration with existing utilities and providing the new technologies and new business models that they need to meet customers' demands and to meet the changes that are happening in terms of environmental expectations worldwide. That's why the Block Energy system was created, in order to provide a community level, a new residential community level, completely independent and truly seamless microgrid solution that's based primarily on solar energy technology. This is important from a utility perspective, as it allows the utility owners and operators across the country to re-engage in the provision of electricity at the community level with distributed assets. Our system is a truly in front of the meter system that is intended to be completely integrated with the AC system, but can seamlessly disconnect and operate autonomously at any time with the command of the utility. That makes it an extraordinarily important utility asset. Not that it's going to solve all of the challenges that utilities have in terms of meeting renewable energy provision into the future, but it certainly will be a big step in advancing renewable energy integration in new residential communities, so that we're dealing with our clean energy needs to meet load growth in an incremental basis. From a utility CEO's perspective, this can be very important because it allows the most effective deployment of capital, the most efficient approach to meeting new load requirements, while delaying the need to make large investment decisions in new energy infrastructure that, in times of uncertainty like these, those decisions come with a much higher degree of risk. So anything that we can do to create a cleaner energy environment, meet our customer needs, and delay those large decisions, I think is important as a strategy for any utility operator. Let me tell you a bit about the Block Energy system. It's comprised primarily of 4 components. At the individual home level, we've equipped the home with solar, rooftop solar, which of course is in front of the meter, importantly, and connected directly to the Block box, which sits outside of the customer's home. This configuration we refer to as the nanogrid. Inside of the Block box are important control electronics, an energy storage battery, and an inverter, which converts the DC power in the DC microgrid system back to AC for use in the customer's home for their convenience. The Block box and solar, collectively referred to as our nanogrid, is then interconnected to a cable network system, a DC bus, we call it, which loops through the neighborhood and connects all of the various Block boxes throughout the community. This allows these Block boxes, their associated solar, batteries, and controls to act in unison to supply and share energy across the DC network throughout the community in the most optimal fashion required at any given time. The network is then connected to the central energy park, in which we have a battery, controls, and importantly, backup gas-fired generation, which supplements the need for energy in the community in the event that there's an outage of the AC system at the same time that there's a deficiency of solar due to weather or some other circumstance. Importantly, at this point, we have the ability in our central energy park system, combined with the controls of the rest of the community system, to interface to the AC grid and provide important support, either through frequency support, virus support, power export, or importing power as a storage facility complementary to the operation of the AC system. This whole package comes together with a single point of control for the utility operator and makes it modular and convenient for the utility to integrate these distributed generation, solar generation, and storage assets into the network operation in a seamless form. I'm very happy to have a number of our team members here today who are going to take the time a bit later on to show us the background of the Block Energy system, and I think even show us in the shop where we're manufacturing this equipment. But before we do that, I would like to introduce Mark Matheny, Division President at Lennar, who's going to share an exciting announcement with us today.
Hi, I'm Mark Matheny, Division President with Lennar Homes in Tampa, Florida. I'm here today to announce an exciting new partnership we have with Emera Technologies, the maker of Block Energy. We've chosen our Medley at South Shore Bay community in Tampa, Florida, to announce the first Block Energy system. We're so excited about Block Energy as it provides a real differentiator for our customers. We've got clean, reliable, and affordable energy in our new community at South Shore Bay. This will be just one of the many features of this community, but surely one of the most exciting ones. Metro Development first introduced this technology to us, and I'd like to kick it over to Metro to explain why.
Hi, I'm Kartik Goyani, and I'm VP of Operations at Metro Development Group. Here's why we chose the Block Energy platform and how that caught our attention. So at Metro, innovation is in our DNA. We do like to really create communities, as we call, from the ground up, from the internet up, with the backbone and the technology that goes with it. And for the last 3 years, we've been talking to a lot of different companies on bringing some sort of a fully integrated microgrid solution to one of our communities. And along the way, we got introduced to the awesome team at Emera Technologies and have been discussing the Block Energy product, how that could be deployed in one of our large communities that would serve as a great pilot, and from my understanding, the first of its kind in the country. So as we went along on that journey, we work with a lot of builders across our communities. And for us, we felt that for trying something this innovative that has never been attempted or done before, it would make sense to partner with a builder who has the same laser sharp focus on innovation as us. And that is how we approached the Lennar team to start talking about deploying this in one of our communities. So here we are, I would say, 1 year later, and excited to get this product launched and be in our community here in the Tampa Bay area. So with that, I would hand it over to Luisan Como, who is EVP of Business Development at Emera Technologies.
Hi, my name is Luisan Como. I am EVP Business Development at Emera Technologies, and I am thrilled to be here today to talk to you about the launch of our new strategic partnership with Lennar, leading builder in the United States, and Metro Development, a forward innovator. Today also marks the launch of Block Energy residential product. We have come such a long way in quite a short period of time. 2 years ago, Block Energy was just an idea. Backed by Emera, a leading utility, we challenged ourselves to reimagine how electricity could be generated locally, more efficiently, with more renewables and more resilience, delivering a better product for our customers. In just 1 year, we built the Block Energy Living Lab, also known as the Kirtland Resiliency Project, at the Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We did that in partnership with the military, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab. We've used that lab to test our system, and it's been a great success, delivering resilient, renewable power consistently since it launched 10 months ago. This great project was spearheaded by Gary Opedal, a colleague of mine who leads our military activity. And that brings us to today, a very important day. We are installing the Block Energy Smart Platform into our first residential community, a master plan community in Florida that's being developed by Metro Developments and Lennar. We at Emera Technologies think Block Energy is a win-win for everyone. It's designed as a utility-owned asset that seamlessly integrates into their grid. But it's not a typical utility asset. We've transformed an industrial product into a consumer product. that sits elegantly in any residential environment. It delivers for the utility's customer functionally, more renewables, advanced reliability, and also aesthetically. We've actually even created custom colors for Lennar to match the colors of their homes in the South Shore Bay development in Tampa. Innovation of the Block Energy product matches the innovation of our partners, Lennar and Metro Development. We believe we're delivering a utility-owned solution for distributed energy that's great for developers, great for builders, and great for customers. Delivering cleaner, local, more resilient power, peace of mind for everybody. Like I said, a win-win all round. Now I'll hand you over to Chris Hooper, EVP Operations for Emera Technologies, who's been on the ground with Lennar for Block Energy's installation in the South Shore Bay development.
Hi, I'm Chris Hooper, Executive Vice President of Operations at Emera Technologies, makers of Block Energy. I'm excited to be here today to share in the announcement of our Block Energy platform for residential communities and our partnership with Lennar at the Medley community at South Shore Bay. We've been working very closely with Lennar and with our other partners in this project, including the developer, Metro Development Group, and the utility, Tampa Electric Company. Working with such respected and sophisticated partners with our first at-scale residential project has been a fantastic experience. We've learned a lot about how to bring our Block Energy platform to communities in a fast and frictionless way. We have developed a very streamlined, light touch installation approach with just 4 points of intersection in the development and build out of a residential community. The first is the installation of our block loop system, largely consisting of similar infrastructure to that of a traditional utility power distribution system. And this happens at the same time as it normally would in the build out of a development. It includes materials such as conduit, cabling, and handholds distributed around the community. This is followed by the installation of our block home system at each home as they are built, beginning with the installation of rooftop solar after the roof is dried in for inside applications such as concrete tile, as is the case in South Shore Bay, or after roof completion for applications like asphalt shingles. Subsequently, this is followed at the home level by the installation and connection of our block box as each home nears completion. In parallel, we install our Block Central system on a small footprint within the community, consisting of supplemental battery storage and generation for community use. Being on the ground from an operations standpoint, our Block Energy platform with its simple modular components installs much like a traditional power distribution system, and in many cases uses the same contracting workforce that the utility would have used if they were installing their traditional power system. All of this coming together seamlessly in this new 40-home development at South Shore Bay. This is a partnership that is a win for everyone involved, with all parties, including homeowners, able to realize the benefits of a more innovative, renewable, and resilient power system. With that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Gene Kraswinski, our product development and electrical engineering lead at Emera Technologies, to tell you a bit more about the Block Energy platform itself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Kraswinski, Product Development Team Leader at Emera Technologies, and I'd like to welcome you to the Block Energy production line here in the San Francisco Bay Area, where we're building the first set of Block Energy systems that are going to be soon deployed at the Lennar South Shore Bay development in Florida. We take the technology from our product innovation team at Emera, and that's led by Luis Zubieta, and we build the commercial products that you're hearing about today. These innovations integrate renewables such as solar, fuel cells, and integrate them with traditional sources to form a complete, resilient, and reliable energy system. Not only does this power a single home, but this can power entire communities. So the Block Energy is a first of its kind energy distribution system. You've heard some of the exciting news about this innovative system from the earlier speakers and its impact on the world. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about the technology. Behind me is a production block box that's being built and tested prior to deployment in the South Shore Bay project. The Block Energy system, as I said, is a first of its kind energy system. And it's more than just adding solar and storage. It's a system that's interactive. It operates independently at each home, but it's part of a network that shares energy across from home to home or across the whole network. The electricity that is being delivered to the home is reassuringly familiar. So the homeowner uses the same plugs, they use the same appliances, they use it's the same AC. Nothing is different, but the difference is that its renewable energy content is high, and the homeowner did not have to stress about the selection, the purchasing, the choices of solar cells, of batteries. This is all in the house when he moves into it, and it's owned by the utility, so therefore it's both owned, operated, and maintained. It's basically stress-free for the homeowner. It's also highly scalable and highly modular. So scalable in terms of that we can have small quantities of homes that we power up, or we can have complete communities, and we can even go and interconnect communities with this particular system. We are also prepared for the future, going from AC to DC, because as you know, things are eventually going to go to DC. All of our appliances, our TVs are all basically DC. We just have the AC front end. So in a sense, the Block Energy is the Rosetta Stone of energy. And we're also prepared for the age of EVs and efficient appliances. So all of these things make the Block Energy a truly first of its kind. I want to thank you for coming to see the facility today and production that we have going on here. And now I'm going to toss it back to Louise Ancomo, our EVP of Business Development, and she's going to show you how to get the Block Energy system for your community.
Hi, me again, Louise Ancomo, EVP Business Development at Emera Technologies. I hope you enjoyed what you saw today. To learn more about Block Energy or to get a system for your community, please email us at connect@blockenergy.com or check out our website, blockenergy.com. The year ahead is looking very bright for Emera Technologies, the makers of Block Energy, and we look forward to bringing more to you soon. But for now, thanks so much.
The world wants new energy solutions. City services, local businesses, and neighborhoods need cleaner, affordable, reliable energy delivered safely. Electricity needs to be smart and future-proof. But new solutions are complicated. They're tough to implement and don't integrate easily into existing utility systems. None solve all the problems. Until now. Introducing Block Energy, the smart energy platform designed to eliminate complexity and risk. Block Energy is a world's first, a fully functioning power system with plug-and-play technology that's purpose-built to work with utilities, delivering safe, cleaner energy with advanced resilience. Block Energy's simple kit of parts is modular and scalable to adapt to changing requirements and growing communities. No customized engineering or design required. Here's how it works. The system connects local generation and storage throughout communities of all sizes in self-sustaining block loops, using smart distributed controls, able to operate independently and interoperate seamlessly with the local utility grid. As communities grow, Block Energy expands without disruption, delivering truly frictionless installation and operation. The result is the most advanced distributed local power available today for neighborhoods and communities. Block Energy is part of the Emera family, active in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, with 2.5 million customers, $34 billion in assets, and over $6 billion in annual revenue. And now, makers of Block Energy. Military tested, Block Energy is delivering the new standard for security and resiliency on Kirtland Air Force Base right now. Thank you to our development partners, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab, for making Block Energy's pilot program a success. Local networked grids are the future standard of electricity. With builds in progress across the U.S., Block Energy is the future of energy delivered today.
Hello, and welcome back to day 2 of the Virtual Expo Experience.
你好，欢迎来到
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zum zweiten Tag der digitalen Messe.
Bonjour et bienvenue à la deuxième journée de l'expérience virtuelle.
Hola y bienvenidos al segundo día de
SPI
ESI
in North America
Smart Energy Week.
We are so excited to welcome you to the SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week virtual trade show. With nearly 200 participating exhibitors from across the renewable energy industry and 100 live education sessions, we are proud to bring you a robust, energy-filled 2 days of opportunity and access to the best of the industry. Take time and visit with all of our exhibitors who are available to live chat with you over the next 2 days. And make sure that you've created your My Show Planner account so that you can interact with all of our exhibitors. Every day, there will be a dedicated live chat time block from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern so that you can chat with the exhibitors. And all of this is brought to you by EDF Renewables. Let's give them a virtual big round of applause for their support.
Now, we would like to recognize each of our sponsors for their support not only for SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, but also their support to the industry. They truly contribute to the quality and success of this event. With that, our one and only highest sponsor at the megawatt level, SolarEdge. Also, be sure to check out and explore SolarEdge's interactive 360 virtual booth experience. You can easily access it from their virtual trade show booth, as well as here on the homepage of the virtual trade show. We'd also like to recognize our kilowatt level sponsors, Doosan GridTech, LG, EDF Renewables, Black & Veatch, and Jinko Solar. And for our watt sponsors, Baysfield, Eaton, Block Energy. Our premier sponsors, Enerbank USA, Nearmap, and Veritone. And for our supporting level sponsor, Solar Ranch Development Company.
We are lucky to have some of the best-in-class industry partners any organization could ask for. We'd like to give special recognition to the California Fuel Cell Partnership, the eMERGE Alliance, Forth, and Solar Energy International, whose continued partnership has ensured we provide industry-leading content across the entire renewable energy landscape. Our industry partners play a key role in the success of SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, and support our efforts to bring renewable energy industry professionals together to open the conversation about what is impacting the industry, best practices, and more. Now, stay tuned and watch this short instructional video that will walk you through how to create your My Show Planner and successfully navigate our virtual trade show so that you can see exhibitor demonstrations, access collateral, and even live chat through the virtual business cards that have been added by each exhibitor.
Welcome to the virtual event My Planner. This tool has everything you'll need to make the most of your time searching and networking online. While exploring the online directory, you can save exhibitors, products, documents, contacts, webinars, and more. With a My Planner account, you can access exclusive content only available to My Planner users to make the most of your event experience. Creating an account is easy. Simply click the Create Your My Planner option and complete the registration form. Select Yes under the Connect with Exhibitors section to share your name and email with exhibitors you add to your planner. Select Create Your Free Account and you'll be all set to start exploring and saving resources. The online directory includes everything you'll need to explore the event. This intuitive layout allows you to access the search bar, quick links, and a couple of different ways to view your search results. The quick links allow you to quickly access important areas including new products, featured companies, webinars, and special offers. Click into the search box to see all available search options, including a broad keyword search, allowing you to explore a variety of content simultaneously. For example, when searching audio, you will see search results pulled from various content areas, such as exhibitors, product categories, show features, brands, and more. You can also toggle over to the Education menu option at the top of the page to use event-specific search criteria. Choose from two different options when viewing your search results. Option 1 is the grid view, which will present your results as tiles with additional information previewing the details page. The second option is the list view, which will display the same information but within a listed format. Click into the search results on either view to see additional details and options for adding this information to your My Planner. As you start to explore the directory, you'll notice a new notification in the top right corner of your screen. By clicking here, you will be taken into the MYS recommendation engine that will make recommendations based on event-specific activity. This tool uses AI technology to reveal what like-minded attendees are searching for to help you explore every avenue while attending the event. By clicking on the bell icon, you will see your own personal recommended results for exhibitors and education events based on your directory activity. You can click on these results to learn more, add to your My Planner, or dismiss them to make room for additional recommendations. The recommendation engine allows you to see your own personal list of can't-miss companies to start networking with. As you explore the directory, don't forget to save exhibitors, products, and other resources by clicking the plus sign icon. You can then access your saved items in the corresponding sections of your My Planner. Click the My Planner option in the navigation menu to go to your planner homepage. The homepage includes an easy-to-navigate layout. Simply scroll down or navigate to a specific area using the menu options at the top of the page. You can save scheduled events such as networking sessions, training, guest speakers, and more to your My Events calendar to keep track of your schedule. Within the exhibitor section, you can see your saved exhibitors, mark who you have spoken with, and take notes all in one place. If you are interested in learning more about a new product featured on an exhibitor's listing, you can add them to your My Planner and they will be saved in your product section. Save press releases, white papers, brochures, case studies, links, and other items uploaded by exhibitors in your collateral section. Documents can also be downloaded and saved to your own personal device. Explore show specials to save special offers such as discounts and giveaways that have been posted by exhibitors. View virtual business cards and save them to your contacts section. You can also reach out to these contacts via email through your My Planner account. Your recommendations section will list your own personal recommended results based on your directory activity. It's that easy. My Planner has everything you need to maximize your virtual event and networking experience. The MYS chat is a way for attendees to connect with exhibitors in real time. My Show Planner users can easily engage with exhibitor contacts through the one-to-one chat function available through an exhibitor listing or through the new chat interface within the Planner dashboard. This feature is available to all MyShow Planner users with just a few easy steps. Both attendees and exhibitors must first create a planner account, verify their email, and enable the chat feature in their profile settings to send and receive messages. Using this tool is easy. Simply log into the planner and click the My Chat button. Here, attendees can view their saved contacts along with a full list of all contacts. Any exhibitor who has the green tag labeled Available is currently available for a live chat. To start a chat, attendees can simply click the chat button to the right of the contact's name. They can also start a conversation by clicking the chat button next to the online contact information on the exhibitor's details page. If a contact is not available for a live chat, attendees have the option to reach out by email directly. The contacts listed on the exhibitor details page are based on the information entered in the online contacts section of the exhibitor dashboard. Exhibitor contacts will see any messages they have received when they select the My Chat button. They can network with attendees and see their chat history indefinitely to revisit information when they follow up with leads. If attendees or exhibitors navigate to another part of the online directory, they will receive an alert at the top of the page when they have an unread message. They can click the banner to navigate back to the chat area or close to view unread messages at a later time.
My name is Bill Ritter Jr. I'm the former governor of Colorado, and now I direct the Center for the New Energy Economy at Colorado State University. I think my biggest takeaway from the COVID-19 experience thus far is, first of all, how tragic it has been, how we could have seen it coming in many respects and could have acted differently in trying to address it with all the challenges that it presented. Interestingly, I think it compares to climate in that neither of these were what we call black swan events. I'm not the first one to say that. I actually have a friend who has written about this and said that neither COVID-19 nor climate change are black swan events. We should absolutely be able to react and should have reacted better to COVID-19. We have not reacted well to climate change. There's a lot about the two that are similar in that respect, but with climate change, the devastation could be far worse over time. The curve could be elongated over time, and the impact, the number of victims, could really, we could see big differences with climate change if we reacted and reacted forcefully now than if we wait, like we did with COVID-19, and even deny the way that it will impact us. The second thing that I think is similar, interestingly, is the disproportionate impact that we've seen with COVID-19, we will also see with the impacts of climate change. When I say disproportionate impact, I mean on marginalized communities, many of those communities of color. Or if you think about it in a global way, the way it will impact a lot of people around the world who will experience it first and worst in very poor communities and who were not part of creating the problem. And so COVID-19 and climate change are that way. We still have some time to try and react, but we have to do so forcefully with climate change. And if we don't, we'll see very similar disproportionate impacts from climate change like we have seen from COVID-19. Well, interestingly, I think a lot of us are going to experience differences in how we conduct our business. I traveled 40 times last year because of COVID-19. I haven't traveled at all this year, and really not traveled at all since March. And I think that's part of the future of people who host conventions or people that do stakeholder meetings. So for our business, I think we'll travel less, we'll do more virtual convenings. And interestingly, there's things about that will improve a person's carbon footprint, personal carbon footprint. But I think, as a society, we're likely to experience that from the transportation sector to see less of a carbon footprint, and possibly from the building sector, from the commercial building sector, to see less of a carbon footprint. The price you pay for all of that is collaboration. And I've got a team of great people that I get to work with. And when we're together in the office every day or most days a week, there's a lot of collaboration that goes on, a lot of networking that we share with each other. And it's a lot more difficult to do that when you're in a virtual world. And so I think that could change, and that could be, the downside of kind of the virtual workspace that most of us have been in for the last several months, and that could continue into the future really indefinitely.
As a software company, we've always embraced a distributed model, meaning that our employees are spread out all over the US. We find this allows us to cover the many different time zones of our customers, but it also allows our employees to live where they want, whether that's in their hometown or some new city they want to check out. So COVID for us operationally hasn't really affected how we work. But what it has done is it's shown that we really miss the opportunity to have in-person interactions with each other. The ability to really have a whiteboard session where we can spend hours coming up with the newest feature for our software. Sure, we can do that via Zoom and online, and we have a lot of practice at that. But it's the personal side that we miss, and so, because we like our team and we enjoy spending time with each other. So, I think the one lesson from this all is that when we are allowed to be back in the same room or travel again, is we're really going to cherish those opportunities we have to be together and to come up with the next greatest thing here.
Hi, my name is Gilbert Campbell, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Volt Energy. First, I'd like to offer my thoughts and prayers for all those that have been impacted by COVID-19. Our company, like every other solar company, has felt the impacts of this horrific pandemic. But even during these turbulent times, there have been some silver lining moments. I can honestly say that these tough times have brought our team closer together. And more importantly, it's sharpened our mission to understand that the work that we do on a day-to-day basis contributes to a cleaner energy future. But there's a lot more work to be done, particularly in disadvantaged communities that have been hit the hardest with COVID-19 due to bad environmental policy for decades and other environmental injustices.
Hello, I am Paula Gold Williams, the President and CEO of CPS Energy in San Antonio, Texas. I am so happy that you have been able to make time for the North American Smart Energy Week conference. We are working on so many things across the globe, and the global pandemic has affected everyone. That said, it's important that we think about not just today, but tomorrow. In COVID, we are busy, as I typically say, rebuilding the plane while we're flying it. And so we are serving customers and thinking about their energy needs. At the same time, clean energy, smart energy, non-emitting energy is really important for us to think about what are we going to do to extend and make that a bigger part of our energy solution set. We have worked hard to try to help our customers and our employees and our community, and they need to hear what is happening. So at the conference, I hope that you take the time to think about the challenges today and how smart energy can help us into the future.
Wow, 2020, who would have thought? What an interesting year we've experienced. Never thought in my lifetime I would say living through a pandemic, but this is what the times of what we're experiencing today. My name is Peter Muhoro. I am the Vice President of Strategy and Technology at Rappahannock Electric Cooperative. For those who do not know, Rappahannock Electric Cooperative is one of the largest electric distribution co-ops in the nation, headquartered in Fredericksburg, Virginia. We serve beautiful 22 counties, nearly 170,000 connections throughout our territory. If you have not been, encourage you to visit. Virginia is for lovers, as we like to say it here in Virginia.
COVID-19 was certainly a disruption on a global scale. It was and is a reminder that no matter how well run our businesses are, no matter how well planned our businesses are, that events on a global scale can throw a wrench into those plans. Our industry responded with adaptability and flexibility, and those are the characteristics that we are going to need to feel our way through this new changed world. For the long term, it has broadened and deepened recognition globally that what we need are resilient and stable electricity grids and energy independence. The effect of that recognition will be, I believe, to speed the transition to a carbon-free future.
EEI's member companies are committed to serving our customers and our communities in good times and bad. As we have demonstrated repeatedly throughout our responses to storms, wildfires, and other events, it is when disasters hit that our industry's deep commitment to service truly shines. Since the onset of the pandemic, EEI's member companies have continued to work around the clock to keep the lights on and to protect the health and safety of our employees. They also have amplified and expanded the outstanding support and innovative solutions they provide to their customers. One of our greatest strengths as an industry is our ability to convene and adapt quickly to changing circumstances and challenging events. Our industry has a well-earned reputation for maintaining comprehensive business continuity plans. A key element of those plans is recognizing the power we have when we come together to help achieve the best possible outcome for customers. The lessons that EEI and our member companies have learned over the past 7 months literally fill a book. In fact, we have developed a comprehensive resource guide that already is almost 120 pages long and is now in its 9th edition. EEI's member companies are committed to continuous improvement, and as they have implemented protocols to protect customers and employees, they are seeing some positive results. For example, many member companies have moved their customer service call centers entirely or nearly so to remote work. In many cases, this has led to increased productivity and greater employee satisfaction with no harm to the customer experience. When and whether employees return to the physical workplace in the same numbers depends on a multitude of factors. But what is not in question is that EEI's member companies will continue delivering the electricity their customers need today while building the smarter energy infrastructure needed for America's energy future, always with an emphasis on safety. I am so incredibly proud of the countless ways EEI's member companies are powering through this crisis together, and I encourage you to visit the EEI website to learn more about how EEI's member companies have responded to COVID-19.
Since March, the Commission has been on full-time remote telework since the mayor issued the stay-at-home emergency order. Our staff's safety is our #1 priority, so we've developed procedures to ensure that our staff are safe. Our inspectors are still doing safety and maintenance inspections with the appropriate PPE equipment, of course, and our consumer services specialists are still assisting customers and consumers from home. We're also at a critical time in our economic stability in the district. We must balance the needs of district businesses and residents. For utilities, we've allowed companies to classify COVID-19 related costs as a regulatory asset. To help residents and businesses experiencing financial hardships, the district has prohibited utility disconnections as well as late fees on bills during the pandemic. We know there will be long-lasting impacts of COVID-19, and we are preparing to address these challenges with our stakeholders and bordering jurisdictions. This is why we've organized a coalition of district agencies to launch the Here to Help DC campaign to provide consumers with tools and resources on how to save energy and money, both now and after COVID-19.
We sit here in really challenging times. We're dealing with the COVID pandemic. We're dealing with a climate crisis, and we're dealing with an open understanding of the diversity challenges that we have throughout the country. This has really caused us at Swinnerton and many companies around the country to look inward and see what are we doing to change and recognize the challenges that we have internally.
My name is Antonio Luis Molina Jr. I'm from Mountain Home, Idaho.
Lance Jackman, Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Crystal Tichenor from Ohio.
When you come in, you know that you have to wear your face mask. You have to sanitize. You have to do everything you can to keep the people here working so they can go home and see their families.
This COVID experience has really been unique and challenging for our organization, as many other organizations, as we all learn how do we work in a remote environment where we're all working from home and in different places and still need to collaborate, and how do we build projects where we'll have 500 people working together and bring them together every single day, and how do we do that safely and make sure that our teams go home every day and go home to a safe environment for their families. It's really extended our idea of safety. We've always had a high standard of safety across our job sites and our workplaces. And now we have to really talk about how do our employees take that same safety culture into their everyday lives after work and on weekends, so that we can all ensure that we have a safe workplace that we all come back to.
Really good about it. Like, we like to stay on top of it as a crew, as a team. We talk about it every morning about all the safety hazards and what to do.
You know, we're like a family and we communicate with each other, help each other out. That keeps us positive.
It's really created a number of challenges, and our teams have risen to the challenge, and we see that projects continue to move forward successfully. And it is really a tribute to our teams and the hardworking men and women that go to work for Swinerton every day.
This is something that we do at the Center for New Energy Economy. We work with states, we work with governors, legislators, utilities, utility commissions about the energy transition. There is a massive energy transition happening in the United States of America. I wrote a book that was published a few years ago. It was called actually Powering Forward, What Everyone Should Know About America's Energy Revolution. So now we don't call it a revolution as much as we call it a transition, but it's massive. Solar will play a role in it. No one would have said 10 years ago that most of the coal in the United States will be gone by 2030 or 2035. And yet that's today's reality. There's a big question about how much new natural gas we build to power the electricity sector. But what is clear is with coal going away, with a question about how much gas there will be, solar will play a big role in that transition. The utilities in America that are putting solar bids out there are getting these historic low prices, not just for solar, but for solar plus storage. So I think even with the recession and maybe a depression that we've faced because of COVID-19, we will see solar in the solar plus decade rebound in a very significant way and be such a big part of our future, and I would say the globe's future in the energy transition.
This industry is resilient. We've shown time and time again that we don't easily get knocked down. I believe that's because many of us are here for a higher calling than just business. We are fighting climate change while building successful companies. That higher calling gives us all that little bit of extra grit we need when things get tough. In the long term, the lessons we learned during this tough year will help accelerate our mission. Whether that's through organizational efficiencies gained, from having to work remotely, to new automated sales processes that allow us to reach even a higher number of customers.
What is my outlook for a solar plus decade and a carbon-free energy future by 2050? I think it's attainable, but it's going to require collaboration amongst a diverse group of stakeholders, continued breakthroughs in technology, and most importantly, voting in politicians at the federal, state, and local levels that share our vision for a carbon-free future, as well as moving the solar industry forward.
At this time, we are thinking about how do we do it and how do we also address certain issues like diversity and social equity. And I do think that even though we are very, very busy in trying to think of these solutions on the energy side, we've got to think about how do we get everyone to participate. Getting everyone to participate helps us figure out what are the right solutions. And where do we go going forward?
It's been an interesting time in the utility space where you can imagine how no one ever thought of a remote working style for utility employees and the like. And we've had to implement some of that. We've had to take serious measures to ensure, and which we've always done, safety has always been a number one priority. And with that, we've implemented several things at this point since about roughly the second week of March or so. Majority of the employees have worked remotely, and we've provided them all the tools. We've created procedures. We've created the right environment. We've put in the right equipment, the PPE, provided every employee who even has to interact with any other employee to make sure that they're safe as we address the issues of the pandemic.
I believe that the prospects for the Solar Plus decade are extremely strong. A combination of falling costs, exciting new technology that enables higher and higher renewables penetration, and policy changes globally that enable solar hybridization are powerful drivers underlining this trend.
One of the many reasons I am so proud to represent our industry is because of our members' extraordinary leadership on clean energy. We share a collective commitment to get the energy we provide as clean as we can, as fast as we can, while keeping customer reliability and affordability front and center as always. And we are making significant progress toward reaching this goal. EEI's member companies have reduced their carbon emissions 45% below peak 2005 levels as of the end of last year. And collectively, EEI's member companies are on a path to reduce carbon emissions at least 80% by 2050. Today, nearly 40% of electricity in this country comes from carbon-free sources, which include nuclear energy, hydropower, wind, and of course, solar energy. Over the past 8 years, more than half of new electricity generation was wind and solar. Electric companies provide virtually all of the wind and 67% of the solar energy in the country. Energy efficiency is also important, and our industry's energy efficiency programs saved enough electricity to power 26 million US homes for the year in 2018, the latest year for which data are available. We are committed to continuing to reduce carbon emissions in our sector and to helping other sectors, particularly the transportation and industrial sectors, transition to clean, efficient electric energy. Achieving our clean energy goals will require continuous investments in renewables and other carbon-free generation, flexible supply technologies such as energy storage, and the right policies. For our member companies, the path forward is clear, and the path forward is clean.
For the district, we are focused on meeting our clean energy and climate goals, including 100% renewable energy sources by 2032. This informs everything that we do at the Commission. And to achieve this, it will take a focus on three things: policy, price, and people. Our policies are focused on sustainability and clean energy. Through our PowerPath DC proceeding, we're working to ensure that our grid of the future is resilient and reliable. For price, we're focused on affordability and determining how much it will cost to sustain the clean energy future. For people, community engagement is critical. How do we ensure that our efforts are inclusive with diverse perspectives and experiences? How can we encourage consumers to be energy-centric, informed, and conscious about saving energy, as well as being willing to invest in the grid?
Western Harmonic, May Idaho. Hi, my name is Ricardo Corpus. I'm from Mexicali, Baja California, Mexico.
Hey, my name is Devin Mackey. I recently was a professional arena football player, and while I was in Vermont, I seen a lot of solar. And once I came back home, I noticed that it was building a solar site here in Lafayette. So I was very interested in it. I started doing a little Googling and researching on it. And I ended up getting a job out here as a temp working with the EPC team, and ended up falling in love with it.
This is my 4th year working on the solar farm, and I love what I do. I look at it like a career. Every day I learn something new from them. We come here and there's nothing, and a couple of months, this is our finished product.
Solar energy has the opportunity to put Americans back to work. Coming out of this COVID crisis and downturn in the economy, we're going to look for opportunities to re-employ the American people. And solar energy is that opportunity. We're going to see that projects in rural areas will be able to employ displaced workers in a number of service industries. At Swinnerton, we're really excited about the Solar Plus decade. We see it as a great opportunity to not only grow our company, but grow our industry. We see opportunities across geographies where we can provide good jobs in rural areas that are needed now more than ever, both from a climate standpoint and an economic impact to these communities.
A big impact when we come to Town Solar, Swinnerton, any one of these guys. It helped a lot more than just the people working here. It helped the whole community.
It's been such a fascinating time because we were already grappling with a pandemic, so a healthcare crisis. That brought on an economic crisis. And then really with the killing of George Floyd and other events that either preceded that or followed that, really social unrest that is identifying racial injustice and really what I would call racial inequities. And so as an organization, we thought about, well, the business we're in is the policy business for energy and the energy transition, but that's really about rebuilding an energy economy. As we do that, we're thinking about rebuilding that energy economy as a braid that has several strands. And one of those strands is the business case for the energy transition, and that we should do that in a way where there is an economic rebound. But we should also do it in a way where it's sustainable, where we are addressing some of the big issues of our day that are both environmental and really that have to do with trying to address the challenges of climate change. But finally, we should rebuild that energy economy with an eye toward racial justice, with an eye toward equity, with an eye toward inclusivity, all of those things as part of it. That's one of the braids. So as we rebuild this economy, we make sure that it's able to rebound and that it's economically viable, but it's sustainable and that it's just. And those are the three strands of rebuilding an energy economy and our thesis at the Center for the New Energy Economy at Colorado State University. There's one final thing I would like to say. So as we talk about an energy transition, as we talk about environmental justice or environmental equities, think about it this way. We are going to, if this transition succeeds and we do all we need to do to ensure that we have a clean energy economy, it will mean a massive infusion of capital, both in the build out of solar, but other kinds of renewables, the build out of storage, other things that we need to get us to net zero, but also the build out of transmission. And as we do that capital infusion, that is a place where we think about racial justice. How do we keep rates affordable? That's a part of the equation of racial justice, but also how do we ensure that communities are impacted in a positive way by that capital infusion in the build out of infrastructure? And finally, in creating jobs, how do we ensure that those entities which are doing the job creating as part of receiving the capital infusion ensure that people of color, ensure that people who are marginalized are able to participate in the build out of the clean energy economy?
Our leadership here at Utility API shares no major demographic. That's a strength. We understand the key role diversity plays in each and every decision we make. We also recognize that as an industry, we can do better in driving success by having more diverse voices at the table, which is why we started EDICT, Empowering Diversity in Clean Tech. EDICT is a partnership between Utility API and 25 other companies in the industry and the Clean Energy Leadership Institute. Our goal is to work together to take the necessary steps to build a more diverse clean tech community. We believe by bringing more diverse voices to the table, we will do a better job of affecting our mission of fighting climate change. If your company is interested in joining, If you want to just learn more, please go to edictnow.org.
How is our company grappling with diversity? Yes, we're a majority minority owned firm, but we recognize that we still have a ton of room for improvement. One of the steps that we put in place is realizing that we have to diversify our board, and we've added more women to our board. Additionally, we've looked at our supply diversity program and are looking for ways that we can bring in more diverse suppliers across our entire supply chain. And lastly, I've tried to lend my unique perspective as a diverse business owner to a few boards that I sit on that include SEIA and the American Association of Blacks in Energy. I am very confident as an industry that we will reach our goals to a carbon-free energy future, but in a way that's equitable and focuses on disadvantaged communities, and we will get there as a community.
So I am very happy that we are participating in this conference. I am happy that CPS Energy is able to share our new solutions. We are currently in the process of putting out a search for up to 900 megawatts of solar, up to 50 megawatts of energy storage, and up to 500 megawatts of firming capacity. And we are hoping to get new energy solutions and ideas from around the globe and the United States. Please wish us luck. If you're interested and you want to hear more, check our website. If you have a company that wants to make proposals to us, please do. We're always open to new ideas. To make the advances that we need to make in our energy industry, to evolve, we've got to embrace technology. We have to embrace innovation. And so we have to put our ideas together. We have to be hungry. We have to be in learning mode. And so working together, we will make sure that we are putting in the best solutions for our communities and for the globe. Once again, I thank you. And I hope you get so much out of this conference. Best wishes. Stay safe.
Let me address something that's near and dear to me, and that is the discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion. This year, we have seen several things happen that are extremely troubling, but we also know that it's not new. The issue of racism has come up again, and we know that these are issues that we've faced for centuries in our country. And when you think of what an organization has to do to address this, in light of things such as the killing of George Floyd, troubling times, but every organization has to stand up and find a way to provide the environment that the employees can share their thoughts and, in fact, create an environment that promotes diversity, that promotes equity and inclusion. I am proud to be an employee of REC. REC's foundational values, in fact, highlight why diversity, equity, and inclusion are important. It's simple. It's service, integrity, caring, and respect. Those 4 items right there speak highly on why DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion, are critical. But what are key steps that we've had to do as an organization? It's simple things as leaning in, listening, providing the space, understanding, and finding every opportunity from top management all the way to provide the opportunity that anyone can be heard and anyone can be welcome into this organization. In fact, beyond that, we have kicked off training on diversity, equity, and inclusion for all employees over time to ensure that everyone is aware of how this plays a big role, not just because it's the right thing to do, but it actually is the best thing to do for a company. For when you bring different minds together, what you could see is great success. I am proud to be part of this company. And as we like to say here is, we are REC. We're one great family, and we believe the future is just going to be brighter.
At Malta, diversity is a core value. We seek it, we nurture it, we prioritize it. In addition to making space at the table for visible forms of diversity, such as those based on race, gender, national origin, sexual preference, we also seek out experiential and cognitive diversity. It gives us ways to think through problems from different perspectives and typically enables us to arrive at better solutions. In that context, we also feel that it's very important to set an example for the industry so that folks coming into the industry see that we make space at the table and include folks who look like them, act like them, think like them, and that together we can be successful.
EEI and our member companies also believe that having a diverse and inclusive workforce that mirrors the communities we serve benefits our customers, our employees, and our businesses. We also believe that a diverse workforce and diversity of thought are critical to delivering the energy solutions our customers expect. This culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, demands that we reject racism, bigotry, and hatred in every form and at every turn, as they have no place in our society. While we have made progress in advancing DEI within our industry, we recognize that we can and we must do more. Crucial work is underway at EEI and at our member companies. Under the leadership of our chairman, Ben Folk, EEI has undertaken an industry initiative to help advance racial justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion in our workforce and our workplaces. This new initiative identifies several areas where workforce development related improvements can be made and where the industry should focus going forward while keeping our commitment to DEI front and center. We have outlined 4 overarching industry goals, and we will be working with our member companies to implement them over the next year. Across our industry, we are committed to creating a new normal that is better than the old normal. From advancing our longstanding and strong commitment to diversity and inclusion, to continuing to focus on ways to serve our customers better and to improve their experience, we are delivering on our strategic vision to give our customers an energy future that is cleaner, smarter, and stronger than any they have known before.
We are in a unique time in our country. Political and social unrest coupled with an economic downturn. We must acknowledge that change is necessary to ensure that diversity in our communities, workplaces, and organizations and government continue. Personally, I am committed to ensuring that we strike the right balance of creating opportunities for small and minority businesses and individuals in the workplace. One major diversity initiative that we've developed at the Commission is our Advisory Council on Supplier and Workforce Diversity. This group provides advice and recommendations on ways to improve diversity and inclusion. The Council itself includes representatives from public utilities, contractors, trade associations, local colleges and universities, and industry stakeholders. We've also created a Certified Business Enterprise czar and a CBE team to develop and implement policies to increase our procurement and professional services by 35%. The team is focused on conducting outreach and hosting events to engage current and potential vendors. We also sit on the NARUC Supplier and Workforce Diversity Subcommittee. I serve as Vice Chairman, where commissions share information and best practices on promoting diversity and inclusion. The Commission continues to rise to the occasion to meet the changing needs of consumers and the evolving landscape of the regulatory industry. We are proud to serve district residents and will continue our efforts powering forward.
As a company, we recognize that we have a long way to go on diversity front. We're addressing the COVID crisis, we're addressing the climate crisis, but what are we doing and how can we do better on the diversity front? And it's really exposing a lot of our companies and our organizations to things that we need to do better. We need to take active steps. That means changing our recruiting policies and practices. Where do we find talent and new hires to come on board? Where do we focus our training efforts? This is really a pivotal time in our industry and our country to make changes.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to our session titled Equity and Justice, Thoughtful Partnership with Communities. My name is Ian. I'm the marketing manager at the Smart Electric Power Alliance, and I am joined today by Jen, the Director of Communications at the Solar Energy Industries Association, and Lavanya, Access and Equity Program Manager at Vote Solar. Thank you all for being here today. Great to see all your lovely shining faces. It's been a while. We're going to just jump right in to the questions and our discussion. So let's start by talking about your organizations, and we'll start with Jen. Jen, tell me a little bit about what your organization is doing to address social justice within your organization as well as the industry.
Sure. I'm Jen. Thank you so much for having me here today. Diversity has been a huge priority for SEIA since 2017 when Abigail Ross Hopper started at SEIA. And so we've made a lot of progress, but like a lot of other organizations, this summer helped put these issues into focus for us and really sharpened our approach. And so one of the big things that we did was we created a board level task force designed to create the foundation framework necessary for us to make progress on these issues and rapid progress at that. We're very much focused on outcomes with this board task force. And one of the reasons why we created it, this is all board led, was because in order for us to be good partners and advocates, there are some institutional changes and other systemic things that we need to change within the industry. And so, we want to be great partners and to be a good advocate for environmental justice issues, but we can't do that if we don't have an environmental justice platform. And so we, within the task force, we have 4 working groups, and those working groups are bolstered by SEIA staff and policy experts. And so, this group has been meeting since the summer, and the working groups have been meeting since the late summer. And the 4 areas that we're focusing on right now that we've identified together are supplier diversity. Our companies want to make progress and use diverse suppliers, but often we get a lot of questions. People don't know where to start. So we're talking and thinking about creating some sort of digital tool or database to help our companies. The other area that I'd mentioned before is policy development and advocacy. And so that group is very much focused on creating a environmental justice platform. And so they're making progress on that. And we're hoping to continue to create something that we can take to a variety of different groups and communities to socialize that and get feedback on it as well. Then we also have a best practices certification group. This idea kind of started from the idea of certifying, through LEED or the SolSmart program. There's a lot of value in incentivizing groups to participate. And one of the big issues that we have is getting our companies to a point where they feel comfortable implementing some of these issues. And so we're thinking through possibly a big program that we could, get companies moving and thinking and acting in this way. The other area is board diversification and mentorship. And so, it's no surprise that the SEIA board isn't diverse. And so we're thinking through different programs and ways that we could help to diversify the board and also develop mentorship program best practices while we do it. And so as part of this effort, we realized that, these are big programs, and to actually have these come to fruition, we need funds for it. And so we're in the middle of fundraising. We've created a leadership council, and I'm hoping you guys will see more on this front from SEIA soon. We're also making progress internally. We have a staff-led group that's helping to shape our next cultural assessment. We did one about 2 years ago, and so this group is evaluating that assessment and where we're at with implementing some of the changes that they had identified. And we're also keenly focused on programming for staff as well. And so, for example, last week, I hosted a happy hour on voter engagement and suppression in the 2020 election. We had a really good discussion, some candid conversations with each other, and a way to, talk about some of our personal past and histories with that as well. And so we know that we have a long way to go at SEIA, but we're focused on taking responsibility, and I'm really, truly hoping that you guys will see some good outcomes from us and our companies soon.
All right, well, that's great. That sounds like y'all are hard at work there. Lavanya, why don't you tell me a little bit about what Vote Solar is doing?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lavanya Pulavita Barrera. I use she, her pronouns, and I work for Vote Solar. If you're not familiar, Vote Solar is a national nonprofit. We currently have 34 individuals working in over 25 states across the country doing regulatory campaigns and communications work, all in an effort to drive a just transition to 100% clean electricity. And I want to say that within the last 5 years, our organization has really taken a firm stance in our move towards fighting towards a just and equitable energy system. So we've reoriented our work to not only be about adding more solar to the grid for the sake of solar, but really being intentional about the policies that we're pushing and ensuring that the policies we're advocating for are reaching frontline communities, are bringing access to solar and all of its benefits in a meaningful way to frontline communities. And so with that slight reorientation and mission shift, we've had to adapt the way we work as an organization to be mindful of collecting feedback from communities and connecting to community leaders. And so part of that shift and adjustment of our work has included doing interviews and surveys with community leaders as part of our annual planning process to ensure that we're getting that feedback. We're hearing what energy priorities exist at the community level. We've also now made an intentional commitment to allocate a percentage of our budget related to our campaigns work specifically to put those funds towards supporting our frontline partners and getting them into this energy justice fight that we want more and more people to be a part of. So that's something that has been really transformative, shifting those funds and ensuring that we are able to support the partners that we want to hear from. And speaking of support, we've also, within the last 2 years, launched a workshops initiative so that we're partnering with local groups to host community workshops to talk about the clean energy issues that we're interested in and expanding that knowledge that's out there.
Great. Those are all great things you and Jen are talking about. And I think I want to pick up on something that Jen mentioned, and Lavanya, I want to circle back to something you mentioned. Jen, like Sia at SEPA, our staff have been having, in light of everything that has happened this year, we've been having a lot of informal conversations around the ideas of, social justice. What does that mean? For SEPA as an organization, what does it mean in the context of larger society, and what does it mean for the energy sector specifically? And that has had a very interesting, I would say, and positive impact at SEPA. For those of you who know our CEO, Julia Ham, she's been saying ever since for the last 5+ years, before we were even the Smart Electric Power Alliance, she has been talking about how we have to have a thoughtful transition to a carbon-free energy system. And that the idea has married itself with the idea that it can't just be a thoughtful transition, but that it needs to be a just transition to a carbon-free energy system, which, that phrase, the just transition, something Lavanya, you mentioned, I think is very key that we have focused on, is that we can't pursue the change in a way that is going to shut out underrepresented communities or leave them to the end. They have to be brought along for the journey, regardless of the challenges of affordability or access. And so our members, whether they be regulatory commissions or utilities or solution providers, are all doing very interesting partnerships that are addressing those issues. And I think internally at SEPA, what we decided that we needed to, in terms of the principles that guide our mission, make changes as well. So in addition to our internal hiring practices and our goals of having a diverse staff, we thought it was very important that our board represent those aspirations as well, which is why we already had aggressive board targets, but we took it a step further and made them even more aggressive. Our current goals for our boards are gender parity, as well as 40% representation from underrepresented communities. That's people of color, indigenous communities, low income, and LGBT communities, as well, as just a few examples. We also, SEPA has 7 guiding principles. Well, we had 7, we now have 8. I guess that's the spoiler alert. And these principles inform how we envision we will go about our job of creating a transition to a carbon-free energy system. And now that we have 8, we have included a social equity guiding principle that basically states SEPA's view of the just transition and just the transition to a carbon-free energy system is that, you know, diversity, equity, inclusion, and access for all are required. They're not an option. They're required for a fair and just carbon-free energy system. And so that really has become essential to our work and the work of our members and our board as well.
Thanks for that, Ian. And I want to come back to principles, but I'll introduce our second question here, which is, what are best practices or resources that you have seen in the field? And I can kick us off here. So I'll start by saying that I really appreciate when companies make an intentional effort to engage in coalitions that are pushing progressive clean energy policy with a willingness to listen and learn from local voices that are present at those tables. So I think about our work in New Jersey, fighting for the New Jersey Clean Energy Equity Act and all of the partners that have come from the industry in support of our work there and across the country. I think it's very important for companies to be very clear on what a partnership looks like for them and what their intentions are when it comes to engaging at these tables. At Vote Solar, that transparency and intentionality is very important and is actually part of our principles that we went about defining this year internally. They're called our Just Partnership Principles, and they are a set of 8 principles that we have defined that we see as what will identify and clearly represent to our partners what a partnership with Vote Solar can look like. And we see defining these principles for partnerships as a tool for accountability. So not only can we hold ourselves to the highest standards, but we expect our partners and community leaders to hold us to that high standard that we're setting for ourselves. So I'll open it up. Jen, would you like to chime in on this question?
Yes, I would. Lavanya, I really appreciated your points on partnerships and intentionality. I feel like we have a lot of people that are trying to enter this space in these conversations. And I think it's really important to know that just because you're a newcomer or you're a new company that's now thinking about this, there have been other organizations and companies and groups that have been working on this for a very long time. And I think, you know, it would benefit us all if some of the newcomers and others, you know, I think it's a very welcoming space, but just to recognize that, you're new to the table and you should probably listen and take stock and figure out how you can contribute meaningfully to the conversation. Because there's a lot of work that's happening. And I see when, others are joining the conversations that, I don't think it can sometimes it might ruffle feathers if you're trying to replace or redo others' work, and I don't think that's always necessary. In terms of resources, SEIA has put out a diversity best practices resource, and that is a fantastic document if you're kind of looking for, taking your first steps in this space. And I wanted to point out, I read this really great article from the New York Times on October 12th, and a lot of people right now are thinking about how they want to prioritize diversity, equity, inclusion, justice issues, DEIJ. And a lot of people are thinking about hiring diverse leaders and someone to lead that work. And I think it's really important to make sure that you are hiring professionals in this space and not relying on your diverse staff to do the work for you. I mean, some might be more than willing and happy and able to step up. Others, they that just might not be their passion. And so I think We also need to be responsible and thoughtful about how we are going about hiring that staff, because you can't hire someone and then not give them any resources or power. That's not going to go well for your organization. And so I would just say be really mindful and thoughtful when you are, trying to hire your staff and make progress. I mean, you definitely need someone, I think, in my opinion, to lead those efforts, but just be really careful about how you go about doing that. Ian, what do you think?
So let's talk about best practices a little bit. There is one best practice that it's kind of universal, I think, and Lavanya, I think you picked up on it a little bit, and that's listening. I think listening is the most underrated best practice in the diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, social equity arena. I think we as humans, most of us, we love to talk. But to really get involved and be able to have a productive conversation, a lot of people, especially if you're not part of a minority community, the most powerful thing you can probably do is listen more than you speak. And so that is something everyone can do as a best practice. I think when you're starting to look at the industry, and the industry specifically, it becomes a little less clear cut in terms of best practices. If you look at this, approaching it just from the lens of a utility, for example, which is the lens I'm most familiar with. Although the factors and forces around social justice are pretty universal, the challenge is we all know what they are. We all know what we need to do, but how it actually plays out in a specific community make it very difficult to say that one solution that works for this community is going to work for this other community. And so back to a point that Lavanya raised, that's when partnerships become absolutely crucial. And if there is any, thread that ties all of these things together, is that you just will not be able to address this without community-based partnerships where all stakeholders are at the table. Because when you're really talking about social equity, what you're talking about isn't just an industry issue, it's a community issue. And so if you don't have the community at the table, you're never going to be able to address it. And it's when you look at it, that community issue of social equity is something that is applicable to every single community. It is applicable to the coal community in West Virginia or Kentucky or Southwest Virginia, where the idea of transitioning to carbon free is frightening because they don't have economic capital there, and their jobs are very much dependent on an economy that is, slowly going away, and they don't have the mobility to pivot. It's important when you're talking about the Hispanic and Asian communities and the Los Angeles region, who tend to be the ones that live near the most highly trafficked commercial highways and lanes and have the lower air quality. It's an issue that impacts everybody. So it's going to take community-based partnerships. It takes the utilities, the regulators, the solution providers, and the community organizations all coming to the table and working together.
Yeah, and Ian, I think that's a really great point on partnerships. One of the things that I like to think about or talk about in terms of that is pre-need networking. Like, you should not be reaching out when you need something, right? Like, it's like any relationship, you should be contributing something. What do you bring to the table? The idea of pre-need networking is like, you don't necessarily need something, but you're reaching out to introduce yourself and build that relationship in a meaningful way. It's any relationship, it's give and take, and you really need to be mindful of what you're giving.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And in terms of a resource that I think is a great tool that people can use, I don't know how well it's known, but if you go to diversitytoolkit.com, it's a resource that's available, and it's put together and it's a collaboration between the U.S. Department of Energy Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, the Rubin Strategy Group, the National Utilities Diversity Council, and the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissions, that really does look at, from that utility level perspective, it's a lens into how we can make our industry more diverse. Because I think internally, one of the things we have found as an organization is that our vision, our ability to imagine the universe of the possible is very much limited by the diversity of perspectives in the room. And you really, by bringing diverse and underrepresented organizations and people to the table, that's when you really get that rich diversity of perspectives that expands the universe of the possible. So I encourage you guys to check it out if you have a chance. And again, that's diversitytoolkit.com.
Thank you, Ian. And I should say the SEIA's Diversity Best Practices Guide can be found at seia.org/diversity. I want to make sure that we have time for our last question because I think it's really interesting. And so what should renewable energy companies do to shift the justice tide in the communities that they serve? I'll go ahead and go first. I truly think that leaders need to take personal responsibility for what's going on in their companies and what they are doing and contributing to these issues or to the solution. You're either contributing or you're taking away from it. And so there's so much that we can do, but you do need a strong leader at the top that is willing to put the time and the resources toward these issues. Because if you don't have a leader or you're not in a position of power to do something about it, you're not going to get very far. Lavanya and Ian, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And going back to what you mentioned before about that work really needing to start internally, I would just encourage companies to reflect on their internal organizational culture and do an equity assessment. How is your organization internally functioning? Because that does have an impact not only on how your organization acts and works in the world, but how you are perceived by potential partners. And sometimes that's half the battle, is battling those preconceptions. So I really would encourage that internal reflection and having those candid but uncomfortable conversations that are necessary for transformative growth. I really do think that the clean energy industry as a whole needs to do a shifting of our mission and work to ensure that what we're advocating for publicly is reflected internally. So as Jen mentioned, hiring someone to take on this equity visioning for the organization. I also encourage organizations to look at their external communications. If there is a commitment to equity and justice, where is it on your website? Partners do look at your social media. They look at your newsletters. They want to know what actions you are taking as you move and work on equity issues in the energy industry. So is your public commitment reflective of what's happening inside and also in how you talk about the work?
Yeah, those are all great, really, really good. I think very important points. I think there's some things a lot of solution providers and renewable energy companies may not know. A lot of utilities do have diversity supplier commitments and targets that they need to make. So for utilities, not only is having diverse representation in your project teams, your leadership very important, but it's also for them that they can look and say that they are reaching to diverse suppliers that come from underrepresented communities. So for utilities, especially investor-owned utilities, that aspect is very important to them. I think another thing that we need to do is it's not just enough to say, we're behind this, but I think it's actually when we talk about our projects and things like that and our work that we go the extra step and analyze the impact that the project and the work is going to have. I think a great example of that from our membership specifically, comes from the Navajo Generation Station and the Cayente coal mine. And for those of you who don't know, that is a what they call a mine to mouth operation, where the Cayente mine, their primary customer was a coal plant, the Navajo Generation Station, and the Navajo Nation. And a lot of the utilities that were, buying their energy from this coal mine, due to the commitments that that they had made towards renewable energy and just economic forces, were going to pull out and shut down this mine. And it would have been very easy to stop there and say we've met our commitments. But all of these utilities realized just the devastating impact that would have on the Navajo and the Hopi nations generally, and looking at a place that already has astronomical unemployment, some of the highest unemployment in the nation. We're talking well over 25% unemployment. And it was one of their main sources of economic income. So for them, it was about analyzing the impact and then finding solutions to mitigate it. And so one of the utilities, SRP, for example, stepping up and helping retrain people, looking at how they can get clean energy installations into the Navajo Nation territory to help replace some of the job losses. And so that was a great example for us. And I think it's something we definitely want to see more of. And if you want to hear about this, we have a whole series on social equity on sepapower.org on our SEPA TV channel. I'd encourage you to check that out. And if you want to learn more about our resources and the work that we're doing, you can go to sepapower.org/social-equity.
Thank you so much, Ian. Well, that's all that we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to put our contact information on the screen and encourage you all to reach out to us if you have any questions. Thank you for being part of the conversation today. Bye, guys.
Well, hello, solar industry friends, and welcome. I have a very exciting panel of people here today that represent a truly significant volume of commercial industrial solar, and so the opinions will be extremely interesting and a broad range of opinions, given the difference and roles of people here on the panel. But first, I want to thank you so much for joining us and visiting our SolarEdge Roundtable entitled Choosing Commercial, What Matters Most. And this is our first ever virtual Solar Power International, so excited to be here. My name is Carolyn Humphreys. I'm the Commercial and Industrial Sales Manager for SolarEdge Technologies, and I'll be one of your co-moderators for the next 55 minutes. Moderating with me is Ben Frank, our CNI Sales Director. I am truly delighted to introduce a wonderful group of panelists, amongst them Candice McAlowitz, Managing Member of C2 Energy Capital, CJ Colavito, VP of Engineering for Standard Solar, Edgar Lim, VP of Technology and Procurement for EnerSolar, Adam Gussie, VP of Operations for Sunvest Solar, and Rick Ivan, CEO of Pure Power Engineering. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. And Ben will ask the first question.
All right, so thank you, Carolyn, for that. So now's where the fun starts, and let's jump into the first question. I mean, we know it's been just a crazy year that we've all experienced. I mean, here we are having a panel, a virtual SPI, and we're doing it virtually. You know, it's kind of crazy. So the first question, and you know, CJ, I'll start with you. Despite of all the craziness of this year, what's your perspective on the commercial market through the end of this year and as we go into 2021?
Yeah, well, I would say that Standard Solar is in a really good position from our perspective. We've worked with a strong suite of partners throughout the United States on commercial, industrial, and community solar PV system development. And we have a full dance card. We're expecting to do another 125 megawatts of projects that we put into operation between now and the end of next September. And we have that full target value of megawatts already on the books, already under contract, in design and permitting, and much of it under construction. So outlook is very strong for us, especially for the fourth quarter of calendar 2020 and going into next year. And we're optimistic about seeing growth across all sectors. I'd say the biggest challenge probably is tax equity and some capital markets. That seems to be suffering from some of the uncertainty in the economy and in the markets right now. But Standard Solar's been in a position where we were able to secure large tranches of tax equity to support the projects that we already have in our pipeline right now.
Excellent, CJ. I appreciate that. That's it's good to hear that. Doesn't sound like things are quite back to normal, but sounds like you got your plate full for the next 12 months for sure. Rick, I know you do design work. You and your team, your company, do design work for companies across the country. So you have a unique perspective that many others may not see on a national level. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we're not dealing with the end customers in the commercial space. We're one level removed, working for the developers, such as all those on the stage today. And so far this year, we worked for over 150 across the country. So it gives us a very good perspective on trends. From a growth standpoint, this year, some companies slowed down a bit, a bunch have gotten busier. In the aggregate, it's absolutely been in the positive as far as growth goes. Not much of a downtick through COVID. All our commercial clients in the aggregate seem to have just plowed straight through that and maintained being busy. And that's really exciting. And I expect that to carry on to next year as well. From a technology standpoint, as time goes on this year into next year, you're going to see more and more states adopting newer codes, such as the National Electrical Code 2017 edition. And with that, you're going to see a change in technology required. Rapid shutdown rules, for instance, are going to change, and you're going to need to have optimizers or MLPE. Solar Edge happens to be a provider of one of those solutions. And we're seeing more and more of our clients now shifting from the traditional string inverter topology to those that have the optimizers and MLPE with it as well.
Appreciate that, Rick. Carolyn?
Great, thank you, everyone. I love getting good news. Like, who doesn't, right? So I love that it's a net positive for sure. I'm going to talk about a topic near and dear to my heart, and one that's important to everybody. I mean, I don't think anyone would say that safety hasn't been always important and critically important, but sort of to what you were just talking about, with stricter code requirements and increasing scrutiny from inspectors, which is also very interesting. Things that weren't being enforced before being enforced now, and more instructive customers. We're finding more and more customers saying, hey, we require X, Y, or Z that is to do with safety. As you guys think about safety, how does it factor into your decision making? Kind of as you're thinking about it more conceptually, designing, building, and even maintaining projects. I'd love to start with you, Adam, being the head of operations. I'd love to hear first how you think about it.
Yeah, I think Rick hit it on the head. Because we're based in Wisconsin, we made a transition to 2017, jumping from 2011. So the forcing of code officials to drive you to a more safer and proactive system, which is in the best interest of the owner and operator of the system, that transitioned us from a design of roof-mounted inverters or things to address 2014 rapid shutdown to much more of a straight, optimized, and safer system, which in the long run fits the industry better, fits the owner and operator of the systems better, and we see it pay fruits to our operation technicians as well. So it's really kind of helped to get you in front of a lot of things that in the Midwest, from an inspection standpoint, they weren't really paying attention to or really driving. So it was nice to see it forced through building codes, but then also see the industry adapt and grow so that Solar Edge was a great option for a long time, but now you have multiple other options to work with and other partners to make sure that you can build a system that's going to operate well and be easily maintained and serviced, instead of some of the things that now we deal with from systems built over the last 5 years, that when you go back to try to safely maintain and operate them, you have to adapt your safety solutions for getting equipment access to rooftops, in general, the servicing is a lot less safe or has to involve a lot more planning than you are now transitioning to with a optimized MLPE system.
Well, I appreciate your positive attitude, because I know that, given all the changes that we endure in solar, not everybody's always cheerful about new things, but I appreciate your stance, because I share it, that, this is something that's important, and not just, it's not because I work for Solar Edge. I work for Solar Edge because I care about safety. So thank you for that. I'd really like to get your perspective, Edgar, because you might look at it a little bit differently, or something in addition to or instead of.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Carolyn. And I would echo what Rick and Adam just mentioned as well about safety. For EnerSolar, it is definitely one of our core values, and has the highest weight in our decision matrix. We're constantly working on with vendors, including Solar Edge, to ensure that products that we incorporate into our systems are safe, throughout the life of the system. Our sister company, Max Solar, they have a very well qualified team of technicians that perform O&M on a good majority of our portfolio. I think they have more than 250 sites under their belt at this point, commercial systems, and they've been really helpful in closing the feedback loop to ensure that we're continuously working to design safer and more efficient systems. And I believe, EnerSolar has a strong reputation within the industry. And I say that with tongue in cheek, but I think it's true. And so does everyone here, including Standard and SunVest and Pure Power. And which is why I think we've forged long-term partnerships with many corporations many Fortune 500s to continue developing solar and storage systems on their facilities. And we really plan to preserve that trust by installing safe and reliable systems.
That's terrific. I love the part about closing the loop. I know that, Candace, you're Mike Howell, the fact that you guys listen to him and that his opinion is really, really important, because sometimes there is a break in that communication from the O&M team to the front end where you are, and to close that loop and have everybody's input is so valuable. So thank you for that, Edgar. That is really, really helpful. I'm going to switch to the focus to some recent trends. Safety is not a trend. Safety is forever and always. But the trends are interesting, and they're always a little different. And in solar, we're used to the newest thing that everybody's excited about, and this year's been no different. I'd love your thoughts, Candace, about one of the following. It could be more than one of the following, but the bifacials are really interesting. People have been talking about them forever, but I feel like they really got some steam behind them this year. And floating arrays, really exciting to think about those. And I know you are thinking about that. And increasing module wattage, something that we kind of thought we'd maxed out years ago, is it just keeps getting higher and more powerful. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on one or more of those things, Candace.
Sure. I'll start with floating solar. It's a great opportunity. As you know, we own the largest floating array in California. We're definitely seeing an uptick in floating interest. We spent a lot of time on the safety procedures during the construction and for the operation of the system. And from a safety standpoint, it's a great application for MLPE. As you know, grounding is one of the biggest concerns when dealing with floating systems. So even with minimal amounts of sun and high voltage, DC is present when using string and central inverters. So high voltage DC and water is really not a preferred combination, and MLPE takes most of that concern away, as high DC voltages are drastically
Great point. Super appreciate that. Rick, you could have picked floating too, but let's hear what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I'll comment on the bifacial modules as well as the higher wattage modules. They both lend themselves towards the same thing, which is the more watts you could pack in each module, or larger size module, the less modules you may need. And that's beneficial because the fewer modules you have, the less components, the less connections to racking, the less string wiring connectors you need. And fewer components means fewer points of failure, fewer points of risk for safety. So I'm a big fan of the push towards the higher wattage modules. Of course, nothing comes without a share of pros and cons. Larger modules could be heavier to carry out on a site. A little tougher to install, but that is outweighed, I think, by the benefits that the higher wattage modules give in reducing the number of components out on a site.
Then you were going to mention the bifacials.
Yeah, they're exciting when they're in the right application. And there's a lot of debate about what the boost you actually get is. It could be up to 20%, but in most instances, it's closer to 11% if you have the right reflective background or the modules raised up. So it is an exciting way to get extra wattage out of every module. And it just needs to be used in the right application. It's not universal. You just get bifacial modules and put them on a roof or a carport or ground mount, and you're just going to get the boost. You need to do some extra planning and really understand how much light is going to be coming up underneath so that you could properly model it in PVsyst.
Great. No, I couldn't agree more. And I think it'll be interesting to see, people have talked to me about, large scale deployment of bifacials with and without optimization because of the increase in module mismatch. There's some really strong opinions on that. And I think we're going to see more and more data. So that'll be really interesting. Anybody can pipe in if they have some thoughts on the topic, but we can save that for last in case I don't want to miss any questions. We've got some good ones coming up. So Ben, I'll let you talk about production.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. And yeah, thanks for the insight, everyone, on some of those new technologies. As everyone said, I mean, bifacials we love bifacials because of SolarEdge optimization. So it tends to be a great fit. And also the increasing module wattage. I don't know what everybody else is saying, but we actually had a request for somebody who wanted to deploy a 575 watt module. I mean, who would have thought that in the industry just a few years ago? So it's crazy how that's continued to grow. So switching gears to production, this is also something that's near and dear to our hearts at SolarEdge because it fits so well with our value proposition. And being able to maximize energy harvest, which for asset owners means a lot more revenue. So I'll start with you, Edgar. Maybe you can describe how the value of energy production impacts your ROI, your return on investment, but also your go, no-go decisions for commercial projects as you deploy across the country in different markets where, electricity rates may be lower or higher. So you got a lot of factors to think about when you're making decisions. So Edgar, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question, Ben. And I think it's pretty obvious that assuming CapEx and OpEx is a constant, the higher the energy production of the system, the better ROI it is for the client. However, in certain markets, just as you alluded to, like in New Jersey, as an example, where the TREC value is quite rich, the value of each kilowatt hour generated is higher, which places a premium, on designing a system which can yield the most specific production. I think at the end of the day, we're just trying to capitalize on the square footage of the roof that's available. And I think anything we can do to increase the kilowatt hours produced by that same square footage, it's something worth looking into.
Interesting insight. And certainly we'll see the flip side in some states where electricity rates are lower and it's much harder to make projects pencil out. They may not have SRECs or TRECs or other vehicles, so it definitely makes it a challenge. So extra energy is something we always look for. So I'll switch it over to you, Candace. But before I ask you about the same question as I asked Edgar about production. We've seen C2 has just had meteoric rise over the last couple of years. And I'd really like to get your insight to, going back to the opening question, your insight to the commercial market and how that is rolling out and will roll out from your point of view, whether it's for C2 or just your industry observation.
Sure. I mean, as CJ mentioned and Rick, I'm really encouraged by what we're seeing in the marketplace today. We have our own in-house development and M&A activities, and both continue to thrive during this period. And I think when talking to customers, the interest and the appetite for renewables hasn't waned. And I think in the next few months, the C&I sector could really reach a point where it won't be able to physically keep up with the demand. We're seeing equipment currently that is typically available off the shelf that have 12+ week lead times. And I think this demand coupled with COVID, manufacturing, logistic delays, unfortunately, I don't see necessarily normalizing until well into 2021.
So thank you for that. Now switching back to the energy production or the production yield, how does that impact your projects, both ROI and how you decide whether you're going to go forward with them?
Sure. I mean, it starts, in the design process of really making sure that we are using, an accurate PV syst. And so if you talk to different IEs about one project, you might not necessarily get the same results. And so whether it's a different approach to losses, weather files, it's our responsibility to use as accurate assumptions as we can, and implementing the best technology to maximize production under the project parameters. And with SolarEdge, for example, having the max power point tracking at the module level allows each module's output to be optimized, and that's easily could be a 2% gain in output by eliminating module mismatch. Also with projects that have shading concerns, reducing the module level, reducing it to a module level instead of a string level is critical as well. So.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thanks for bringing up the extra energy production, the 2%. We actually see trends going as even without shading as high as 5% or 6% as the modules continue to age. Now, switching gears a little bit, we talked about the impact of production as you make your project decisions. But now you built a project, and we've all heard about production guarantees and how critical that is, especially when you have possibly demanding customers that want to see the numbers that they were promised. So CJ, from your point of view, what are the ramifications if you miss those production targets, and how do you mitigate that?
Well, as the long-term owner, operator of the systems that we develop and build, it directly lands on our shoulders. We are the sponsor equity of any project we're in. We own the projects and intend to own them for the full life of the PV systems. And any shortfall of production is a direct hit to our bottom line and Standard Solar's profitability and impact on what we estimated the project's returns to be versus what they are realized at. So we take a very serious look at our systems. We have our own O&M division in-house that operates under the name of Vigilant Energy Management. Very similar to what has been said previously is that we do have a feedback loop, just like EnterSolar has, and many of these other firms, between our O&M division and our engineering, design, and construction divisions. We're focusing on robustness of our PV systems, reliability of the PV systems, and safety. We get direct information back about what's working, what's not working, what products we can rely on, which vendors provide the best service and the best responsiveness, and which systems are actually delivering on what we thought was the best assumptions for our production models up front. So we work very hard to react as quickly as possible when systems are not operating at peak performance. And we do pretty in-depth analysis and metric validation of system performance continuously. We have a whole team that's running our operations center and evaluating our entire portfolio on a daily basis.
That's wow, sounds like it's could be a lot of work to manage that and still develop and build projects, but it sounds like you guys have that dialed in. Adam, from your point of view, how do you guys track production targets, and how do you de-risk that when things are not going as planned?
I'd echo what you've heard from CJ and Edgar, is that incorporating and growing your team internally so that you have that knowledge base for the design and engineering will help cut it off on the front end. Effective modeling to make sure that you're not overly aggressive or over aggressively modeling your system performance, and you're realistic, and that's backstopped with the knowledge you have from field production, because everybody wants to, on the sales and development end, to get a system to pencil out and make sense for a financer. But when it comes to really owning and operating those systems, that creates the real world modeling information and real world predictability that helps you on the front end. And then on the back end, make sure that you are actively monitoring the systems, and things that you own, you have a direct financial interest, and then extend that to other customers and other clients that you provide services to that may not have that. That's always been a barrier in the past, is some customers don't realize the impact of down production time, don't realize the value of owning and monitoring a system and paying someone for that service until they lose the production. And then they're in an angered situation of, wait, you said my system would produce this, but they didn't have the team and the expertise to do it. So now you're actually being able to leverage your internal systems to extend it out to other customers and help them deal with systems that should have been properly operated and maintained, should have been actively monitored. And now we have better monitoring systems and better technology to retrofit older systems and help them with lagging assets. You have stuff that's 5-10 years old that you're now starting to retrofit with newer technology, newer monitoring systems, and better performance to increase an asset that could have been failing, and so that you can get out of sometimes really uncomfortable financial situations from an asset owner, or even internally trying to help increased performance and output on a stranded asset that might be in that 8 to 10 year range, and you still need 10 years worth of good production, 15 years of good production out of it, and not end up in some situations where you're financially levered with a bank or another outside institution. That becomes a very difficult challenge, but you can leverage your internal resources and your internal assets to improve and increase something that could have been more of a liability and then can now become a good predicted asset for your company.
Okay, Adam, that's I love your comment on the retrofitting of older systems. I mean, there's so many gigawatts of projects out there that are, you know, approaching 10 years, and it'll be interesting to see how we all manage some of those older systems going forward. So thank you for that. So with that, I'll hand it back to Carolyn.
I wouldn't mind chiming back in, Ben. I think that one thing that's really important to mention is that there are no inverters on the market or a lot of other equipment that are infallible and operate perfectly all the time. And the true test of the right vendors to work with and the right products is when something goes wrong, how do they support you? How fast do they react? How responsive are they? What are they willing to do to help you get your system back up and running and operating at optimum performance? And you know, we've worked with just about every major manufacturer of equipment, and the way that the manufacturers respond to issues for operations and maintenance and reactive maintenance really defines how we choose products moving forward. We want to choose good, high quality products. We want to choose, from an engineering perspective, products that are very compatible with the design and the constraints and goals of a project. But long-term operation reliability and support that we're getting from the vendors is a significant factor. And you can ask any vendor about it when you're selecting a vendor, but you don't really know until the rubber hits the road.
Carolyn?
Well, I'm grateful because that's an outstanding segue, CJ, to the next question we want to talk about. And it's really two-part. I mean, we put a slash in there, but bankability and partnership. I mean, you're really talking about a partnering situation, is my understanding of what you're saying. And so, you know, with that in mind, you know, Candace, you'll be the first one to answer this, is that, you know, as you're deploying these, you know, large scale portfolios of projects, and that you're a long-term asset owner, you know, how does bankability and partnering factor into your decision making? I mean, I love that you said that that's very important to you, CJ, but I'd love to think about, you know, hear about how you're thinking about it, Candace.
Sure. I mean, it's paramount for us as long-term owners and operators as well. We're in it, you know, for the 30+ years, and looking for partners who are going to be there with us. We have a rigorous AVL process that has over 70+ checkpoints, which takes into account not only the technical considerations, but we're also looking at the financial wherewithal of the company to make sure we're comfortable with the warranty backstops and obligations they're signing up to. And as CJ mentioned, you know, talking about that feedback loop of bankability, to us, that also includes how a vendor reacts when we experience issues. If your maintenance team can't get a question easily answered about how to troubleshoot an error code, or the equipment isn't quickly RMA'd, you know, that experience becomes critical to our future equipment selection process.
That's so helpful. I really appreciate it. Edgar, I'd love your thoughts on this same topic.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think after safety and reliability, bankability would be the next most important factor in selecting our major equipment providers. Both technical and financial bankability are reviewed by our team, and we have a checklist for that as well, as Carolyn Candace alluded to. But it's not a question of whether we'll need support, but I think it's a question of when we'll need support from our vendor partners to be, and we want them to be around when those situations arise. And I think ultimately we have a fiduciary duty to our clients, and bankability of the equipment providers is a key factor for that. I think going back to what CD was mentioning about, how a particular vendor responds in a situation where there might be a warranty claim or some sort of technical support. I think the word gets around pretty quickly within the industry. I think that makes it that much more important, for the vendors, not SolarEdge included, but other folks as well, to ensure that they're investing the right resources into their support department.
Right. No, thank you for that. It kind of just makes me think. I love both of your responses. Is that a process that you then review? Because with things changing so continuously in solar and people's fortunes changing overnight for some companies, is this a process that you review with a regular cadence?
Oh, absolutely. The ABL for us is a living, breathing document that we're constantly evaluating, and part of that evaluation is based off of the operation history of the systems and the performance. And so having that active dialogue with our asset management team to see what is, where the trouble points are, how they're being remedied, if they're being remedied quickly, and what is performing above expectations, that gets communicated to the design team to make future decisions.
Awesome. And I'm guessing yours is the same answer, that you're reviewing this regularly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing that's everybody's response. I just want to make sure. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And with that, I know we're getting close to some final thoughts, but were there any questions asked that you kind of thought, God, I wish I got to answer that question? Because I think now is a good moment. I think we're doing well on time.
I'd love to talk about bifacial modules and high efficiency modules.
Awesome. Tell us, DJ.
I agree with Rick. I would love to take credit for the higher efficiency modules, but we have nothing to do with that. We just buy them as we can. As modules improve in efficiency, the cost of the overall system goes down in general. Obviously, the module manufacturers have a specific throughput, and it's usually in units of modules, not in watts. So as they improve efficiency, they're able to be more competitive on a dollar per watt basis for sale of those modules. I think an important thing to pay attention to is that the module wattages are getting fantastically high. I've seen roadmaps showing 600 watt modules. But what's really important is pay attention that these aren't the same size and shape modules that we're used to. These aren't 992 millimeters by 1998 millimeter modules that we're used to. These are 2150 millimeters in length, and they're 1050 millimeters wide. They're getting bigger and bigger, and some of these 600 watt modules are even larger than that. The shingled cell technology is really interesting, but it needs a lot of technical diligence before adoption. And Standard Solar in general is very bullish on, I am very bullish on bifacial modules. Rick mentioned that it's important to understand the applications and use bifacial modules where appropriate. And Standard Solar has kind of taken the approach of, if it's not a flush mount rooftop application, like a standing seam metal roof or corrugated metal roof, exposed fastener metal roof type application, we want to use bifacials. At the moment, for now, bifacials are exempt from the tariffs. And as long as they're exempt from tariffs, we're seeing a very small, if any, spread between bifacial and monofacial PV modules. So I'm observing the gain as almost free, because we're not paying much additional cost for those modules. So there's huge value for us. But I do agree that we have to understand the applications where the bifacial modules are being deployed. We need to understand the proper factors to use for production modeling and making sure that we're getting that right, whether it's albedo, ground clearance, rear side mismatch or shading, things like that. They do have a big impact, and they've changed the way we design systems. But what's really important is that we're maximizing energy density on projects. As Edgar mentioned, in New Jersey, energy density on rooftops is really important. So how many kilowatt hours per square foot can I generate in a year on those rooftops? We're seeing that the two things that constrain most of our designs are space constraint or AC capacity constraints, either by the policy in that state or local authority for net metering interconnection or other incentives, or the technical interconnection limit. So we're seeing systems that are typically AC limited, forcing us towards much higher DC to AC ratios, or they're space constrained. In space constrained applications, the higher the wattage module, the better off we are.
Awesome. If I could, thank you, CJ. That's just a great insight on the use of facials and size. I know, Edgar, you wanted to ask a question or bring up a comment, but if I could just come back just to the 2 points. I know that Rick wanted to talk a little bit more about safety. So maybe Rick, if I could turn it back to you and get your thoughts on the safety aspect.
Sure. In my perspective, safety all begins with the design up front, design for both construction and operation. But something to keep in mind with the design is the codes and understanding that the electrical and building codes are really just the legal minimum required for safety. That shouldn't be your goal, and the level of safety you want to achieve is just code compliance. That's the legal minimum. We really like to encourage, and most of our clients do, want to go above and beyond the code minimums. And a perfect example is, once again, the rapid shutdown rules. Some states are still on the NEC 2014 and haven't moved up to the National Electrical Code 2017 or 20 yet. So they don't have the requirement for the optimizers. They can still run the 600 or 1000 volt strings across a rooftop. And they're just not as safe as having an optimizer or MLPE. But there's still a lot of developers out there that aren't taking that step for safety and going with safer design, safer equipment until they really need to. A majority of our clients do that, but I just wanted to point out that we shouldn't be forced by code to step up our safety. Everyone always says safety is number one, but I just want to make sure everyone is actually putting their money where their mouth is. Maybe it's easy for me because it's not my money I'm spending to make systems more safe, but I really want to encourage everyone to just realize code is the minimum, and let's try to go above and beyond that.
Rick, thank you so much for that. I know that's music to Carolyn's ears and my ears when we hear that. So, big thumbs up on that comment. I do, the panelists are you want to come back on a couple of different topics. So sorry for going back a little bit, but I think there's some great insight that we want to hear. Adam, you wanted to talk a little bit about the market perspective and also energy value. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I was picking up on a comment that CJ made as well that impacts design and decision making of what is in a particular market for a commercial industrial customer driving the value of energy for them. In that perspective is shifting depending on the market you're in, as well as we start to run into things that aren't regulated or mandated incentive programs. In the Midwest here, we're running into really interesting opportunities with utilities taking ownership. And so then the value proposition for a commercial industrial customer can completely get flipped on its head, which then impacts your design, where you might be saying that energy value is very low, but the capacity value might be of interest to the commercial industrial customer. And so you're weighing multiple different value streams on any project, which is a really fun exercise for design and construction consideration. And as everybody knows, in solar, nothing stays the same. So it makes it very interesting to try to work in those markets and environments. And we start to actually have value streams that aren't just energy production. We have grid level support. We have smart inverter services that get incentivized, but now can be starting to be used in certain ISOs. We have utilities that can use values that maybe the C&I customer can't, so then you can use that to get a project across for both the utility and the C&I customer. And it opens that brave new world of really exciting opportunities that'll flip what we know of on its head over the next 5 to 10 years, and create great opportunities for both the customer and owners and operators in the system.
Thank you for that. Well, it looks like bifacials have brought up a lot of thoughts and questions and from everyone. I know, Edgar, you wanted to add to the bifacial conversation. Quite honestly, like 2 years ago, we hardly even heard about bifacials, and it came on the map. And CJ is probably because of what you said in terms of the tariffs, etc. But Edgar, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to add real quick, and yeah, I echo what Rick has said about the pros and cons and what CJ has mentioned with the energy production estimates. But for me, for us at EnerSolar, I think it is a no-brainer, especially for ground mounted systems, regardless of region. We've seen it make sense in the dry deserts of the Southwest, to the seasonal Northeast, where the ground cover changes throughout the year for bifacials. But I think there's still a dearth of cost-efficient rooftop racking that is designed specifically for bifacials. And I think, as most people know, that the higher bifacial module is from the surface of where it's installed in, the better it is for production, along with spacing as well from row to row. And I only know of one company in the market that has been at it for a few years now, making rooftop racking for bifacial modules specifically. But the cost of the racking itself and the mechanical attachments that's required, it has to be a fully attached system because ballasts seem to impede on some of the reflection off of the roof, and they're therefore recommending fully attached systems. And all in, the cost is almost double that of a conventional rooftop racking system. So I just want to make a call to the industry for to come up with more creative ways to fix this, to come up with a solution. And I see a great opportunity here. That's all I wanted to. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Edgar. Well, everybody has heard it here, bifacials, to all the racking suppliers that are out there listening. This is an opportunity for you. You're right here. You've got hundreds and hundreds of megawatts of developers and asset owners, so may want to take that input. So let's move to the last question that we have today. It's been a crazy year, right? This has been a year of COVID. We have an upcoming election, so everybody buckle up for that. We have the ITC ramp down. So the last question of the day, and we'll try to get through everybody on the panel to give a chance to give their input. So what is the biggest challenge that you will need to overcome in this current environment so that you could continue deploying and growing in the commercial space? So Adam, I'll start with you.
I think you said it well. The interesting part is that the solar world is used to uncertainty and changing and inconsistencies, and now the rest of the world is caught in that this year. So I think for a challenge is to be diverse in your markets. So as we see potential tax policy changes, federal policy changes, that you are able to adapt to any of that shifting. But for us internally, it's finding key staff to keep up with growth, because the market continues to grow exponentially. We've been growing at a 250% rate over the last 4 years, and it's being able to make sure you have key staff, good commitment from ownership, and the ability to keep up with the pace of this industry so that you can maintain good quality of service to your customers and owner and operators. And that's all built on the backs of really smart and really dedicated individuals, and finding those to keep up with the pace is going to be our biggest challenge in the next 3 years.
Candace, your thoughts? I'm sorry, you may be muted.
Yep. Sorry, I was just saying to build off of what Adam was saying. It's really to keep up with the demand, which is a good challenge to have, but nonetheless requires a number of stars to align, from labor capacity to equipment availability, normal interconnection review periods, timely town meetings. For most of us, we know the projects we're working on have strong foundations. It's not a question of if they'll move forward. It's just how we can best navigate them through this current environment.
Okay. Thank you, Candace. Rick, your thoughts?
Sure. So the solar industry is growing not just because it's green, but because it makes financial sense. These solar projects are a home run for an opportunity to make and save money for these building owners. So we just need to make sure that these systems stay reliable and keep achieving the performance that they're expecting. And that comes in a few forms, making sure, like Candace said, you don't get overly aggressive on your PV systems and have it unreliable there. But also from the quality standpoint, making sure that the systems perform and are reliable so that they can achieve those PV syst estimated amounts. And as long as we do that, solar is going to keep growing. We just have to be careful of getting greedy. There will be challenges next year also, like Candace said, about the demand outpacing our ability to scale up to it. We got to keep an eye on quality. Don't think of engineering, installation contractors, and O&M as commodities that just need to be done at the lowest price. We need to take care of quality and safety and make sure that these systems continue to be reliable and achieve their expected financial results, and will continue to take off.
Okay. Rick, thank you for that. Thanks for covering all aspects of it, not just the design side, but all the way up to maintaining these over the long term, because it's often not something that we'll see from many companies, and pretty much all of you guys are very, very focused on that. So that's awesome. CJ, your thoughts, your biggest challenge that you see coming up?
Permitting and interconnection. That's simple. The time and cost associated with getting through both is astronomical in many cases where it should be simple. We work with hundreds of authorities having jurisdiction throughout the country, and they are widely inconsistent on the requirements for permitting. And that's a real challenge. We have simple distributed generation projects, sub 2 megawatt capacities that take 18 to 24 months to get a permit. That's absurd. We've got to figure out how to do better. Unfortunately, we're working with hundreds of completely independent authorities having jurisdiction that do things their own way. Interconnection is a real challenge. We are also hiring, and it is a challenge to keep people going and keep our staff up with the right skill set, but not as big as permitting and interconnection. And in our interview processes, we've actually talked to several engineers that are distribution interconnection engineers for utility companies. And they do intentionally slow down your projects and create additional over-conservative requirements, which drive up cost. This is a real issue. I don't have the answers, but is by far the biggest challenges are permitting and interconnection for us. If we could get those out of the way, we'd triple our productivity on systems we get in service.
Okay, well, CJ, that's so we heard it here, right? Bifacials, how critical those are, and permitting and interconnection. I think that's been an industry struggle since the beginning, and even more so under COVID conditions. So thank you for that insight, CJ. Last but certainly not least, Edgar, the challenges that you see in the coming year.
Yeah, sure thing. And I really agree with what everyone has said so far. But just a quick comment on what Rick was mentioning about making sure that people are designing safe, reliable systems. I think it comes down to making investments, proper investments in the right places. I have a saying that you can either pay now or pay later, and if you pay later, you're probably gonna have to pay more. And I think having a well-designed engineered systems, a well-engineered design system, it's like having a good insurance policy, right, for your clients, so to speak. So but back to the closing question, I think I'd like to comment a little on the impacts of COVID, right, within the industry this year. And I think the Commerce Department reported that our GDP, which is a broadcast of the broadest measure of economic activity, shrank at an annual rate of about 32.9% in the second quarter of this year. And I think the potential surge in COVID-19 cases over the winter might further exacerbate the GDP contraction in the coming quarters. And that said, I agree with what Wood Mackenzie mentioned their recent commercial landscape report earlier this year, that there will be less appetite for commercial businesses to procure solar, either through long-term commitments like PPAs and leases, or large outlays of capital through direct ownership, as the projected economic conditions take hold. Additionally, I think commercial energy demand has decreased and is expected to remain low throughout the downturn, reducing demand for commercial solar. But that said, I believe Enersolar has dug our well before the thirst, so to speak, by having forged long-term solid partnerships with both sides, key corporate accounts, our clients, and these are folks the likes of Target, Medline, Prologis, which still have plenty of opportunities within their portfolio for us to look at and develop together, but also on the vendors side of things. I think we need to, we have worked well and will continue working very well with our key vendor partners. And no doubt that these partnerships, will carry us through the current environment. And I'm excited for the rest of the year. In 2021, we are as busy as ever. All 6 pistons are running, or if in the case of EV, both your motors in the front and the back are churning at full speed. Everyone is busy. Everyone's fully utilized. And we're very excited. We think 2021 has a lot to offer.
Great. Well, thank you, Edgar. Well, I think we've heard some, great insights on safety, technology, production, bankability. So, thanks everyone for that, the input that you've given. I do want to switch gears real quickly, give a little shameless plug here. Just wanted to talk a little bit about SolarEdge for those of you that may not be very familiar with what we do. So the first thing is, this is SolarEdge. So we are the #1 inverter company in the world by revenue. That's a metric that we think is very, very key. And I'll point out 3 things from this slide. The first is we have over 1.6 million systems monitored around the world on our monitoring platform. We also have over 20 gigawatts of systems deployed around the world. And lastly, we have about 650 patents. Technology is what we're all about. We have 650 patents that have either been awarded or in process. So this is the SolarEdge commercial solution in one slide. So we do optimization, we have inversion, and we have a suite of accessories that give us a full turnkey package for any of your commercial solutions. Now, when we talk about SolarEdge and the benefits that we bring, or the value proposition that we bring to all of our customers, there's really 4 things that I want to highlight. The first is maximizing energy yield. So because of optimization, we're able to provide the highest amount of solar production or energy yield or harvest on any of your solar systems. The second thing is reducing balance of system costs. So because of optimization, as I mentioned before, we're able to get these really, really long strings, and really long strings means fewer strings. Fewer strings mean less wiring. So we're saving a lot of wire, a lot of cable on your projects. Safety, well, safety is the DNA of SolarEdge. That's how the company got started. When we look at safety, we're looking at it from an installation point of view. So for our installers, from a maintenance point of view, for firefighters, as well as for the long-term operation of the system. And the last key benefit I want to highlight is lower O&M costs. So because of our monitoring portal, you're able to see right down to the module level. And that gives our O&M partners the ability to make really, really intelligent decisions before rolling trucks. So over the long term, you will save O&M costs. So lastly, just a quick summary or a quick slide showing some pictures of many installations and applications that we see across the country, really around the world. And this includes ground mount, rooftop, carport applications, everything from Fortune 500 to floating arrays and all the industries that you see here.
Thanks, Ben. I just want to thank everyone again. It's been such a pleasure. You're collectively a powerhouse of information and insight, and I can't thank you enough. And I want to thank all of the participants for Solar Power International Virtual First. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of today and the rest of the show.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks again.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
I think the solar industry now, or as I would call it, the home energy industry, is very, very interesting. My background is in consumer marketing. I spent a lot of years working with companies like Apple and Virgin. And what I've really noticed in the solar industry now is that it is kind of taking on a consumer type consumer electronics mindset where, maybe solar 1.0 a few years ago was all about, getting cheap electrons, right? It was just about getting cheap electrons. Now I think the industry has sort of moved to, sure, I want clean, responsible energy at a lower price, of course, but now it's becoming much more about what kind of value can you give me? What features can I get? So I think companies in the industry now have to think, be a little more nimble, be a little more reactive to fickle consumer demands, much like consumer electronics companies would. I think that's a really significant change in the market. Part of that is exacerbated by some general long-term trends, but also I think some very short-term trends like, recently what's been happening with the climate and weather, fires, selective shutoffs by power companies, particularly in California, more storms, things like that. People are looking now from energy for a lot more than just cheap electrons. They want resiliency, they want features, they want convenience, peace of mind, all kinds of stuff.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's presentation on international trade. I'm going to talk about last Saturday's presidential proclamation with respect to the Section 201 tariffs. But before I get into that, I just want to say on behalf of Abby Ross Hopper and my colleagues at SEIA, how much we appreciate our members' support over the last several months. Really, members have been phenomenally supportive of SEIA, and we just want to express our appreciation for that. So now I'm going to get into the meat of my presentation. Next slide, please. So as I think most of you know by now, the president issued a presidential proclamation last Saturday. Now this proclamation was the result of the Section 201 midterm review. You'll recall that last year, the U.S. International Trade Commission conducted an investigation. SEIA led the charge there against any changes to the tariffs. As a result of that investigation, the U.S. International Trade Commission prepared 2 reports, which they submitted to the president. Upon receipt of those reports, that triggered the president to take some action as a result of the midterm review. And that is what we're going to cover today, this action by the president. Now, importantly, and I'm going to touch on this a bit later, the president's authority to revoke the bifacial exclusion now is different from the authority that the U.S. government relied upon previously to revoke the bifacial exclusion. So there are 3 key actions that the president has taken, and one interesting omission from our perspective. The first thing is I'll talk about the omission. SEIA, along with most of the domestic module manufacturers, requested that the tariff rate quota for solar cells be modified to allow an increase in the volume of crystalline silicon PV cells to come into the United States free of duties. Unfortunately for those manufacturers, the administration declined to take that action. So there was no action, or at least there has been no action on increasing the tariff rate quota for cells. And we think that that was a mistake on behalf of the administration. The next action that the president took was to once again attempt to revoke the exclusion from tariffs for bifacial modules. You recall that last year, SEIA and our allies in the industry were successful in getting the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative to provide an exclusion for bifacial modules. Unfortunately, right after that decision was issued, there were a couple of U.S. companies with U.S. manufacturing operations that immediately went to the administration and encouraged them to reverse the exclusion, seeking to reinstate tariffs on bifacial modules, even though there's no meaningful production of bifacial modules in the United States. In response to that lobbying campaign, the administration did decide to revoke the exclusion, and it first attempted to do so late at night on a Friday without any meaningful opportunity for notice and comment. SEIA, along with 3 other companies, immediately pursued legal remedies at the U.S. Court of International Trade, challenging the revocation as being inconsistent with the Administrative Procedures Act. And we were able to get a preliminary injunction from the U.S. Court of International Trade to block the reimposition of tariffs on bifacial modules. And as a result of that litigation, USTR recognized that their initial process was flawed, and they subsequently conducted a notice and comment period. They put a notice in the Federal Register of their intent to revoke. They allowed for submissions, comments, and then they absorbed all that material. And then in April of this year, issued another second Federal Register notice attempting to revoke the exclusion for a second time. Upon our review of that submission and the process, once again, we had serious questions about the transparency and fairness of that process, and we continued to challenge the government's actions at the U.S. Court of International Trade. And indeed, we have been successful in maintaining the exclusion for well over a year now. This has resulted in a savings to the industry overall, exceeding several $100 million. So very important contribution by SEIA on behalf of the industry at large. The preliminary injunction remains in place. Even with the President's proclamation, there still is a directive from the Court of International Trade to the U.S. government to not impose tariffs unless the judge were to lift the preliminary injunction. Nonetheless, with all of that, in his presidential proclamation, the President indicated that the bifacial module exclusion should be withdrawn. As I noted previously, he did that under separate authority from the action taken previously. So previously, the action was under the Administrative Procedures Act. The President's authority is a different standard. Shortly after the President's decision on Saturday to revoke the bifacial exclusion, the Court of International Trade issued a decision indicating yet again that the administration's April attempt to remove the tariffs was inconsistent with the Administrative Procedures Act. So we're now in a situation where the court has to determine the relevance between the presidential proclamation and the previous action taken by the administration under the Administrative Procedures Act and the notice and comment period. We continue to be closely involved in that litigation and will continue to pursue all legal options in that forum. So stay tuned on that. Certainly there'll be more to come on the Court of International Trade and the relationship between the administration's prior attempts to revoke the exclusion and what they're attempting to do now. The next issue that I want to address is the President's decision to modify the tariffs as of February 7th. So when the original proclamation came out to impose tariffs on solar panel imports, they started at 30%, and it was a 4-year, tariffs are in place for 4 years, a 4-year schedule. Started at 30% and then declined 5% each year. Currently, the tariffs are scheduled to decline from 20% to 15% effective February 7th of 2021. Now, importantly, and as many of you in the industry know firsthand, you have made, the industry has made literally billions of dollars of investments. Contracts have been entered into based on action by the President, the first presidential proclamation. What the President is proposing now is to effectively increase the tariffs on February 7th. He's proposed that rather than having the tariff decline from 20% to 15%, that it only decline by 20% to 18%. Well, if you have a contract in hand based on government action taken previously that assumes a 15% tariff effective February 7th, you are now faced with a tariff increase. We believe that raises significant legal and due process issues and are currently exploring all options to reverse that decision. And we will continue to keep the industry apprised. It's a serious issue. We're quite disappointed. We've had a lot of discussions with our allies up on Capitol Hill, and certainly there's across the board disappointment in the action that the President has taken. The third important issue that the President signaled in his presidential proclamation is the possibility of an extension of the tariffs. Currently, the tariffs are in place for 4 years, and they are set to expire on February 6th of 2022. U.S. law does provide, however, for the tariffs to be extended. And in the presidential proclamation, the President has granted his authority to request an extension investigation to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. Now, the statute provides 2 avenues to extend the tariffs or to kick off a review of whether the tariffs should be extended. The President has the ability to request that the U.S. International Trade Commission conduct an investigation to determine whether, in their view, the tariff should be extended. If they conduct that investigation and indeed make that conclusion, only then will the president have authority to extend the tariffs, and he could extend them by 1 year, 2 years, possibly up to a four-year cycle. Already the tariffs are having a significant adverse impact on the industry, and certainly we believe there is no reasonable basis to extend the tariffs. Nonetheless, the president is signaling that the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative does intend to seek an extension. How they would do that is they would file a letter with the U.S. International Trade Commission requesting that the USITC conduct an extension investigation, and an extension investigation would roughly mirror the type of investigation we saw during the midterm review. The U.S. International Trade Commission would set a schedule. Generally, these cases take anywhere from 6 to 8 months. That's common practice by the International Trade Commission. They would put questionnaires together. They would allow parties to provide input on those questionnaires. They would then send out those questionnaires to importers, domestic producers, foreign producers, U.S. purchasers. Many of you have had to deal with those responding to those questionnaires in the midterm review. That would be a similar process that you would need to anticipate. And as you know, by working on those questionnaires firsthand, it's an intensive process. You have to dig into your IT systems, pull inventory records, pull sales, purchasing records, very complicated, and certainly a process that should not be rushed in a fair U.S. International Trade Commission investigation. The Commission then collects all those questionnaires and then puts together a report for the staff, puts together a report for the Commission. The Commission will also hold a hearing, and they'll have the opportunity for parties to file pre-hearing briefs. The Commission will then have a one-day hearing similar to what they did in early December, and then they'll have an opportunity for post-hearing comments and then final or rebuttal comments. And again, that process typically takes 6 to 8 months. One concern we have is that the administration may seek to rush the process. And we hope that they don't. We haven't seen any official action taken in that direction, but there is some concern that the administration may try to get an abbreviated investigation and try to rush the process. So we're certainly keeping a very close eye on that. We want to assure the industry that SIA will continue to maintain a leadership role on trade issues, continue to make the case that tariffs are not the way to incentivize domestic manufacturing. They are ineffective at incentivizing manufacturing. The best way to grow the U.S. solar supply chain is through federal investments. Recognizing that, SIA over 2 years ago established a manufacturing division. We had a manufacturing summit in November in Chicago of last year, and put together a white paper. If you go to our website, you'll see our manufacturing white paper that looks to spur a conversation on the types of incentives that would work in growing the U.S. solar supply chain, recognizing that there are very real competitiveness issues that producers in the U.S. face relative to their peers outside of the country. We are also in the process of developing some specific recommendations. So the white paper provides a catalog of some of the ideas that are being contemplated. But our manufacturing division is currently working to develop some specific policy proposals that we would present to members of Congress, to the administration, encouraging them to authorize and put forward long-term federal investments to help grow and support U.S. solar manufacturing. And we appreciate the role that our manufacturing division is the leadership role that our manufacturing division and our members are playing in that. So we continue to look forward to working with you on these issues. Certainly complicated international trade, but we're going to continue to be at the forefront of this and defend the industry's interests against tariffs that certainly are having a significant adverse impact on the industry with very little benefit to others. So thank you for your time, and we would look forward to continuing to work with you, and would be happy to answer any questions, and I will be here online to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks everyone, and have a great afternoon. Take care.
Hello, my name is Becca Jones Albertus, and I'm the Director of the Solar Energy Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy. Today, the department made an exciting announcement. Daniel Simmons, the Assistant Secretary for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, announced the 2 grand prize winners of the American-made Solar Prize Round 2. The Solar Prize is a competition designed to invigorate American innovation in energy and manufacturing and rapidly bring solar technologies to market. The 2 winning teams announced today made tremendous progress over the year in which they were competing for the prize. Each of our winners is receiving $500,000 in cash prizes and $75,000 in vouchers redeemable at the national laboratories and other partner facilities. The first winner is Resilient Power Systems from Georgetown, Texas. This team is developing a solution that enables interconnection between solar, energy storage, and other energy resources, utilizing a novel bandgap technology platform. Their power router enables direct connection of these resources to the medium voltage distribution grid, integrating transformers and inverters into a single unit. The wide bandgap technology design is ideal for scaling their prototypes for domestic manufacturing. The second winner is Sunflex Solar from Tempe, Arizona. This team is replacing high-cost copper backsheets for high-efficiency silicon solar cells with lower-cost aluminum. They're using a high-speed laser to weld the aluminum backsheet to the silicon wafer and have secured a path to manufacturing this technology domestically to produce high-efficiency, cost-competitive domestic solar modules. Congratulations to these 2 teams. As a reminder, round 4 of the Solar Prize has just opened for competitors. So if you have a great idea for a new solar technology, submit your entry by October 8th. Also, round 3 of the prize is currently underway, and those grand prize winners will be determined and announced in December 2020. So stay tuned for that. Congratulations again to Resilient Power Systems and Sunflex Solar.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster Live Show. We are here with a great group of guys, special guests. We're going to be learning about Osiaco, the company Osiaco, and the DC Bell, which is just blowing my mind. So we want to say hello here to MA, Mr. Mark Forget. Did I pronounce that correctly, Mark?
Absolutely correct, and MA is fine. Thanks, Josh, to have us with you today.
And of course, Dan Fletcher. Been talking to Dan for a while. Aloha, Dan.
Aloha, Josh. Great to see you again. Excited about this too.
Remind us of the tech specs of the product itself. I think I see it right there on Mark's shoulder. So can you walk us through this, Mark?
That's a Decibel 21. As this configuration right now on my desk is 15.2 kilowatts solar, 2 MPPT, capability to charge car up to 15.2 kilowatt, discharge rate for the bidirectional charger at 7.6 kilowatts right now. Dual DC and AC charger, we can charge 2 car at the same time with the product, and it's also has the capability also to charge and discharge a battery, stationary battery at 7.6 kilowatts. It's powered by Orchestrate OS, or own operating system, that have the capability to deploy over the air new applications to connect to any of your smart home device as this. And we have a price point that's going to starting a bit above $4,000 for all this included. I know we live in a very technical world, but energy is so personal. It's about more than just the spec. It's about your interaction with the product. Like Dan said it so well, right? This thing gonna be on your wall for 15 years. So why those industrial looking products? So for examples, we hire Paul Dirchman. Paul is a Porsche designers, is a Corvette designers, a world-renowned car designers to design decibel, to be intemporal, to be, a piece of beauty on your wall. This is important. Fred Faubert, this is Chief Creative Officer. He worked at Pixar Game, Walt Disney Company, Lego, design the UI, to interact with the family, to go more than just that technical spec, to make CO2 saving fun, to make energy saving fun, to make money saving fun. I think this is where closer to an iPhone. We have this technology, yes. I think we have great spec, but I think we have more than that. I think we have some energy soul that we try to include into Decibel.
You can always immediately tell when you walk into a product booth, a demonstration, and you see the first display, and you can tell, well, the engineer designed this one.
Well said. Beautiful.
Yeah. No, it's a fantastic. It just looks the part. It's immediately understandable, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys went ahead with the UI UX, got somebody who really knew what they were doing.
You mentioned that you have the capacity to have a home supercharger. I think that was the language you used because of the high voltage DC. I'm sorry, could you just reframe that again? Because it sounded like we don't have that, and now we do. It sounded like that.
Yes, to make it simple to understand, the box you have right now, if you have an EV at home, is not a charger, okay? It's basically a wires from the wall to your car. But the point is, the charger is in the car right now. So if you own a Chevy Bolt today, you're gonna be happy if you charge at 6 kilowatt per hours at home. The battery can charge faster, but you need to reach a DC charger. You need someone that's going to give that DC power, that 400 volt plus power to the car. Okay? So therefore, this is where Decibel is different. So here to the back with the Supersonic kit, we can achieve 21 kilowatt at home of DC charging. We bypass that AC-DC converter in the car. So it's just like when you plug on a supercharger on the highway. So we can charge at up to 21 kilowatts. Even this version that I have on my desk right now at 15.2 kilowatts, it's good enough to give you about a minute of charging.
Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, can't thank you enough for joining us on the show today. Any last minute words, Mark?
I'm pleased to announce Decibel Essentials.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I was wondering if you did this.
Yeah, so in Q2 next year, and we're going to announce it shortly, but usually when we announce our product, we ship a 7.6 kilowatt solar inverter. That's include the bidirectional charger capability, dual charger, Orchestrate OS with the private app store and over-the-air updates, starting at $1,500 US. I think this is where when we are very serious when we say we want to improve. Energy should be personal again. And that also start by making product with functionality that people can buy and serve a purpose. And this is really at the core of Osieco. So I'm super happy to announce it today, Josh, on your show. We're not ready to ship. Again, we're going to announce it. We're going to show the product probably in a month from now. Stay tuned. But we're very serious about it. I think the world's going to be very surprised.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the North America Smart Energy Week. Myself and my colleague Farnaz will today talk about our experience and few examples of how energy storage can act as a transmission and distribution non-wire solution. First of all, next slide. Introducing ourselves. My name is Hisham Othman, and I'm a Vice President of Transmission and Regulatory within Quanta Technology. And I have been working for a while, especially in energy storage and financial modeling. And my colleague Farnaz, she's a manager of energy solutions and analytics within our advisory services team. And she has a long experience in DER integration, markets, balancing control algorithms, and power system stability. So with that, let's talk a bit about, next slide. We have been fortunate to participate in many aspects within the life cycle of energy storage, all the way from planning, next, to engineering, helping utilities and developers with more detailed engineering of the energy storage solutions, acting as an owner's engineer, helping with procurement, with construction, testing, and helping them with maintenance plans. And today we are going to focus on the first step, dealing with planning and design. And we'll talk about some of our experience in using energy storage as a non-wire alternative solutions within the T transmission, and later my colleague Farnaz will also cover the distribution area. Next slide. Energy storage has many, many applications, as all of us know, all the way from the upstream applications being paired with renewables or generation, and the downstream being in customer sites, whether industrial, commercials, and residentials. Today, we're going to focus on the midstream being in transmission and distribution. So I will be covering some applications when it deals with reliability applications, market efficiency, public policy. There are other applications time will not allow us to really cover. And my colleague Farnaz will be talking about some of the distribution applications related to reliability, and she'll cover more of that shortly. Next slide. As we all know, energy storage has many promises and many excitement around it, but there are also barriers that, as an industry, we have been working collaboratively to chip at them, and there is some progress in those areas. But still, we find in many ways when we deal with energy storage as a non-wire alternative, we still face some barriers, and some of them deal with the economics. Not every solution can be really addressed economically with energy storage. There's still plenty of applications, and majority of them actually can be addressed with conventional solutions. So, but the cost of energy storage is coming down, as we all know, and that helps. But also in terms of the valuation models, how those are not standardized yet. There are also risks as far as the revenue stacking opportunities and others. So there are, on the economic side, there are some barriers, but also on the technical side, dealing with the interconnection standards, although more recently with FERC Order 845, that kind of really helped a little bit with those. There are also some applications where you start getting into safety issues and testing issues and performance issues, but also on the regulatory side. And now with FERC Order 2222, that should also have helped in classifying energy storage as an asset by itself. So the industry is working through these issues, but there are still some barriers. Now, going on to the next slide. So now I'm going to start talking about the use of energy storage as in the transmission space as a non-wire alternative. One of the key barriers really in this area is the availability of standardized tools that help the planners, the transmission planners, to site size and evaluate energy storage. That's still evolving. And throughout our consulting engagements over the last 5 years, we've built quite a bit of tools in this area. And experience basically shows us that we need to replicate, we need to come up with the proper models, but we need to also, beyond that, have effective ways of siting energy storage and then sizing them, not only the megawatt, but also the megawatt hours, and then doing a proper apple-to-apple comparison of the economics of energy storage relative to conventional solutions. And the mix of tools that we put together, and I suspect most people that want to really get into this area, they have to blend them together at this stage, is they have to rely on a blend of industry tools like the standard power flows and contingency analysis programs, but also you have to build some productivities and things around them that help you to do the analysis in a structured and effective manner. So siting analysis requires, for example, to look at power transfer factors, out transfer factors, but also you need also to have the proper modeling for how to do the system-wide evaluation, how to do the 8760 time series power flow analysis, and also to do the economic analysis. Next slide. Now I'm going to go through 3 examples quickly. The first one dealing with grid reliability. Before I go into them, just keep in mind when we look at energy storage in the transmission system as a non-wire alternative, we find most of the cases energy storage does not pencil in yet as far as an economic alternative, although there are some cases where it does. So I'm going to cover some of the cases where it does today. Now, this is an example on the sub-transmission area, and we find this area to be a ripe area really for energy storage. This is an area within the Midwest and MISO region in the United States, and this is an area that's serving a load bucket of about 25 megawatt. The utility tried to address some of the reliability issues, but they would need to build the new transmission lines through a terrain that's mountainous terrain. It would have costed them $33 million. Now, we did the analysis looking at the load profile, when does it peak, when not, when do we need the energy storage, and we found that we can address it with an energy storage facility that's only 2.5 megawatt, 24 megawatt hours. Initial cost for that, the estimate about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, was about $12 million initial cost. Now, then the next level is really analyzing it on an apple-to-apple. We know energy storage has a different asset management, has a different life than a conventional solution, has different life cycles and all of that. So comparing them on an apple-to-apple showed that battery solution would have been 65% of the cost of the conventional. So this was a good case that you could think about for grid reliability. Now, takeaways from it is to do this type of analysis and really come up with something that planners can sign on to. You need to look at how do you analyze it, not as a snapshot like a winter peak or a summer peak, but you really need to analyze it over the whole year. It's what we call a time series power flow analysis. It's 8760, because what we notice in these cases is what drives the size of the capacity energy of the battery is really the overloads over consecutive days, and what's the ability of the grid to recharge the battery over those days. Other considerations that we get in several studies is, can we look at other alternatives as a mix with energy storage, whether it's a demand response or solar, and those require more specialized analysis because now you need to also look at probabilities and you need to look at Monte Carlo type simulations. Next slide. The next one is we're going to go all the way to the UK here with an example of an engagement we had with National Grid, looking at the interface, the boundaries between Scotland and England. And in this case, it's really classified as a market efficiency. The market can find a solution around the constraints, the boundary. However, those are costly because they require curtailment of wind in Scotland and the firing up of more conventional thermal assets in England, which costs money. So the question is, can we really increase the capacity for this interface between the two countries? And here we looked at solutions that involve conventional storage, but what we found is a hybrid solution was the best alternative, where we did some upgrades plus added energy storage solutions. Now, one key thing to take away from these types of applications when it's dealing with market efficiency is how much do you want to really upgrade those interfaces? That is an economic consideration. And so what we find is that partial mitigation, as in there will be still some level of curtailment, but that level of curtailment is not economical to mitigate with more solutions. So that finding that right balance of how much to mitigate, how much increase in the transfer capability do you want to really design, that is the secret to doing a good market efficiency solutions. Next slide. Now, for this one here in the UK, the next level after you design the solution, in this case, we increase the boundary by about 2 gigawatts in terms of its capability. However, the question is it really economical relative to a conventional solution? And when we do the apple-to-apple comparison, there are a couple of methods. I would just want to highlight them here. One method you could come in and try to, because we know the conventional solution can last for 40, 50 years, while the storage asset needs to actually be replaced once its calendar or cycle lives pass. And so the first analysis is we do it over the life of the conventional asset with all the replacements, augmentations, everything that goes on. In this case, we found that the solution with storage was about 48% as a revenue, the cost to the ratepayers, basically. And the other method is you look at it over one life of the storage assets. So we used a levelized real cost accounting. And for that case, we found it to be 88%. So depending on which method you use, you might come up with different answers. Both of them are valid, but they have different assumptions underlying them. Next slide. The last example I'll go through is really a public policy. In the United States and the East Coast nowadays, throughout multiple areas from New England down to Virginia, we find, and Carolinas, we find more and more desire and mandates also to integrate offshore wind into the grid. Here we're looking at an indicative study of integrating offshore wind into New York. And here we're looking at integrating it into Long Island and New York City. And as you increase the level of offshore wind integration, we find that more and more violations happen to the transmission grid. And in this case, we've looked at 3 gigawatts, 6 gigawatts, 9 gigawatts. And as you can see, the number of violations increase. In this example, we're going to focus on 6 gigawatt integration with 26 violations. So we go to the next slide. And the analysis that is required, we start by modeling the offshore wind. We model the grid. We look at all the contingencies. We identify which lines are going to really be violated, as we pointed out. First thing is we look at siting. And so this is like a heat map of all the sites that can mitigate the problem if we were to install energy storage there. Next level is to really look at megawatt sizing. And in this case, we found that we needed 3 storage solutions, 1 in a charge mode and 2 in discharge mode. And then we analyzed the 8760 coming up with the megawatt hours. In this case, we found the solution of 126 mega MVA and 1,000, about 9 hours of energy storage would have been sufficient. Next level is we start doing the cost estimation for both the conventional and the storage. If you notice, conventional solution estimate was about $1 billion, while the storage was about $300 million. However, when we do it over a lifetime, we find, because we need to replace the storage after after its calendar life, we find that the storage solution was about 65% of the conventional as cost to the ratepayer. So this is another example where it could be actually economical to go with energy storage. So this kind of gives you an idea of how the application of energy storage as a non-wire and transmission. And with that, I'll pass it to my colleague Farnaz to talk about distribution.
Second part of the presentation, we're going to look at distribution applications. And the primary ones all support reliability, where storage is deployed for increasing circuit and station capacity, firming PV, and broadly speaking, for increasing hosting capacity, as well as improving local reliability measured by SAIDI and KD metrics. Then market applications are often called the stack applications, where storage participates in wholesale market to earn more revenue, especially when it's not fully utilized by the primary application. Next slide. So another aspect is, of course, the business model under which storage is deployed, owned, and operated. We have the familiar merchant model, as we see for resources in energy and ancillary service markets. We have grid-connected installations, primarily targeting applications such as curtailment relief and integration support. And also with the drop of storage costs and manufacturers trying to cater to retail customers, we see behind-the-meter customers own storage for backup or to time-shift photovoltaics, especially for residential customers, and in general for bill management, in particular by reducing demand charges. There are also utility ownership models that can achieve shared application benefits through either PPA agreements or some tariff-based renting with the merchant provider. The focus of today's presentation is mostly on storage applications from a regulated utility perspective. Next slide, please. Now, this is our distribution tool, cousin of transmission tool that Hisham described, closely parallel to that tool. The difference here is that this analyzes distribution stations and feeders, and the conventional planning tools here are, products such as SIME, Synergy, OpenDSS, BEW. The market applications are simulated via an economic dispatch. It co-optimizes grid constraints as well as market prices. And very similar to transmission, we have to do engineering analysis based on detailed feeder models. We perform 8760 time series power flow analysis and also co-optimizing the storage for application purposes. Next slide. This is a simple illustration of capacity deferral, but it demonstrates a very important point. So as an example, let's say 5 years out, the forecast load exceeds the feeder rating as illustrated in the figure on the left. This usually triggers planning to develop a project. Now, instead, if storage were to bring down loading below the rating, how should we go about its sizing? The KW sizing grows linearly with time and the amount of loading above this rating, but the battery pack size, kWh rating, increases quadratically since it's proportional to the area under the curve. Now, when it comes to the deferral economics, we have two competing factors. One is the size of the storage is growing exponentially. Each year of deferral increases the amount of savings, but the present value of that decreases with time. Now, obviously, this will vary depending on the circumstances, but we see that 1 year deferral doesn't economically pencil out, mostly due to cost of storage deployment and also cost to remove it. 5 year usually doesn't work either because of that time factor. 2 to 4 year deferral terms are usually the sweet spots. Next slide, please. This is an extreme example for capacity deferral within Pepco territory last year. The project included building of new 230 kV substations along with re-engineering some of the distribution circuits. One of the triggers for the project was to address the load from new construction in an area behind the Union Station. The underground low voltage network servicing that area would have reached its capacity, meaning that the 6 circuits feeding that area couldn't carry peak load under N-1 scenarios. Once the plan was proposed, the stakeholders wanted to defer the project or avoid it completely by deploying storage or storage in conjunction with photovoltaic. After a fairly extensive analysis, including 87-60-hour power flow analysis under all 6 N-1 scenarios, it turned out that storage doesn't economically make sense. This was primarily due to high cost of storage compared to wire solution, but there was also a secondary factor. Putting 5 to 10 containers of battery in downtown Washington was not feasible because of the safety considerations and the area that you had to, consider around each container. Now you can, next slide, please. Right, so this is a renewable integration case that actually worked. So a radial feeder that was serving a ski resort that was putting a new ski lift. The radial feeder wasn't able to support that extra load anymore, and building a parallel feeder was prohibitively expensive. The proposal was to use large PV. The issue was that this PV was causing overload in the reverse direction in times where load wasn't there, example, is summer. So the answer was to put storage to absorb that extra PV during that time, and it was technically feasible and also made economic sense. Now, next slide. All right, this is an application that only recently being considered by some utilities. The drivers are really climate change and electrification. So higher ambient temperature means less cooling for the transformers, and increased transformers loading due to something like, increased cooling load means higher internal temperature. Also, transformers today cool down overnight. But imagine when we have a flatter electricity curve, because now we have, for example, more smart chargers that want to take advantage of lower electricity prices overnight and start charging at that time. So this means that window for transformers cooling is really shrinking. These all result in more frequent and more rapid degradation of these assets and the loss of their life expectancy. It also means that we have higher failure rates, and we need to replace these assets much sooner than what we expected. So you see on the figure on the right that the impact of reliability of new equipment may be barely noticeable. But the impact of equipment long in service could be really significant. So in this case, again, storage coupled with PV can offer a solution to increase the life of the asset by peak shaving and also by load shifting. Next slide. Now, this is an example of a stacked application evaluation for a battery that is in day-ahead and day-ahead energy and regulation markets. You can see in the graphs that at different hours, battery is either committed to energy market, reg up, or reg down. For example, if it is discharging in energy market, it can't do reg up, but of course it can do reg down. The math and algorithm behind this analysis is very similar to what ISOs use for their SCUC and also for the algorithms that production cost modeling tools like ProMod, Plexos use. But it's important to note that you can't expect to harvest 100% of revenue you would get against a theoretical time series, because in real world, the prices will vary. And it's more realistic to assume 70 to 75% of the value. We had a very interesting case for this application where a utility figured out if they charge storage in day ahead and discharge it in real-time market, they could increase their revenue. The reason was, if the forecast is good, the real-time price is on average near to day ahead price or hour ahead price. But if you need balancing up, then it means you have high real-time prices. So there is naturally an arbitrage opportunity there, and this strategy was taking advantage of it. Next slide. All right, so let's wrap up by saying that this is state of the art. SIME and Synergy don't provide enough fidelity to analyze the storage with all the details that needed. They are, of course, very necessary to have the base feeder model and also to be able to validate the performance of battery with a specific size and dispatch. But as the storage becomes, more commonplace, you would assume that these tools start enhancing their storage modeling capabilities. But until then, we really have to rely on tools like we described to do the job. Then we have degradation model, which is key to the economics of the battery. Utilities might ask for 10 to 15-year warranty as part of RFP. Then the manufacturer comes in, they specify the allowed operation of the battery per RFP, and then they might come and say, we will have some extra capacity up front, or we will add extra capacity down the road to make up for that expected degradation. Now, what does this mean? If you look at the storage cost of $100 per kilowatt hour, you can't really rely on that, because once it's fully deployed, yes, the cost for a raw pack is $100, could be $100 per kilowatt hour. But once it's fully deployed, considering degradation provisions, you're looking at $200, $250 range. Okay, so if you go to next slide, hopefully this joint presentation gave you a taste of storage deployment for both transmission and distribution applications that we see based on our experience with our clients across different regions. Thanks much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Patterson, Chairman and co-founder of the eMERGE Alliance. My presentation this afternoon is about the changing face of power. I'll be talking about some critical characteristics of Hellenic, multi-tier, bidirectional microgrid architectures. And again, like yesterday, due to the virtual format of my talk, no refreshments will be served, although I will endeavor to satisfy your thirst for knowledge and information. So let's get going. For those of you who weren't at my session yesterday on mesh network microgrids, let me give you a quick overview. And for those of you who were, this will be a short reminder of its content. The reality is that electricity is becoming more and more critical to the sustainability of our civilization in its current form. A few days without electricity can be a very disconcerting and even threatening experience. But a week, a month, or a year without electricity, it's hard to imagine the potential impact. Given all this, resiliency becomes just as important as environmental impact. They both can have long-term detrimental impacts on society. So we must take seriously the need to reduce vulnerability and maintain service to critical infrastructure. We need to prepare for large-scale events, and we need to share responsibility for community resiliency. It's a tough and demanding list, but remember the 5 R's at the top of this chart. You'll see them woven into the fabric of my presentation. But as we push the key emerging technologies that are converging on the power industry, the resiliency goal set seems less daunting, particularly if we consider greater networking of smaller distributed energy resources and microgrid systems to accelerate their achievement, lower their cost, and multiply their ability to create value. Microgrids are squarely at the intersection of these technologies. Decentralized power systems can now take on a more distributed, but still large-scale role in providing electricity while reducing physical and systemic vulnerability, at least according to the President's National Infrastructure Advisory Council. They have an intrinsic ability to improve overall grid resilience. But what is it about microgrids that make them a better choice? Well, first of all, they spread out the objects of potential failure from damage in the system. Their physical isolation eliminates the potential for cascading impact on the rest of the system. The networking effect creates a better asset utilization and group solutions. Their Hellenic architecture, that is, that they can easily operate on their own or as part of a cooperative system, make them more valuable. They can operationally island the power system form of social distancing. Or maybe just think of them as putting all these virtuals together and helping eliminate the Christmas tree light string failure effect. Yesterday, I tried to make a case for transformation of the traditional electrical system to move away from a central station configuration to a distributed generation one. Look over the diagram at the left. Find where we are right now and ask yourself, which future is most likely? Centralized, distributed, or hybrid? And as a second thought, based on your view, will the system stay AC, move to DC, or become a hybrid? And think 20 or 30 years out. Probably the best embodiment of what we see is demonstrated in a relatively new platform offering from a company called Emera Technologies. Emera is a subsidiary of Emera Inc., a utility with $34 billion in assets and operations in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean. It's a multi-tiered grid network platform that extensively utilizes direct current and a semi-autonomous distributed intelligent approach to control. There's a lot more to it, and you can ask them for details. But this is an early implementation of, in my opinion, a grid of grids, perhaps the beginning of an Internet or energy network. Emera is not the only one, to recognize the advantages of this grid-of-grid concept. Others are moving in the same direction, which leads me to make the following observations. There are three fundamental characteristics that are common to all of the grid-of-grid efforts that I've seen. They utilize some form of mesh or hybrid networking of microgrids. They employ the DC form of electricity, mostly to simplify the coupling of dissimilar sources of electricity, including its storage. And they move away from hierarchical control schemes to distributed semi-autonomous ones. A broadly accepted definition of the microgrid comes from the US Department of Energy. It contains four elements of microgrid as their main components. Two of them, the fact that they have defined electrical boundaries and that they are single controllable entities, are key to their being connected into new, more resilient network topologies. These primal characteristics immediately allow consideration of a wide range of physical and management topologies, including hybrid ones. The more paths available, the more inherent redundancy and the higher the potential for reconfigurability. If you envision each of the nodes in these diagrams as nanogrids or microgrids, it becomes easy to see which topologies are preferred. But microgrids can be very different from one another. So how can they be easily interconnected in a power flow way? Well, that relies on a few critical things being taken into consideration at their interfaces, mostly form factor and physical characteristics of the power flow itself. And this is what is driving system connectivity towards direct current, or DC. Why? Simply put, DC is simple. Voltage doesn't alternate, and it is a single mode without phases. And I'll get into more detail in the next few slides here. Even for the non-electrician or electrical engineer, the difference is pretty obvious. DC on the left, AC on the right. But why then was our 100-year-old electrical system built on AC technology? Well, since high voltages are more efficient for sending electricity over great distances, AC electricity had an advantage over DC. That's because the power stations could convert their outputs to high voltage and easily transmit them, and then again reduce them to safer voltages when they got to the point of use at homes or factories. Changing voltages is done in the system by the use of a transformer. The conversion voltages are directly related to the number of coil windings of the input and output of these connections, as shown in the diagram on the left. In an AC motor, you send power to the outer coils that make up the stator. The coils are energized in pairs in sequence, producing a magnetic effect that rotates the outside of the motor in a revolving manner. AC frequency, in this case, determines the speed of the motor. The AC coil transformer and the AC fixed frequency motor, with no effective equivalent in DC 100 years ago, caused the evolution of the grid to be almost exclusively AC over these past 100 years. There was a short period between 1920 and 1950 where over 2 million DC microgrids did pop up to help power rural America in the heartland, where the grid wasn't quite economical. No voltage conversion was necessary in these cases, as the wires were very short and therefore less wasteful. But the Rural Electrification Act of 1936 slowly closed down those microgrids, as they were never networked in a true grid due to their separational distance. Rural electrification was never very economical, but the FDR administration used the extension of the grid as a works program. So the cost was buried into the national debt and not directly recovered in the rate base. With all that being said, you might ask, what changed that makes DC useful again today? The basic DC voltage converter will take the current and pass it through a switching element that turns the signal into a square wave. This turns the signal into what is actually AC. The wave then passes back through another filter, which turns it back into DC signal of an appropriate voltage necessary. The key here is the switching transistor. It is the modern replacement or equivalent, if you will, function, or provides the equivalent functionality of the transformer in AC. Solar PV cells generate electricity, DC electricity, by the way, by absorbing sunlight and using the light energy to create an electrical current. There are many photovoltaic cells in a single solar panel, and the current created by all of the cells added together is enough electricity to be useful. And that's what we see in today's modern photovoltaic panels. Rechargeable batteries, where energy is stored electrochemically, are one of the most cost-effective energy storage technologies. For large-scale energy storage, there are a number of advanced battery technologies to consider, such as supercapacitors, nickel, lithium, lead acid, flow batteries, metal-to-air batteries, and so on. All of them, however, take in and export DC power. Power electronics is the application of solid-state electronics to the control and conversion of electric power. The power range in these devices is typically from tens of watts to hundreds and now even thousands. In industry, a common application for this type of technology is the use in variable speed drives that are used to control induction motors. If you want to know what kinds of other things depend on power electronics, I'd kind of like to borrow a few lyrics from the Broadway show Hamilton, sung by the Schuyler Sisters, if you're familiar with it. They say, look around, history is happening. Look around at how lucky we are to be alive right now, in a time when just about everything, and these are my words, is going electronic. A lot of what goes on in power management today, however, has to do with synchronization of AC, both in terms of frequency and phasing. Failure to synchronize AC can directly lead to damage and costly results when you try to couple things together. DC is non-synchronous and completely eliminates this problem. This allows a major reduction in electronics used to interconnect elements of a system or to connect one system to another. The use of DC and DC power electronics is helping resiliency in more ways than this. It's allowing renewables and storage devices to be more easily connected. It's allowing native isolation that prevents fault migration. Switching can be done real time. Circuits become simpler and more reliable. Monitoring is improved. Networking inverters provide better reliable AC grid support. And even wiring can be more secure at a reasonable cost using DC at its core. However, there's a warning here. Electricity can be dangerous without proper safeguards. And in general, we know that AC is a little bit more dangerous than DC at equal voltage and current. That's because when you get hit with AC, it tends to cause something called tetanus, and which is a prolonged muscle contraction, which makes it difficult to release yourself from the power source, whereas DC typically causes a single convulsion, propelling you away from the electrical source and reducing the potential injury. But in either case, AC or DC can be dangerous. So it's so being safe with electricity a little more involved than just saying be careful. Protection methods like circuit breakers and ground fault interrupters and arc fault detection devices are part of today's safety protection apparatus. Modern DC power electronics are enabling electronic versions of these devices that can be faster and more sensitive to these potential hazards and greatly reduce their hazardous potential, hazard and damage potential. And finishing off the list of growing considerations weighing heavy on the DC scale are future electricity loads, including electric vehicles, the Internet of Things, electroactive environments with augmented or enhanced reality, and the simple economic and population growth where people have the desire to use modern conveniences of these powered electronic devices. And I'll throw in one more wild card to add into the mix of DC considerations. Based on the rapidly evolving use of power electronics, I believe we will eventually move from the use of analog electricity to digital or packet electricity. This will send us into yet a whole new set of electrical system capabilities based on DC, favoring again the DC systems in the modern architectures. Well, enough about DC. Let's talk about control for a sec, or more specifically, distributed intelligent control. With distributed intelligence embedded at the local level, a nano or microgrid halon that is simultaneously a whole and a part of a grid becomes a self-reliant unit that possesses a degree of independence and intelligence to handle contingencies without instruction from higher authorities. At the same time, it is subject to control influence, a kind of enlightened self-interest from one or more of these higher authorities. From a distributed control perspective, each nano or microgrid operates as its own control agent without the direct intervention of humans or others, and have control over their own actions and internal states. They can interact with other agents via an agent communication language, and they have the ability to perceive their environment and respond to it in a timely, real-time fashion, and take the initiative in goal-directed behavior resulting from communication with a collective distribution of intelligent agents that work cooperatively in the network. Perhaps you're asking, why bother to go to distributed intelligent controls? As Duke Energy, the largest utility in the country in terms of customers served and the third largest utility user of solar PV, they provided a simple answer to what could otherwise be a very complex subject in this summary chart shown here, published in its report on distributed intelligence. They believe that the accelerated deployment of distributed generation systems such as renewable, solar, wind, microgrids, and storage, etc., are really putting a stress on centralized control. Conventional information systems used for central station control were really designed for a few large primary generation facilities and cannot adequately support new consumption modes, new generation, distribution, storage, and consumption in a dynamic environment. Microgrids by their own nature are complex systems. The proper application of intelligent control at this level is important. It's also important that they allow interconnection of a somewhat varied and reconfigurable collection of energy resources. And finally, that their control is capable to present the microgrid to the rest of the network as a single entity, agent or object in the network, both in physical and cyber terms. Turning the complexity of the microgrid into a unified whole simplifies its ask-offer transactional interaction with the rest of the network. While they internally optimize their own complex operation, including applying game theory where both the assumption of rationalization and maximization can be applied, to achieve a simplified single executable result, looking from the outside in the ask-offer environment is the objective. An object, and with object thinking, you have to think differently. There are a long list of operational advantages to this thought process, including things like better concern management, modular treatment of the elements, maintenance and debugging coincident with real-time operation, complexity reduction, we've said that a number of times, functional reassignment, and prompt collaboration, all of which can enhance the system's resiliency. The relationships between nanogrid, microgrids, and macrogrids can become usefully symbiotic. Bulk grid support can include things like frequency support, voltage support, the addition of captured energy reserve, peak demand mitigation, and basic energy production at the grid edge where it is used. So to summarize, a grid of grids will recognize and promote adding new power capacity at the edge, better accommodate natively electronic load storage and generation, enable non-synchronous operation, employ the benefits of mesh topology, rely on holonic control architecture, and fundamentally enable energy as a service valuation. Once again, that's all the time we have for today, but I'd like to conclude by saying that the eMERGE Alliance continues to work toward completing new Vanguard power standards to achieve net zero energy buildings and campuses in a highly resilient neighborhood and community microgrid environment. The rest of the portfolio of standards work at eMERGE includes residential nanogrids, commercial industrial nanogrids, information communications technology nanogrids, EV charging infrastructure, indoor agricultural nanogrids, DC metering, and dual input AC/DC power supplies. The eMERGE Alliance is a nonprofit open industry association made up of commercial, government, and academic member organizations who are developing standards leading to the rapid adoption of these hybrid AC/DC microgrids. The standards facilitate greater energy resiliency and sustainability while maximizing the potential to use of distributed clean and renewable local energy. You can learn more about eMERGE at www.emergealliance.org, or for direct support, you can send us an email at help@emergealliance.org. The eMERGE Alliance participates throughout the year in SPI, ESI conferences and other events, including North America Smart Energy Week, the largest event in North America of its kind, where we have facilitated the demonstration of live microgrids that have provided power to previous face-to-face shows. In this year's virtual event, eMERGE is proud to co-host the Smart Energy Microgrid track along with the Smart Electric Power Alliance in this year's program. So thank you, and I hope that you stay connected and enjoy the rest of today's Smart Energy Microgrid presentations. And on behalf of all of us at the eMERGE Alliance, have a great day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Renewables Integration for Transmission Systems show floor education session at North America's Smart Energy Week. This session, part of the Smart Energy Week channel and hosted by Black & Veatch, will review the process of interconnecting renewable generation to the transmission system, planning and execution considerations to meet interconnect requirements, and anticipated constraints with additional renewable generation. This session has been pre-recorded, but the speaker will be available afterwards to address questions. And now I'd like to introduce today's presenter, Kevin Ludwig, Associate Vice President, Global Transmission Technology Portfolio Manager with Black & Veatch's Global Power Business. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you. And thanks for all of the people that are on the line for attending. Today, we're going to cover multiple items, and the first thing that we're going to talk about is planning for a project and an interconnect into the transmission system. We'll go through some conceptual and detailed design topics, construction topics, some key considerations with collaboration between renewable generation and transmission teams, and also some trends in the industry. So starting off with interconnect planning, we really want to focus on understanding the process. With more and more renewable generation coming into the system, transmission access is critical. This chart here shows the forecasted generation mix. This was produced by the EIA as part of their 2020 forecast. You'll note that in the bottom chart, solar and wind make up 53% of the renewable generation today. And by 2050, that's supposed to be upwards of 79%. Based on recent trends and news articles, it's not that hard to imagine that these percentage numbers would increase if the forecasts were redone. And because of this, there's going to be constraints and difficulties with integrating this generation into the transmission system. And we're seeing some symptoms of that in terms of repurposed capacity rights for retiring thermal units, and also some proposals to develop supplemental transmission projects to allow for additional generation access. So understanding the process, it's important to do some pre-planning whenever you're looking at developing a generation project and interconnecting into the grid. Some key considerations are, where is the interconnect located? Who is the transmission owner in the area? It's also important to understand the timelines for the interconnect process and understand the open access transmission tariff in the region that the project's located. Also important is to understand the studies that are required to support interconnection of generation into the transmission system. Some examples of the studies that you'll see in the processes are illustrated through the PJM process as an example, which starts off with a feasibility study. That study commonly includes a load flow, which looks to ascertain thermal or voltage violations for a proposed generation interconnect. Also, there's a short circuit study to validate whether the project imposes any constraints in the transmission system in terms of additional fault current. Provided the applicant wants to proceed after that feasibility study, there's then a system impact study, and that includes a stability analysis and also a relook at the load flow and short circuit as well. And then finally, there's a facility study whereby an estimate is created to interconnect that power into the transmission grid and to resolve any transmission constraints that would occur from the project. From a standpoint of the timeline, it does vary depending on where the project's located. A sample timeline would include submitting an application. Commonly, there's a review period with that. Then there's a screening process for the project that could take up to 90 days. Then there's a look at, hey, would you like to proceed with a facility study for this project? In one region, that involves the applicant meeting with the transmission owner to negotiate that study scope, and that process can take up to 60 days. And then the schedule by which that evaluation or facility studies happens is is dictated in that negotiation process and the facility study occurs. And then once that is completed, the interconnect agreement is finalized and then submitted to the relevant review authority, and that can take up to 90 days. In short, it's important to understand the timeline. It's important to understand that this is a collaborative effort between the generation applicant and the transmission owner. So from a standpoint of information needed for the interconnect process, it's not only data for the plant and the generators that are used. It's important to have information on the inverters. It's important to have information on the plant one line. And it's also important to have information with respect to the cable impedances for the project. This is then used to develop a dynamic model for that plant such that it can be uploaded into the planning systems used by the transmission owners to plan the project. It's important at that stage to also have a complete one line as well. And remember that this is a collaborative step. So whenever the interconnect process is completed, it culminates in a transmission interconnect agreement. And that agreement has many details which need to be followed and observed. Those details include the information exchange requirements in the form of SCADA, the protection interface requirements to make sure that the protection systems work between the plant and the transmission system, and also performance stipulations at the point of interconnect. And also the costs associated with the project and a definitive point of interchange and the location of the project. Moving into the conceptual and detailed design phase, we'll talk through some important elements. From a standpoint of conceptual design, it's important to understand the permitting situation and regime, because really with projects today, we're seeing increased tie line lengths, and the permitting regime is really no longer a site permitting issue. Certainly there's aspects of site permitting, but it's becoming a situation where there's also permitting aspects associated with linear projects, which we see with transmission line projects. It's also important to understand that having information about the site can eliminate risk. Eliminating risk is important because it can reduce the price from potential EPC contractors or contractors that you're looking to build a plant in the transmission facilities. It's also important to have an understanding of an optimal site layout, really look at it from a holistic perspective to try and reduce the cost for the project. And from a plant one line perspective, it's important to have conceptually the equipment finalized and really align that with the interconnect application. And remember that, you know, a lack of project definition is going to result in risk that suppliers will price into their offers. From a procurement perspective, it's important to line up long lead time equipment. This is especially important with recent developments from executive orders and also potential tariffs. And remember that this is very important as well in terms of safe harboring a project. So there likely could be some supply constraints with transformers, and having an upfront plan for that is important. From a transmission interface perspective, it's important to understand transmission standards of the owner and also understand the requirements for the interconnect substation in terms of a land perspective. Each different transmission owner has different requirements, and that's for a reason. Each transmission system is different. There's different constraints, different types of equipment that is utilized, and that needs to be considered in any project planning effort. It's also critical from a standpoint of the conceptual stage to line out a definitive DOR for a SCADA system. You know, what's brought by the generation equipment. So what is the panel inverter vendor bringing in terms of control? What is the wind turbine vendor bringing in terms of control? And what is required from an EPC balance of plant situation, and how that is going to be integrated to deliver the information required in the interconnect agreement to the transmission owner. Not executing this well can lead to many problems later on in the construction phase. Protection is also critical. These projects, especially with the collector subs, it's easy to think that since it's a single bus typically with single feeders that go out to the renewable resources, that the protection isn't that complex and really it doesn't require much sophistication. But what we see with projects is the elements of protection in a renewable collector substation are as complex as what we see in our transmission substations. The quantities aren't as much, but many of the same protection features are included in a collector sub, and therefore you need to make sure that you align with that in the conceptual design. Specifications are critical because they give the information to the contractors that you'd like to have engaged in the project, the information that they need to deliver the project in alignment with the requirements. It's important to have the specifications line up with the interconnect agreement. That way you alleviate any risk of non-performance with the interconnect application. It's also very important to understand the reactive power supply requirements at the point of interconnection. That can influence your specifications and may influence as well the type of equipment that you're buying, whether you're getting an on-load tap changer on your transformer, whether you're just using capacitor banks or reactors for reactive power control, or whether you need a fax device. One thing that is very important is to understand that this effort requires a complex collaboration of many different teams. From a standpoint of the transmission aspect of any project, you need to have experienced substation design professionals that understand outdoor design requirements, that understand best practices and the equipment that is featured in these projects, people that are versed in protection and control design. Grounding is a critical element of collector station design and the interconnect sub as well. And having people that understand that and understand the downstream risks of not doing ground grid design correctly or putting in the right grounding regime on the step-up transformer and how that impacts the renewable system and the renewable generation plant is critical. Having people that are versed in protection design as well, that understand relaying schemes. A lot of times there's no standard, there's no guide when you're developing a collector sub, and it's important to have a team that can understand and flex to client requirements, that understand protection, and that do that as a full-time basis. It's not a skill you can commonly pick up and execute on a project on a one-off basis. And when you look at collector substation design, it's also important to understand that there are opportunities for templatization and modularization. We're seeing a lot of opportunities in this space with design templates, not only in the P&C regime, but also in the physical design. And also there's opportunities for offsite prefabrication and pre-assembly of structures that can go into switchgear in a pre-manufactured building, but there's also a lot of opportunity with pre-assembly of substation structures, breakers, such that you can get a skid-mounted collector sub delivered to a renewable plant location. Also leveraging the latest protection and control features such as IEC 61850 can streamline checkout. So checking out things offsite is a big time saver, and anything you can do to accelerate construction on these projects is critical. So with construction, we'll highlight some key aspects and considerations, and it starts off with having a valid construction execution plan. And that happens really in the upfront planning stage. So in the conceptual design phase, having a valid construction execution plan to make sure that there's no gaps, making sure that you have a valid approach to testing and commissioning. Testing and commissioning of these plants is difficult. It requires a lot of collaboration and knowledge of a lot of different parts and pieces to be successful. And also when you're planning, to understand how the generation project aligns with the transmission system, what kind of outages may be required for the interconnect sub to interconnect your plant in. You know, what is the plan for energization of the collector circuits, and how is that staged, and how is the transmission interface support that? And also that checkout plans aren't just focused in on the functionality of the equipment. A renewable project is ultimately validated in its performance to deliver reactive power and megawatts to the grid. And that needs to be considered in any checkout plan. And this is why upfront planning is so critical. Some key considerations, and these aren't really any different than any transmission project, but material management is critical. Availability of specialty resources to support and at the right time. So those key professionals that are supporting your protection, your grounding, your SCADA, that they're on standby whenever you're in that checkout phase, such that your teams on the sites aren't waiting for answers, that you have someone there that can answer immediately. And communication in that regime, both figuratively in terms of the different methods of communication and the use of thereof, but also the protocols that you have with a SCADA system. There's a lot of coordination that's required to make sure that all of the equipment that is coming together in the generation plant is appropriately designed and will be able to talk to each other to deliver the messages from the dispatch center all the way to the renewable asset that's delivering the power. And really this culminates in the successful testing at the point of interconnect. And again, this is critical. Have a plan for it. Understand that end-to-end testing is required on long tie lines, and that there needs to be a valid plan in place for that. Understand that not having a valid plan is not a recipe for success, and understand that in order to test the performance of the plant, there may need to happen some operation criteria of the grid to support performance testing. And now what we'd like to do is just cover some trends recently that we're seeing, and some of this is very new information, and there's not a whole lot of planning that we can do based on the data that's available. But we want to make sure that everyone is aware of these and is at least considering them in their planning. So when we talked earlier about the procurement of equipment, we talked about the recent executive order on the bulk power system. And what we see there is there's going to be some type of regulation, and it's really not known at this point, but there's going to be designation of adversarial countries and the amount of equipment that they're allowed to supply in the bulk power system. And when you look at the bulk power system, there's a lot of regulation today, which NERC and FERC regulate in terms of security, cybersecurity, eliminating risks from potential hacking events that could take down portions of the grid. And certainly that type of equipment would be subject to regulation, and it's not hard to imagine that those regulations would dip into the interconnect for a renewable project, or even the equipment that sits within the renewable plant itself. So it's important to, whenever you're planning a project, to understand the supply chain from the equipment that's being furnished, and to look at the risks there and understand the risks with, what countries are likely to be designated as adversarial countries, and how your supply chain aligns with that. And also to keep in mind that the equipment that's in this regulation is not necessarily smart equipment. So there's discussion about transformers, voltage regulators, and equipment that's really steel and copper. And to understand that that is also included in this executive order, which presently the Department of Energy is working to put some more definition to. The other thing that's also in alignment with this is potential tariffs on core steel specifically. So I think there is some proposed tariffs from the Commerce Department on grain-oriented core steel that's used in the fabrication of transformers, to protect domestic manufacturer of that material. And this likely is going to increase the cost of transformers if they were sourced from areas that were using core steel from a low-cost center. And that may impact a project from a safe harboring perspective. It may impact a project in terms of the amount of investment that's required to safe harbor a project. And so it's important to have an understanding of that. And really what it's coming down to is do some supplemental audit of a supply chain for a project. It's really no longer a situation of sourcing the least expensive components from whoever can manufacture it within the time frame that you need. There's also a lot of developments presently in the reform of the interconnect application process. Daniel highlighted some of the size of the queues that we see in different areas, and it's a product of ability to process the number of generation interconnect applications that are coming into the authorities required to process them. And so there's some reform occurring in that regard. With that in mind, there's opportunities as well, and we've seen it in some projects where capacity interconnect rights of existing thermal plants or nuclear plants are able to transfer those capacity interconnect rights to a renewable project. And certainly those opportunities may exist in the future, as we see a lot of large thermal units in an accelerated retirement regime with the prices that we're seeing for natural gas and the development of renewable projects. We're also seeing a lot of all source RFPs for projects to alleviate those interconnect queue backlogs. And speaking of accelerated retirements, I think that's been something that everyone's been monitoring with COVID-19. How is the grid adapting? What is happening with generation supply? And certainly one of the elements that has been observed is the acceleration of retirement of coal units. And when you look at the price of natural gas and you look at renewable developments and also where the load is going, it's not that surprising to see that occur. But more and more we're entering into a reality where renewables with storage are looking to be the solution to cover the generation gap that we're going to have with these retirements, along with continued use of quick reacting natural gas units as well. From a storage perspective, there's a continual development in this market and how it will be shaped. Certainly MISO's storage as a transmission only asset and the proposal for how that will work, and its submission to FERC, and the ongoing comments and workshops that are scheduled in regard to this order are important to study and understand as we look to see how storage will play in the market, whether it's going to be treated as a generation asset, whether it'll be treated as truly an alternative to a transmission line construction type project, and therefore recover its cost and get revenue from the transmission tariff. Certainly FERC Order 841 and how different regions are aligning with plans to incorporate energy storage as a result of that order is also another area to be studying. And certainly there's many other developments, especially as we look at the impending movement towards a hydrogen economy. There's several projects where renewables is looked at to create hydrogen from electrolysis. Many of those projects are certainly in the planning stage and evaluation stage, but it's not that difficult to see that as a future opportunity in this space. And the other thing that we will need to be mindful of is, how all of these changes are impacting the operation of the grid. And we don't have to look beyond seeing some of the things that are happening in Europe to understand how the North American market may react to renewable penetration. When you look at the UK market as an example, and tenders that have already been issued and selected for inertia services, where reactive power and inertia is furnished to the grid. Synchronous condensers certainly have a strong play there with their ability to deliver reactive power and inertia. And it's not that difficult to see a regime where those same requirements are going to be required in the North American grid to ensure that we have a stable supply of power, and a supply of power that can withstand changes in grid dynamics. And there's some inertia in the system such that a large loss of generation doesn't cause a huge frequency deviation and grid collapse. Certainly FACTS projects are going to be more and more important in terms of reactive power regulation. And we're seeing FACTS projects featured in many projects with the integration of offshore wind in the Northeast. And then HVDC is going to play a key role as well. And there's certainly many projects that are in the development stage to move renewable power from areas where geographically it makes sense to have a renewable plant, and to move that power to a place where geographically there aren't a whole lot of solar and high quality wind assets. All of these items are things to be mindful of, and be aware of the technology and how it can serve the market moving forward as we look to increase renewable generation integration into the transmission system.
Thank you, Kevin. That concludes the presentation, and now we'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. If you'd like to learn more, please visit us at the Black & Veatch virtual booth or bv.com.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending, and thank you to Smart Energy Week for giving us the opportunity here to present Soltech's new SF8 solar tracker. My name is Colin Caulfield. I'm the Vice President of Sales for Soltech in North America, and with me on this presentation will be Mireya Jimenez, who's the product manager and played a very pivotal role in the release of the new SF8 tracker. So we look forward to giving you guys the updates and the enhancements that we have implemented on our new product. Soltech, making tracks, building trust is one of our mottos. Soltech is not only a provider or manufacturer of single axis trackers, but we're also a provider of BOP services, which is one of the features of our company that makes us unique. We've been around in the industry for 16 years now, and we've only expanded our footprint in terms of not only the products that we're able to offer to our clientele, but also the services and the different markets in which we can complete those services. So to give another snapshot on our company, I mentioned that we are a specialist in the manufacture and supply of single axis trackers. We also have a workforce of over 1,600 people throughout the globe. Our track record worldwide has reached 11 gigawatts. In the most recent year, 2019, we sold 3.6 gigawatts of trackers. That made us the #3 manufacturer globally of single axis trackers, putting us at #1 for Latin America with a 30% market share, and #2 in Europe with an 18% share. This slide features some of our executive team, and most noteworthy here, I think it's been inspiring and fits to mention, working for Raul Morales has been a really wonderful experience, because he not only has been able to steer the direction of the company strategically from the executive standpoint, but of course, he also has a lot of experience as a mechanical engineer and electrical engineer. This has really fed into the development of the product, and is really noticed in some of the innovations and changes that we've seen recently. This slide here speaks to a strategy from Soltech in order to be able to deploy equipment to customers, both from an O&M standpoint and from a supply standpoint. We have a network of different warehouses that are strategically located near ports of entry and near projects that we have throughout the Americas, Europe, and North Africa and the South Pacific. This has allowed us to be a lot more agile, deliver products on time, and then of course, be available for extra components as necessary during the O&M of the plant's operation. This slide here provides a visual snapshot of our 11 gigawatts that we've installed throughout the world. You'll see that we have over 5 gigawatts of capacity down in South America. In North America, we're about 2.5 gigawatts between Mexico and the US. And we have an ever expanding list of projects and portfolio in Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, and Australia. We really look forward to continuing to cover the globe here. This slide here speaks to Soltech's focus and commitment to research and development. A couple of big areas of focus for us have been bifacial equipment, bifacial modules, and wind design that we're having validated in wind tunnel tests by a partner of ours called RWDI, which is up in Guelph, Canada. Being that Soltech is the longest standing provider of 2 portrait trackers, we see that we have a distinct advantage to maximize the amount of bifacial gain that we get with our system combined with bifacial trackers. So we've been doing lots of research in the way of identifying what are the different factors that play into that bifacial boost, and how can we best advise our customers to design their systems and design our product so that that really is getting the most possible energy out of that equipment. And with RWDI, we've been pouring tons of resources into really answering the questions around wind design that previously seemed like they were not fully covered by applicable building codes. And so that is allowing us to question the standards that are out there and make sure that we are deploying equipment that will be safe no matter what conditions it's put into, and that we're properly designing and engineering our system in accordance with that. This slide here speaks to Soltech's purchasing forecast for 2020, the annual shipments and the growth that we've seen over the past 5 years, going from about 240 megawatts in 2015 to just under 3 gigawatts in 2019 for shipments. And then of course, in 2019, we increased the number of sales by another half of a gigawatt. We expect that number to keep going up, and along with that, our purchasing capacity and the amount of steel that we're shipping to our different projects around the world to commensurately increase. Okay, Now that we've presented the company and the history of Soltec, we're going to get into the fun part here and start explaining a little bit more about the SF8 single axis tracker. We're really excited to present this new product because we see that in terms of efficiency, we're going to be taking some major steps forward from everything from how much power and capacity the tracker can hold to how quickly it can be installed and other great efficiencies there. So as you can see here, the SF8 has a similar architecture to the SF7 in that it's still a 2-portrait tracker. The primary difference being that this tracker now will host 4 strings or 6 strings rather than only 3. This, of course, allows us to host a lot more power and a lot more panels per tracker. Also noteworthy is that we'll have 2 gearboxes that will be synchronized. This allows us to have a much longer tracker that is still robust, that is still reliable under duress and high wind conditions. This tracker also has a new shape to its torque tube that allows the manufacturing cost to come down without compromising any strength, and a 5% reduction in parts and pieces that need to be assembled for the installation. So it will also bring down the cost to install.
Thanks, Colin. Well, I'm Maria Jimenez, product manager, and as Colin said, the main difference between SF8 and SF7 is that SF8 will be able to host 4 to 6 strings. Just as a reference, for regular crystalline modules, that's around 100 meters long, around 330 feet. We can do that with a multi-thread transmission system within the tracker structure and supersized torque tube improved geometry. The new geometry of the torque tube has been designed taking into account the bigger modules that we are seeing in the market, not only right now, also for next year. In Soltec, we wanted to be ahead, and for that, we have been able to increase the stiffness of the system 22% more than the previous SF7. As I said, the SF8 will have the transmission protected inside the torque tube, so SF8 offers the highest resilience to wind. We'll take a deeper look in our diving methodology in a few slides, but what we did in the SF8 was keeping the elegant design, reducing the number of parts, and easing tracker installation without compromising the resistance to the wind. Here we can see the new brain of the tracker. From the mechanical point of view of this new brain, we've improved the box to facilitate heat dissipation, and we've improved the attachment to the torque tube to make it faster. From the point of view of the hardware and software, we have done the system exceptionally smart. Fully wireless field communications start from gateway device, which commands up to 200 tracker controllers, and in the event of a gateway failure, a redundancy of gateways in the system allows a surrounding gateway to dynamically assume control of the subfield at any moment to maintain functionality. Another thing to mention is that I don't know if you have set a Google Home or Alexa app at your home, but if you have, you know how easy it is to install in your network, right? Just a few steps. The idea here is the same. The tracker controller is going to be able to self-commission. Our commission team will go tracker by tracker, waking them up, and they will know in which sector of the site they are and what gateway they need to obey. The other point is that we use OpenThread, developed by Google, to find the quickest way to send the information, the tracker position or wind alerts. So you'll have a dynamic mesh looking for the stronger signal to have the lowest latency.
Thank you very much, Mireia. This slide here is giving a depiction of how we will, of course, be accommodating either 4 or 6 strings. In the case of 6 strings, that allows us to host up to 100 kilowatts per tracker. So it will be the most powerful tracker that we've ever seen on the market. Moreover, it's showing how we're integrating our new bifacial TeamTrack, which TeamTrack was a product that we had before. That was our ability to have the trackers track at different angles in the early part and the later part of the day in an effort to avoid interrotating, which gives additional energy on the shoulders of the duck curve. which can be very significant and can add up to 1.2% energy, depending on the slopes that we see on a given site. And then also it integrates our diffuse stow. Diffuse stow is what you have when you have a lot of cloud cover. And rather than having the trackers follow the sun when there is a lot of diffuse light, they will of course go to a flat position, which maximizes the amount of energy that they produce at those times. This slide here speaks to DyeWind. DyeWind was something that I mentioned briefly earlier in the presentation, and it is a methodology that we have co-developed with RWDI. RWDI, as a reminder, is a consultant in wind design in general, very reputable group out of Guelph, Canada, that has been responsible for some of the longest suspension bridges in the world, as well as some of the tallest buildings that we've seen in the Middle East. So a very credible group. And what we saw throughout the past several years was that a lot of the codes and the wind design codes and building codes for different markets where these trackers are being installed were simply insufficient when it came to properly engineering these systems. They did not consider aeroelastic effects or second order effects that are produced by the wind and its behavior in combination with the tracker, or how it makes the tracker behave. So we found that it was necessary to come up with this new analysis methodology, and we've gone through peer reviews not only with RWDI but with other groups that are considered experts in the industry to come to the conclusions that we recently have with this new methodology called DyeWind.
3 types of wind tunnel tests have been carried out with RWDI, one rigid, one sectional, and one aeroelastic through the years. Thanks to the wind tunnel studies, it is concluded that the 3 most important mechanisms at the time of a tracker failure are these 3. First, resonant vibration, which is the one that occurs in the adjacent rows after the wind current hits the first row. In other words, all the vibrations and turbulences that are produced due to that first shock. To evaluate this effect, we use the first wind tunnel that you can see here with rigid models. The second and third mechanisms, torsional flutter and torsional galloping, go hand in hand. They are concepts that are associated to mathematical terms, but to give you an idea, the flutter is an instability that once it is produced, it feedback, and each time the cycles of vertical oscillations are bigger. So that can end in the failure of the tracker, obviously. Torsional galloping is quite similar to fluttering, but it doesn't feedback. And anyway, in trackers, you have a higher load than if there was no movement of the structure. The movement that occurs in the structure due to the wind flow produces loads that are much bigger than those you have at the static level. So the second wind tunnel takes into account the second and third mechanism. And finally, with the aeroelastic wind tunnel, we have a triple check of all the above. So we were able to calibrate our CFDs, our computational fluid dynamic software, for future simulations. It is very important to understand and to request aeroelastic studies when designing or choosing a tracker, because not all the manufacturers have done these studies, and we have seen the importance of considering these dynamic effects. The SF8 and the full wireless system don't come alone. We also offer our algorithm package, the TeamTrack. This includes the regular backtracking TeamTrack. From this one, you can produce up to 3.8% more. If you add the diffuse strategy algorithm, what we call the diffuse stow, then you need to add an additional 2.19% more. And if you have bifacial modules with the proper versions of the algorithms, for this scenario, then you need to add a 0.52% more. In total, you can produce up to 6.5% more just for using our tracker with our algorithms. And also, after 2 years of data of Bitec, our bifacial tracker evaluation center in Livermore, California, we've seen that the 2-portrait tracker produces a 2.1% more than the 1-portrait tracker. It was the sub-7, but we have kept all the advantages of the previous generation. So in conclusion, if you compare the SF8 with the bifacial team track algorithm package versus a regular one portrait tracker, Soltec produces up to 8.6% more. Regarding Vitec, in our website, you can find 4 white papers with all the results if you need more information. As we know, software such as PVSys uses simplified view factor models that are faster to simulate. These models assume many simplifications, such as the isotropic behavior of reflective radiation or design simplifications. Although inaccuracies are introduced, they allow construction features to be included in the form of parameters that can be adjusted. The balance between accuracy and practicality is to calculate these parameters with ray tracing and to include the parameters in PVSys. So even if we don't have absolute precision, we can estimate annual production with some confidence. In the case of SF8, it is necessary to adjust the values for the structure shading factor, shape transparent fraction, field thermal loss factors, and mismatch loss factors. One of the most curious findings of Vitec, our bifacial tracker evaluation center, is realizing of the influence of natural air cooling over the bifacial gain. Temperature is a determining factor in energy production, and it is conditioned by the mode of installation. The differences in geometry between one in portrait and two in portrait trackers present differences in the behavior of the air, and therefore in the effectiveness of its cooling. PVSys models this cooling by using a convective factor, UC, and another factor linked to the wind, UV. We have calculated the UC and UV value based on the 2 years of measurements in Vitec, obtaining UC and UV values of 31.3 and 2.3. Although PVSys helps suggest a default value of UC equals to 29 and UV of 0, we don't recommend to using this UV like 0 for the UV factor, because we are seeing that it has a significant influence on the production.
So this slide here speaks to some of the results from the research that we did at Vitec. It's speaking specifically to the airflow that occurs between or inter rows in trackers, comparing the 2P tracker to the 1P tracker. So with the 2P tracker being that it's higher off the ground, and for having the same GCR from the 1P to the 2P would be twice as wide for its aisles, it simply allows for more air to flow across the site. This results in cooler temperatures or cooler operating temperatures for the panels. So what we're seeing in the picture in the top right hand side of the slide is that the lower end, especially and this does account for a specific day with certain temperatures and certain wind speeds. But what we're seeing is that the lower end of the one in portrait panel starts to operate at a really high temperature, which causes mismatch, and there are some consequently, there's some losses in terms of production that happen as a result of that. So what we're seeing is that with the 2-portrait tracker, especially the panel that is on the higher end of that, experiences cooler temperatures and therefore operates more efficiently. So in the end, it's just showing that this will cause, in the case of a 1P tracker, some losses in terms of production, but also, and maybe more importantly, the potential for some damage to be caused to the PV panels over the life of the plant.
Mismatch losses represent the electrical energy that we stop producing because the cells are not working in the same conditions. Bifacial modules have higher mismatch losses than monofacial modules because the distribution of irradiation on the backside is much more irregular than on the front side. Studies carried out by Soltec with SunLab at the Ottawa University have allowed us to quantify with DUET these losses by rear mismatch in the module for albedos of 20% and 60%. As it is logical, we have an important dependence with the albedo. Assuming a linear behavior, this value can be expressed with the shown formula as a constant term of 0.4 and a variable term of 0.025 as a function of the albedo. Performing the same study for 1P tracker, the real mismatch factor obtained is 3.4%. PVSys has a default value of 10%. However, in the literature, we can find similar values offered for studies of 1P trackers and 2P trackers without a gap over the torque tube. For example, for a tracker with no bearing or piers under the PV modules, the literature indicates 3.5%, very close to the 3.4% we have calculated for a similar tracker in the BITEC studies. The shading factor is a percentage reduction of the real radiation. In other words, it causes a shading interference in the backside. In the table, you can see different scenarios extracted from our studies done with other organizations such as SunLab or NREL, and other white papers from one-portrait trackers manufacturers. You can see that one-in-portrait trackers, even those optimized for bifacial, have higher shading factor values. This is a direct consequence of the design topology. A tracker that houses two modules vertically has less piles and less meters of torque tube per module. The elements that generate shading are mainly the torque tube, piles, and slewing drive. About piles, an in-depth study with SunLab incorporates a 3% radiation reduction in the module. Considering the 6 piles that produce shades in the 45 modules of the bifacial Soltec tracker, the loss of radiation is 0.7. In the case of the torque tube, we have compared the results of NREL ray tracing simulations with a continuous shadow-free plane like the one simulated in PVSys and considering the torque tube. As expected, this comparison presents totally opposite results for one-in-portrait trackers and Soltec bifacial trackers with a gap between the modules to avoid the shadow of the torque tube. But you need to consider the gap over the torque tube and the output gain of 1.7% due to the access of radiation through the central gap and the reflection in the tube.
So to draw some conclusions from this presentation, we're seeing that the new SF8 can keep the greatest installation tolerances without compromising the stability at high winds, which is to say that we can still install over steep slopes and some of the other terrain challenges that we encounter. The SF8 solar tracker is also reinforced to be 20% more rigid than the previous generation. So it's specifically designed to accommodate some of the 72 and 78 cell modules that are large and out there on the market, and is still going to perform better under duress or high stress situations than previous generations. The DyeWin system is reinforcing the Soltec tracker to be able to face a lot of those adverse circumstances as well. And the full wireless system developed with OpenThread is also creating a much more robust communication system that is less susceptible to interruption or any types of communication failures out in the field. Also, the new SF8 produces up to 8.6 more power when mounted with the bifacial modules in ideal conditions. Bifacial gain, albedo, new tracking algorithms have all been carefully considered as part of the SF8 superior design to maximize the performance. And lastly, the specific performance and advantages of bifacial modules, it can be simulated using software such as PVSys if the bifacial parameters are properly entered, right? So there's very specific values that need to be accounted for in terms of the structure shading factor, the shed transparent factor, the field thermal loss, and the mismatch factor that we are happy to help advise on, and those will be critical when accurately predicting the performance of a plant using SF8 trackers. So with all that, I just wanted to thank everybody for attending. Thank you again to the hosts and the sponsors for allowing us to put this on. And we look forward to continuing to work with everybody out there. And please get in touch with any questions or to have us give you guys a proposal. Look forward to hearing from everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think the number one priority for Schneider Electric and for myself is really the safety of our employees, the safety of our partners, the safety of our customers. So I think these challenging times have really brought us to consider what's most important. And we've started a few initiatives at Schneider Electric. Basically, one of the initiatives we started is we're doing a lot more digital. As we were saying before, we really think that people need to feel connected and be connected and continue to learn and operate. So we're doing a lot of webinars. We're doing a lot of training. We're still doing a lot of safety training, which is really important. And we've launched a new digital platform to do so. So we're actually really proud to have used the digital platforms to, at the same time, increase the safety of all of our partners. I think the other thing we've done, which is really important, is ensure the logistics. A lot of customers were telling us at the beginning of the COVID crisis, Anthony, are we going to have product? Are we going to be able to ship to customers? There was a lot of questions about RMAs. So when we have to fix a unit, and in the energy business, we belong to a critical infrastructure. So we're allowed to continue to operate under some circumstances. And the customers were wondering, can we send product? Will your factory be open? Will it be able to operate safely? So very early in the crisis, we launched a campaign to ensure that all of our customers would receive product safely, that we could actually launch an initiative, which was the drop ship initiative, which means that if a customer's warehouse is closed and they can't receive product, they can tell us to send it elsewhere. So we're not having to go through the traditional structure of logistics. We can go over that and send it right out to the end user or the end customer. We save in safety and we ensure that the product is available, because sometimes, like those solar products are critical for electrical requirements in the home. So basically, we're trying really to help the end user and ensure there were no power outages. And then I think the last thing that we have been doing in this crisis is we really try to be very close to the government, federal government, state government, local authorities, to understand what's allowed and what's not. And we were supporting many of our customers who are asking us, well, can we install? Are we allowed to install? Under what circumstances? What safety measures do we need to implement while we're doing commissioning, while we're repairing a product? And I think it's our obligation and our duty to really inform our customers how to do all that and do it together and do it effectively. So I'd say these are the three things we're doing in such challenging times. And I want to also reach out to everyone watching the video, hoping you and your families are safe.
Hello, I'm Representative Melissa Garf-Ballard from Utah, and we are here to discuss the importance of hydrogen and the Intermountain West and in the Western region. Today we have two other people that are joining me. We have Michael Decker. He is the Vice President of Renewable Fuels and Western Region at Mitsubishi Power here in Delta, Utah. And we also have Dr. Laura Nelson, who's the Executive Director of the Green Hydrogen Coalition. So welcome to both of you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Good
to be here. What I thought would be helpful is we'll start with Michael. You can introduce what Mitsubishi Power is and your role, what you do, and your perspective of what you'd like to see. And then we'll move over to Dr. Nelson to talk about how the Green Hydrogen Coalition works in tandem with what you're doing and what your vision is. And then we'll go to some follow-up questions with all of us.
Sounds great. So yeah, just to introduce, Mike Ducker, Vice President of Renewable Fuels for Mitsubishi Power. I'm also the Chief Operating Officer as part of our joint venture with Magnum Development, which hopefully some have heard about our very exciting project, the Advanced Clean Energy Storage Project, based there in Delta, Utah. And so overall, Mitsubishi Power, we're a power generation and energy solutions provider. And we offer a wide range of products from hydrogen-capable gas turbines to lithium-ion batteries to even solar development and offshore wind technologies. And then again, as I mentioned, my role is part of our Advanced Clean Energy Storage Project in Delta, Utah, where we're jointly developing with Magnum Development, really the world's largest renewable energy storage project. At our site there in Delta, Utah, we're looking to use it as a hub for green hydrogen to help store renewable energy and really help decarbonize a multitude of verticals from the power sector, transportation, to even heavy industrial. So that's a very quick synopsis as far as Mitsubishi Power, as well as our Advanced Clean Energy Storage Project.
So I have a quick follow-up question for you, Michael. Would you explain really what these salt caverns are and what you're doing right now in the utility sector and where you see that going?
Sure. So yeah, we're deep in development right now with our project, and as you alluded to, one of the important aspects of our project is the salt caverns there in Delta, Utah. So salt caverns, they've been around for decades, storing hydrogen in large volumes. We've actually been doing it since the 1980s down the Gulf Coast, supporting the petrochemicals industry. So what's unique about Delta, Utah is we're really looking to use these caverns to help store, rather than hydrogen for the petrochemicals industry, actually looking to store hydrogen to serve, to be derived from excess renewables, in this case, a term called green hydrogen. So each one of our caverns can actually store upwards of 150,000 megawatt hours worth of green hydrogen. Just to put that in perspective, the entire United States right now for lithium-ion batteries has just over 1,000 megawatt hours of lithium-ion batteries, again, across the US. So one of our caverns at our site can hold upwards of 150 times the entire installed base of batteries in the US. So when we talk about utility scale and the opportunity for mass energy storage via hydrogen in these salt caverns, we really mean it here. And again, our site there in Utah, I'm just talking about one cavern. We've got upwards of 100 cavern capabilities. So really the magnitude is tremendous, and we see this as a huge opportunity to help realize our decarbonization efforts in the power sector, as well as other industrial sectors looking to decarbonize.
So where do you see this going as far as the utilities, not just in Utah, but where do you service, and what is your short-term goal and your long-term goal as far as the hydrogen that you're producing and anticipate producing?
Yeah, so one of the exciting things about hydrogen too is again it's applications and ability not just for the power sector but even beyond power. But just to focus first on the power sector, we really see an opportunity for the hydrogen to help decarbonize the West, and in this case, again focused on our project in Utah. But even expanding beyond there, we just had a lot of really exciting announcements about some other projects. Even looking in the East Coast, there was 3 projects in the Northeast we just announced that are looking to utilize hydrogen as part of energy storage for their projects to help decarbonize the states of Virginia, Ohio, and New York. And then we also just made a major announcement here last week with Entergy, where we're looking to help decarbonize for their states and looking at utilizing hydrogen and its capabilities for there. So, while our focus initially started out here in Delta, Utah, and what we can offer in the salt caverns and the project there, we've already started to see the applicability really beyond just the West and arguably in America as a whole, really looking to utilize hydrogen to help support, again, our overall decarbonization efforts.
And that hydrogen is transported to other areas. How, or what do you anticipate?
Yeah, so we see a lot of different opportunities in the use of hydrogen and really deliverability. So first of all, just focusing in Delta, Utah, again, I mentioned we're really looking to position that area as a hydrogen hub. And so part of that strategy ultimately is, we'd say, more of a hub and spoke. And so when we say the spokes, that's looking at how do you then deliver that hydrogen outside of that area. So at least in the near term, we see our advanced clean energy storage project representing a way to really cost effectively scale hydrogen, store hydrogen, and utilize it in that area, and then start to develop the spokes, which may be pipelines. You've got other ways to actually transport hydrogen, whether it be through carriers. This could be ammonia, liquefaction. There's some other ways we can do that, but whether it be a pipeline network or one of those carrier methods, we do see the opportunity to then, again, branch out from Delta, Utah to support some of these other areas. From there too, again, I mentioned some of these sites like in the Northeast and the Gulf Coast. Certainly there's the opportunity for multiple of these types of hubs. And so, it doesn't necessarily need to be just one, there in Delta, Utah. We see this as arguably the launch pad for, the hydrogen usage here and what we're doing right now. But some of these other states too are absolutely represent opportunities to follow that same approach of really hub and spoke type of strategy.
Well, it sure is exciting, especially in talking about energy independence here in the United States, but also green and clean energy. And so it is really exciting. Now, Dr. Laura Nilsson, you are with the Green Hydrogen Coalition. Tell us about your group and what your perspective is, and how you see your relationship here with Mitsubishi Powers and others.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Representative Ballard. It's really a pleasure to be with you. You have definitely been a champion and a pioneer, I would say, on hydrogen in Utah and in the West. And I think that translates nationally as well. So it's great to be part of the North American Smart Energy Week and talking about the role of hydrogen, and also fuel cells, which can use hydrogen as a fuel, because I think that these really are key features of our future energy economy. And the Green Hydrogen Coalition is particularly focused. Its mission, in fact, is to facilitate policies and practices that will break down barriers to the deployment of green hydrogen at scale. And deployment means advancing production and utilization in all sectors where green hydrogen can lead to a decarbonized energy future for everyone. And our mission and approach as an organization, we are a 501c3, is unique. We really want to build that top-down leadership and momentum to accelerate progress. And we do that by focusing on projects where we can, in fact, simultaneously leverage supply and demand. And Mike's done a great job of talking about how that's occurring at the Intermountain Power Project. First of all, you've got this phenomenal site, right? That's large site where an existing coal-fired facility has been located for many years. You can repurpose that site to develop combined cycle combustion turbines. You can also repurpose the water in the transmission line. And very importantly, you can use the skilled labor force that already exists there to produce green hydrogen and to deliver that to a large off-taker in California. So you've got the production and you've got the offtake. So that is reflective of what we're looking at in terms of these large scalable opportunities that we can leverage. And you add to that the fact that this site has storage, and then you've got a super game changer with green hydrogen, because the policies that are happening globally, what we see here in the West, really are moving us towards lower emissions across the nation. And how are we going to meet that challenge? And we can certainly get there with a lot of electrification and lithium-ion battery storage. And Mike, your example about the size of lithium-ion storage in the nation compared to what we can achieve with one Saltum is pretty significant. You need a lot of batteries, right? And we're just not going to be able to get there with batteries alone, especially if you look at what's happening on the system where you've got a lot of renewable energy penetration, solar and wind, not available all the time. And batteries are really good at addressing sort of hourly shifts in what we call load or demand for energy and resources that are available to supply that energy. but they're not good for long duration. How do you shift across days or months, even seasons? And that's where green hydrogen shows up. So you can store it, you can use it when it's needed, you can produce it using renewable resources. That's how we define green hydrogen, is hydrogen produced by renewable resources. And we know we can do it. We've produced hydrogen from fossil fuels for a long time. We've stored it for decades. Now what we want to do is really transition to a green renewable resource that can support multiple sector decarbonization.
Well, I think it's also imperative that your role as a collaborator really helps to connect all of these Western states and with the Eastern states, and really appreciate your expertise in looking at how we can move this forward and the applications. So one of the questions I think that keeps coming up for everyone, what are the cost projections for green hydrogen, and what suggestions do you have for those who are listening of where this is going to start and where it's going?
That is such a great question, because when we hear about green hydrogen, one of the hurdles we often hear about, of course, is the cost considerations. And so I want to note that, first of all, right now estimates indicate that green hydrogen will be on par with what we call blue hydrogen in the next decade. And blue hydrogen is effectively hydrogen that's produced with fossil energy and then has carbon capture and sequestration. Well, if in 10 years we're going to be on par, we have to start planning today, because these planning efforts for developing, let's call it, power generation, but across sectors take a long time. I mean, Mike, you could probably indicate how long you've been working on this project, but it's going to be commissioned in 2025, and you've got at least 5 years, 10 years in advance of that where you've been planning and developing this project. So the time, I want to say, is today to start planning. So we know green hydrogen is going to be on par with blue hydrogen, probably around in the $2 a kilogram range by 2030. The challenge we have in the US, of course, is that natural gas, which we often use to fire in the power sector, combined cycle combustion turbines, is still very, very cheap. But if you really look at all of the benefits that are provided by green hydrogen in terms of helping us to meet policy goals, driving decarbonized solutions across multiple sectors, the fact that it can repurpose existing infrastructure, and in fact, you can avoid some infrastructure investment that, I'm not saying we don't need some investment, but you can really be more efficient in how you plan your transmission and distribution system, but also I would say pipeline infrastructure as well. So we need to start thinking about things differently, rather than kind of just considering what are the costs, kind of flip it on its head and think about, what are the benefits, plus where are we going to be in 10 years, and how do we start planning and making that happen today?
I think that's a really important part of the conversation. And as a legislator in Utah, we are definitely supportive of a market-driven policy. And I am working on two specific policies here in this next legislative session that are hopefully going to be a jump start to being able to have hydrogen in the public sector. One of them is to put hydrogen on an equal par. So we went through legislation of where petroleum or where natural gas or electric vehicles are getting certain tax credits or benefits, and we're putting hydrogen in as an equal player, because that is an easy equalization that needs to be done, and it's a new energy, and so it's really important to see where that should be in policy. And the second thing that I was working on, when you talk about how to really expand and utilize and how we've been talking, Michael, about your production of hydrogen, and so the question is, how do you get it there, and who's the end user? Because your role in helping utilities really change over into hydrogen is a large scale use. And so the question of how do we get the use of hydrogen in our communities? The second legislation that I'm working on is a pilot program for 1 year that provides a hydrogen bus for our transit authority and also for our airport. It also provides a backup generator system for both that also does DC fast charge and also hydrogen fuel cell refueling for the buses. So both for the airport and for the transit authority. So they could charge at the airport their tugs or other BEV units that they have, but also for backup power because airports have dozens of backup power systems. And so just that alone, they last only 20 to 25 years. So that alone, if they start moving them into hydrogen, that's important. And then the third element of that is having a transport heavy duty truck that can bring the fuel cells and refuel it, these units. And so I think what's really important about that is that for me is a 1 year, let's compare the costs, because when you talk about hydrogen applications, you have the comparative purchase price, you have the comparative refueling price, you have comparing the maintenance, and you also have longevity. And so I'll just give one example that cost per mile of an electric bus versus a hydrogen bus, it's actually cheaper per mile with hydrogen. So, but hydrogen is always in combination with battery. So I think that's why they're complementary of each other. And so I hope that those who are listening will take those two suggestions and really have that, because what I hope to have that be a springboard for is after that 1 year, is that we can then say to all state agencies, we want you to convert your backup power systems to hydrogen. We as legislators are responsible for how the state spends their dollars. And if the state starts to put their backup generators into hydrogen, then the private sector has more access to being able to put their backup systems into hydrogen for data centers, as well as for warehouses and so forth. So I wanted to bring that up because that's my perspective as a legislator. But also, Laura, one of the roles of the Green Hydrogen Coalition is to facilitate policies and practices that advance green hydrogen production and the use in all sectors of the economy. So with what I just shared and with our conversation here, what other suggestions do you have in facilitating policies?
That's a great question. And I want to say, first of all, this is so important what you're doing because that certainty, that regulatory and policy certainty is really fundamental to attracting investment. And there is a signal that is sent to the market when you have policies that identify hydrogen as a part of the energy diversity and the solutions, and also wanting to create that as something that does provide for backup power that can be what we call microgrid type solutions that can be a feedstock for transportation. And so I do think that looking at the transportation sector, looking at the power sector, looking at how we're going to attract and build out, across the West, and for Utah specifically, data centers. And there is discussion and ongoing inland port development in Utah. And I think that port is going to have to be a green port, and really looking at the role that green hydrogen is going to play in that. So I think that what I would add is that we really need the bandwidth, and this is just more from kind of a regulated utility perspective, that utilities are going to need kind of the bandwidth to do some of this R&D deployment. Just by way of example, NextEra in Florida is deploying I believe it's a 10 megawatt pilot project for an electrolyzer project for green hydrogen, electrolyzer producing green hydrogen from water through an electrochemical process, and that they will use that green hydrogen that's produced blended in one of the generators, and they have to go and get regulatory approval to do that. And so we need to have these pathways where regulators can implement these policies to allow these pilots, if you will, to occur. And we can do something similar for microgrids and backup power that you've discussed. So I think being on the forefront is really key. I think sending that strong message to the market and making sure that we have those regulatory pathways, not just for utilities, but also in the transportation space. So I commend you for the progress you're making, and that's really exciting.
Well, thank you. And I feel like it's really been appreciated that California has invested so much money and time and effort into trying out a lot of different markets of hydrogen. And with that, one thing that they've learned is the pipeline is crucial. But even if you have a pipeline, you still have to have the outlying fingerlings to be able to take it from point A to point B from the pipeline often. And so I think my recommendation as well to other policymakers or state agencies is, in starting with trucking it in, is always going to be the first step to get the demand there so that the pipeline can get there. And some areas may never have pipeline, and some may have a lot of pipeline. But the first step would be trucking it in. And so that's why part of my pilot program is to have that trucked in. So Michael, I wanted to ask you, you have some potential for and use for pipelines, and what is the connection of that with using it with existing pipelines and new pipelines?
Yeah, so I mean, right now we're obviously exploring all the different opportunities to cost effectively, reliably, safely, deliver hydrogen and to the different end users. I actually want to go back to something you mentioned earlier in the fact of, what does the power industry represent? And it's really scale. And so if you look at scale right now, our gas turbines just running on a partial percent of hydrogen, we're talking 50, 100 tons a day of hydrogen type of demand, compared to, some of the, transportation side, we're looking in, maybe single digit type of ton per day demand. So the good news here is what we see with the power industry then is, as we get demand and the power industry drives that scale, we're going to see cost down naturally evolve. And as we see that cost down naturally evolve, we then see these other industries like transportation sector and other sectors who maybe don't have quite the same demand, or at least not the same centralized demand. Maybe in aggregate they have the same, but at least that's in a more decentralized approach. And so the benefit there then is that we get those cost downs on the power side, and then can transfer those cost savings and those benefits to some of these other industries who, again, maybe don't have that more centralized demand that we're talking about. So, again, there's opportunities looking at the existing pipeline networks to do that. We may, we've proposed and we see the opportunity for actually new type of pipeline networks. And again, at the end of the day, a lot of that's going to be driven by those end users and who is going to start, further looking to decarbonize. And, on the transportation sector, we're seeing some great improvements there. But, right now the policies and the requirements to decarbonize transportation aren't quite the same like they are right now in the power sector. And so, again, I go back to where are we going to achieve the most amount of scale and opportunity in the near term? We expect it to be the power sector. But again, the good news is, as we make gains there, others can reap those benefits.
Thank you so much for joining us. We have Michael Ducker, who's the Vice President of Renewable Fuels in Western Region at Mitsubishi Power. And we also have Dr. Laura Nelson, the Executive Director of Green Hydrogen Coalition. And I'm Representative Melissa Ballard from the Utah Legislature. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
The world wants new energy solutions. City services, local businesses, and neighborhoods need cleaner, affordable, reliable energy delivered safely. Electricity needs to be smart and future-proof. But new solutions are complicated. They're tough to implement, and don't integrate easily into existing utility systems. None solve all the problems. Until now. Introducing Block Energy, the smart energy platform designed to eliminate complexity and risk. Block Energy is a world's first, a fully functioning power system with plug-and-play technology that's purpose-built to work with utilities, delivering safe, cleaner energy with advanced resilience. Block Energy's simple kit of parts is modular and scalable to adapt to changing requirements and growing communities. No customized engineering or design required. Here's how it works. The system connects local generation and storage throughout communities of all sizes in self-sustaining block loops, using smart distributed controls, able to operate independently and interoperate seamlessly with the local utility grid. As communities grow, Block Energy expands without disruption, delivering truly frictionless installation and operation. The result is the most advanced distributed local power available today for neighborhoods and communities. Block Energy is part of the Emera family, active in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, with 2.5 million customers, $34 billion in assets, and over $6 billion in annual revenue. And now, makers of Block Energy. Military tested, Block Energy is delivering the new standard for security and resiliency on Kirtland Air Force Base right now. Thank you to our development partners, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab for making Block Energy's pilot program a success. Local networked grids are the future standard of electricity. With builds in progress across the U.S., Block Energy is the future of energy delivered today.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexa Diaz, and I'll be talking about equity in the transportation electrification space. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I work at a nonprofit called Forth. Forth is a nonprofit advocacy organization advancing electric, shared, and smart transportation. The four main focus areas of our work are policy advocacy, consumer engagement, industry development, and demonstration projects. At Forth, I'm a policy manager managing the Towards Equitable Electric Mobility Community of Practice, which I'll be talking more about towards the end of this presentation. Before we get started on how equity can be practiced within transportation electrification, I want to level set on a few terms and share why this is important. So first is the difference between equality and equity, two terms that we're hearing a lot right now. Equality generally refers to treating people the same, but this assumes that everyone starts from the same place and needs the same help or assistance. By contrast, an equity approach focuses on making sure people receive what they need to be successful and recognizes the need to overcome past inequality. So in this image, on the top, we see equality, where everyone is given the same type of bike, even if each person has different needs. And on the bottom, we see each person has different needs and receives a bike that meets those needs. So now I'll discuss transportation equity. And there's different kinds of equity, and here we're really leaning on a racial equity lens. So transportation equity refers to a transportation system that increases access to high quality transportation options, that also reduces air pollution and enhances economic opportunity in low-income communities of color. Unequitable outcomes are a direct result of historic policies and investments. United States transportation planning and investments have a long history of inequality based on race. And new transportation technologies have the potential to disrupt those patterns, but we have to do this intentionally. One of the most powerful examples of US government policies that reinforced racially segregated housing patterns was redlining in the US government's program to back home mortgages. So to help carry out this program, government surveyors assess lending risk by neighborhood. And so this is a map of Portland. And I encourage you to take a look at the city that you reside in or that you work in to see what the redlining maps look like there. But as you can see, there are green areas, which are deemed best, blue for still desirable, yellow for definitely declining, and red for hazardous. These redlined areas were deemed credit risk because of the influx or presence of people of color. Redlining was banned over 50 years ago, but it's still hurting communities of color today. And some other ways we see this is in urban renewal and highway projects that destroyed many historically Black and community of color neighborhoods. Once again, redlining policies reduce the ability of people of color to move freely, buy homes, and build wealth. And gentrification has pushed communities of color towards outlying areas with fewer transportation options and fewer quality job options. These policies lead directly to today's drastic differences in wealth. We know that inequality and injustice do not work in silos, and neither does transportation. And by this, what I mean is transportation is how you get to healthcare, education, quality jobs, and so much more. And when you don't have access to mobility, and when I say access to mobility, I mean affordable, reliable, quality, clean mobility options, then how do you get to these other necessities? Electric mobility offers many opportunities to reduce and reverse transportation inequities. And we must move away from this idea that electric mobility is just an option for the more affluent. So here are some opportunities. One, pretty obvious, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and local air pollutants that are from the transportation system. And this is especially important in lower income communities of color because they're often closer to highways and busy roads or warehouses with very polluting heavy duty vehicles. Next would be that e-mobility is more cost effective because of lower maintenance costs that is required and lower charging costs. And there are many options for e-mobility beyond just personal vehicles, such as e-bikes and e-scooters, electric car share, and electric transit. The e-mobility ecosystem can provide a whole host of benefits to advance transportation equity. However, with all that said, there are still many barriers that a lot of us will be familiar with, but are worse or more challenging for historically underserved communities. These are just some of the barriers, and I will go into some more complex barriers later in the presentation. So first is education and awareness. Historically underserved communities are often not targeted in e-mobility, and therefore there's just less education and awareness. Second, higher upfront costs. I know I just said that they're more cost effective. However, when we're thinking about new vehicles, the price tag is often out of reach for low income and also moderate income consumers. And when we're thinking about transit, e-transit also has a high upfront cost. And this can be difficult for cities, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic when resources are scarce. Thinking through charging access. So first, once again, coming back to awareness, there's just not as much awareness about where public EV charging is. And that's coupled with the fact that in lower income communities of color, there are just fewer public EV charging options. And then second, the more economical way to charge is to do so at home. However, for households that live in multi-unit dwellings or just don't have access to a garage, this makes it a lot more difficult and sometimes even impossible. But that's changing. And next, range anxiety, which most of us are very familiar with. Even though electric vehicle models have been increasing in range and will continue to do so as technology continues to improve, this is still a concern for many, especially when there aren't as many charging options. So it's clear that we need to work together to make e-mobility more accessible and equitable, and we need to work together across sectors and industry. So next, I'll be sharing strategies on how to do this. And many of these strategies come from the Greenlining Institute's Mobility Equity Framework, which is an amazing tool to get you started on this work. It's important to start with community needs because mobility touches so many different aspects of daily life. We know that transportation is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions and causes unhealthy local air pollution, which I already mentioned is often worse for low-income communities of color. Transportation is also the second highest household expense, and lower-income families pay higher proportions of their income on transportation. It's also, or the commute time is also the #1 predictor for escaping poverty. So these are all really critical things that transportation touches or impacts, especially for lower income communities of color. So that's why it's really important to start with community needs when doing this work, because transportation and mobility are key to climate change, but they're also important for a lot of other reasons, including equity. And like I mentioned, mobility can't be separated from other issues such as housing and jobs. But this is not to say that there aren't more barriers. These barriers can be really complex, including language, banking, Wi-Fi, and driving license issues. So to be successful, we need to address environmental equity, mobility equity, and economic equity. And to simply put it, we need to ask community members what their mobility needs and challenges are. We can't just assume. This can be simply done by having meetings, leaning on community partners and stakeholders, doing surveys. And one useful tool is the Greenlining Institute's Mobility Equity Framework, which I've already mentioned, and here is a diagram of it. So at the bottom, you see community needs assessment. That's the start, understanding what the community needs are, also level setting on what mobility equity is and what it can look like, and then brainstorming ideas. And then moving into an equity analysis of these project ideas that come from the community. And finally, having community decision-making power, allowing them to vote for what works best for them. The ultimate goal is for communities to have power, expertise, and capacity to define their own needs and services. And one great example of this is California's recent Transformative Climate Communities program, which funds communities to develop their own plans. So next, culturally specific outreach. Using culturally specific outreach and education is really key, and it's important for people, and it's important to make this more accessible for folks. And you can do this in many ways. So by providing materials, and this is including webinars, events, even apps in multiple languages. So Forth is currently doing this through our EV 101, which is available in 9 different languages and can be accessed on our website. Beyond just using multiple languages, I also would recommend using simple and easy to understand language. Transportation electrification can be very complicated, kind of jargony, and ultimately that can be really confusing and even intimidating. So it's best to keep it simple. And this also makes it easier to do translation. And finally, I suggest using community partners when you're thinking through what needs to be on a document or an app or a webinar, for example, using them and to also get to the communities to make sure this information is dispersed. But when you're doing that, it's really critical and key to compensate community partners. We all are evaluating our projects, our pilots, and our policies to understand our progress. And it's also important to include metrics that are measuring equity. And this will look different depending on what the project or policy is. These metrics need to be making sure that whatever the project or policy is providing benefits to lower income communities of color, and ensuring that burdens or harm is not occurring for these communities. And one way to do this is, once again, going back to the community needs and mobility needs assessment, but also working with the community or community stakeholders and partners to determine what these key metrics can look like, and what they should be, and just vet them with the community. And finally, once that is done and you're starting to evaluate and you're getting some real life data, it's important to communicate progress and be transparent, particularly with the community stakeholders and the communities you're working with, because this can help build ongoing trust. So next up, I'm going to give some examples of like how equity has been put into different programs or policies or pilots. So first, I'll start with California EV incentives. So first, I have two different EV incentives. There's a whole host of EV incentives. I've just chose two. One, the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, and then Clean Cars for All. So with the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, for income eligible consumers, they can receive a rebate for new clean vehicles. This includes fuel cell hydrogen, battery electric, plug-in hybrid, and zero emission motorcycles. And they can receive a rebate for up to $7,000 that would be applied after the vehicle is purchased. Moving to Clean Cars for All, income eligible consumers can replace a qualifying older gasoline vehicle and in return receive a financial incentive for clean mobility. And it's a clean mobility option of their choice. And this could be a used or new electric vehicle or clean vehicle, like I just mentioned, a prepaid transit card, or even an e-bike. The grant amounts depend on the mobility option they choose. So for example, in the Bay Area, a plug-in hybrid or battery electric vehicle grant can be between $5,500 and $9,500, while a prepaid transit card can be up to $7,500. And while these programs are great for many different reasons, we can see how Clean Cars for All has incorporated equity throughout their program. So first, Clean Cars for All gives consumers the choice to decide what mobility option they want and what better meets their needs. So for some, especially in the Bay Area, it might mean a transit card, especially in areas like the Bay Area. And then second, Clean Cars for All applies to both new and used vehicles, while CVRP only applies to new vehicles. Used vehicles are much more affordable than new EVs, and therefore can be more attainable to lower income communities of color, while also still receiving a high quality clean vehicle. So next I want to share about the Community e-bike project. During Ford's electric car share demonstration project in Portland, there were many barriers and challenges to that project that we heard from the communities and reasons why they weren't able to participate. And what we also learned was that e-bikes might be a better option for residents of that community. So Ford partnered with Gen Z and Community Cycling Center to pilot how e-bikes could work in that community and other communities in Portland. So we loaned e-bikes to community members to test for several weeks. And throughout this work, we identified opportunities, barriers, and needs around mobility. And I mention this because part of doing equity or practicing equity in transportation electrification is evaluating your progress along the way and being able to pivot or to shift. So while our demonstration car share project continued, we were able to get this up and going. And that continued to build trust within the community. And a really important concept is to integrate equity into policy. We know that policy has such a big impact, particularly on communities of color. So thinking through how can we integrate equity into transportation electrification policy. So in transportation electrification, this is an area where there should be and is potential to build a lot of strong alliances, more so than some other areas, potentially like renewables or clean energy or carbon policy even. But to do this, it's important to establish goals to increase access, and doing so with trusted community partners, stakeholders, and even the community if possible. It's also important to understand the barriers that they may be facing or that might come up. And so addressing them systematically, so making rebate amounts higher, including used EVs in rebates, thinking through EV financing programs because we know that banking is a barrier, but also considering electrifying medium and heavy duty in low-income communities of color, because we know that that's another issue, particularly around greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants, that is really critical in these communities. It's also important to remember economic opportunity. So this could look like community benefit agreements and workforce development. And to pause on workforce development, as we continue to advance transportation electrification, we know that there will be more workforce opportunities, and we need to be intentional that these opportunities benefit low-income communities of color. And finally, building broader coalitions to avoid blind spots. There's really an opportunity here to bring in housing, labor, public health folks, organizations to come in to think through these policies more holistically. So some examples of this would be Charge Ahead Coalition in California. They've done a lot of really great work in advancing transportation electrification and incorporating equity and lower income communities of color throughout that. And then also the Towards Equitable Electric Mobility, or TEAM, community of practice. I'm excited to share more information on the Towards Equitable Electric Mobility community of practice. Fourth and the Greenlining Institute are partnering to establish TEAM Community Practice, a multi-state and multi-year initiative focused on resourcing equity and environmental organizations to advance equitable electric mobility policy. TEAM will create a peer-to-peer community of advocates to pursue shared policy goals, learn together, build relationships, and in the process, develop a mutual commitment towards advancing racial equity, electric mobility, and climate change goals. And I want to explain how we're thinking through incorporating equity throughout our community of practice. It's in the title, that's what we're centering, but just to give some few points on how we're actually doing that. So one, I think the big one would be being intentional about how we're doing our capacity building. Fourth and the Greenlining Institute have created shared equity commitments and equity principles for this community of practice. And we're asking all organizations, but in particular the mainstream organizations, to sign on to state that they will be practicing equity through TEAM and beyond TEAM. And then we're also providing resources for the equity or environmental justice focused organizations. And we're doing this through seed grants, where we'll be providing funding for equity organizations and environmental justice organizations to participate in the community of practice. What we're hearing from our calls and what we know is that there are a lot of really great organizations that are just on the cusp of working on transportation electrification, but haven't been able to because they don't have the capacity or the funding or resources really to do it. So we're hoping that this can help jumpstart their work and to become leaders in a space. And this is a very high level presentation on what e-mobility equity is and how to do it and why this is important. But if you're interested in continuing this conversation and learning, I suggest attending the virtual e-mobility equity conference on November 12th and 13th. Fourth and EV Hybrid Noir are hosting the National E-Mobility Equity Conference, which will explore and facilitate real conversations about strategies and best practices for engaging communities hit first and worst by air pollution, and to discuss how to integrate equity into the clean transportation ecosystem. This is free for NGOs and government and a low price of $75 for private industry and utilities. And I'm really excited to announce that our keynote speaker is Dr. Robert Bullard. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this today. And if you have any questions or want to continue this conversation, please feel free to connect.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster Live Show. I'm here with a very special guest calling in from New York, president of Made of the Mist from Niagara Falls, Mr. Chris Glynn. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your background, and of course everyone knows Made of the Mist, but how did this initiative get started?
Right, so we've operated since 1846 below Niagara Falls. And we have two vessels that for some period of time we wanted to replace, and sort of one thing led to another, and we started investigating that in early 2018. So we run a seasonal business from usually May until October or November, and it's the ride below Niagara Falls, and it's remotely very difficult to access where we operate. Getting boats there is a challenge. We do things by crane. So it was a complicated undertaking just to get a vessel there.
Now, I understand that the two vessels that you've developed or that you've built and put into service, one is Nikola Tesla, right? It's the name of it. And the other one is named for a staff member. Is that right?
Yes, who shares, well, with whom I share the same last name, you might notice.
Yeah. So
right. So my father started working at Made of the Mist in 1950, and he bought the company in 1971. And this year marks his 70th, 70. They're electric catamarans, 2 hulls, and we have 100% electric, no generators, no engines, just 4 motors, 2 in the stern and 2 up in the bow to be used as bow thrusters for docking purposes.
Wow.
And the catamaran is just a better concept right now with the requisite deck space that we needed to accommodate the customers. It just is a better fit, a better experience. You hear the sound of the waterfall and the breeze, the wind noise, the birds, and it's just an enhanced experience that I think people will be very pleased with. The ride is very smooth, and yet there's still an enormous amount of power to take you on the voyage right up into the waterfall and bring you back. And I can tell you that we have 158 kilowatt hour lithium battery packs in each hull. So it's about 316 or so per vessel.
Got it.
The motors themselves are 200 kilowatt of propulsion on those L drives in the stern. So 400 in total for the vessel.
Right.
And the kilowatt on the tunnel thrusters are 50 kilowatt tunnel thrusters. So they're more for steering and for just moving the vessel into the dock. You see tunnel thrusters a lot on the side of cruise lines. And they are just that, on the side of the vessel, the kind of hole that's in there, and there's a propeller spinning around on the side of it, push it laterally. That's what the tunnel thrusters do. And so we have C2 batteries, if you know what those are. The folks from Spear Energy Storage Systems in Kansas City provided the batteries through ABB. ABB is a terrific company, and we had a great arrangement with ABB, and they've been very helpful and delivered the boat just as they said they would. And so the batteries can recharge to 80% twice an hour. That's what the 2 means with the C. And if you have a 4, that means you can do it in 15 minutes, so 4 times an hour. So ours are C2 batteries, and we can depart the dock with 80% state of charge and go past all of the falls, take all the passengers up, give them the great experience that they want, and bring them back to the dock. And we consume somewhere between 13 and 16% of the battery charge. And then we stay at dock for 10 minutes. We go on a 20-minute voyage, stay at the dock for 10 minutes, and charge for 7 of those 10 minutes. And we can recharge up to 80%. So we can go all day long recharging the battery between trips as people are embarking and disembarking the vessel. And that's what makes this such a terrific system. And this is how we're going to work it going forward. There are 400 amps going into each hull for those 7 minutes to charge. It's a lot of power. So there's a company called Cavotec, and Cavotec provided the plugs, if you will.
Do you feel like this iconic location is sending a message to the United States of what's possible? I mean, how do you feel being so early in this phase?
Right. So when we first began discussing the concept and then realized that we would be able to accomplish it, we knew that we were taking a leadership role. But then, we've been here since 1846, and I can't say that we switched from sail to steam, but it was coal-fired steamboats and then diesel-powered engines, and they were wooden boats. And so, generationally, we've changed, we've advanced the company. That's one of the reasons why we're still here, and it kind of fit in that model. And but we do realize that there are not a lot of comparables to this, and we realize that a lot of people will notice what we're doing here. We want that to be the case. It's a famous attraction. Sustainability is important to us. It's important to the park in which we do our business and to New York State. And so it was a great fit. And so we're excited about it.
Jinlong Solis is committed to provide the best products that use the latest technology to meet the needs of our customers. The recent introduction of the 255 kilowatt utility string inverter is just one example. By working closely with the module manufacturers, we make sure that our inverter matches with the module roadmap. Features such as high DC-AC ratio, multiple MPPTs, and the wide operating range give us as a customer a lot of design flexibility. With advanced inverter functions such as current voltage monitoring, IV curve tracing, allows our customer to reduce the OpEx, hence to achieve the lowest LCOE. We offer a wide range of inverter for utility, CNI, and residential applications. The latest additions are single-phase PV storage inverter and 100 kilowatt of three-phase 1,000 volt inverters. We are quadrupling our production capacity to 20 gigawatt by end of this year to meet the growing demand in the market. Solis inverter are built for reliability. Our product lifespan has verified by DNV-GL, and our product have gone through the PQP test protocol at the PVEL. Our strong network of service engineers in the US is ready to provide a best-in-class support and service to our customer in the US market. We're looking forward to growing the market, growing the business with you together in the US.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning into this session today. My name is Tim Sylvia. I'm an editor with PV Magazine USA, and I'm joined today by an esteemed guest who I'm quite excited to talk to, Adam Ginter, Vice President of Premium Products and Projects with Sonnen. Adam, welcome.
Tim, thank you. Pleasure to talk to you.
Of course. Pleasure to talk to you too. So for the audience and for anyone tuning in, it's likely that you just heard Adam's presentation, Virtual Power Plants, Investment Models for Successfully Implementing Solar and Storage Projects. As fascinating and informative as I found the presentation, it left me with a couple questions left about VPPs. And so Adam and I are here today to kind of debrief the presentation a little bit and tackle a couple of these topics. You ready to hop in, Adam?
Absolutely. Take it away.
Okay, cool. So first things first, and you touch on this a little bit during the presentation, but just maybe for a little bit greater depth, how can VPPs help to harden the grid as more and more renewable generation assets are put online?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as anybody who's worked in solar for a while or certainly lives in California knows, the duck curve is, this common problem with the net meter grid tied PV. And it's thrown around once in a while to show how PV is potentially dangerous to the grid. And what we're really seeing with the duck curve is not that, the belly of the duck, when you have all this excess PV production feeding into the grid, offsetting the net load. That belly of the duck is not the problem. It's actually the ramp from the base of the duck up to the head, right? So that huge ramp that you need to meet is the issue. So the way the grid works is basically you have base load generators, and you want to produce as much as you can with those base load generators because they're more cost effective and more carbon effective. Basically, they produce less carbon per kilowatt hour. But the problem with the base load generator is you can't ramp them up or down very effectively. So they take days or weeks to ramp up and down. So you get them going, and they just run that way for years and years and years. So anything that you have that's a peak that goes up and down, you have to meet with typically peaker plants. And these peaker plants are very, very expensive and very carbon intensive. They produce a lot of carbon. And the challenge of a high penetration of PV on a grid, we've seen it in Germany, we're seeing it in California as well. The challenge is that it offsets your base production So it dips that belly of the duck curve at noon down into the base load kind of realm. So you're offsetting that base load generation, which is not what you want to do, right? You want to produce as much energy as possible in that base range. And then when the sun sets, you still have your peaks in consumption. One of the biggest peaks in California is driven by residential demand. It's people coming home from work, turning on their air conditioning, turning on their, their stove to cook their food, TV to help, take care of the kids for them while they're cooking food and whatnot. So you still have this 6 o'clock in the evening-ish peak in consumption, and you have to somehow bridge the gap between your base load that you're offsetting and that peak in consumption. And that's the challenge that energy storage is probably uniquely situated to support with, because you can charge off of that excess PV and use it to offset those peaks. And really, you don't even need to stop there. You can charge in the middle of the night when you have excess base load generation and discharge it against the morning peak. So the way that energy storage can harden the grid is really by removing these peaks, which cost a lot to administer, but also have you have to size your grid for the maximum peak. So say you had a grid that was 100 kilowatt hours all year long, but then Christmas Eve, every single year, it jumps to 100 megawatt hours. You need to size that grid for 100 megawatt hours, unless you had a bunch of storage that allowed you to meet that locally without upsizing the grid and taxing that infrastructure. So kind of a long way and roundabout way to answer your question, but by removing peaks is the short answer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we know that a big network of distributed storage would provide more services to the grid than just that, meeting those peaks. Could you go over quickly a little bit just some of the critical services provided by VPPs, maybe on that secondary or maybe not secondary, not focused level, maybe?
Sure. Yeah. So the obvious one is it's called demand reduction or demand charge, and that's just meeting those peaks, offsetting the peaks, right? So you're either moving or eliminating the peak by charging the battery in the valley and discharging it at the peak. So that's a demand charge or demand reduction. And that's probably one of, if not the best known grid service. It's certainly the easiest to work with. In California, there's DRAM set up specifically for that, so the demand response auction mechanism. But in addition to that, we have grid services like non-wires alternative. I mentioned it in the presentation. So non-wires alternative is basically an alternative to upsizing the grid infrastructure that is basically not adding additional wires, right? So it's a non-wire alternative to upsizing the grid. So that 100 megawatt problem I mentioned earlier, instead of just adding 100 megawatts worth of grid infrastructure, you could add 99 megawatts of charge of energy storage at the point of consumption. You wouldn't then need to, make that grid so robust. Another one is called frequency response. So it's basically just the batteries responding to the frequency in the grid, right? So if the frequency goes low, the batteries discharge. If the frequency goes high, the batteries charge, and they can help stabilize out the grid. That's actually probably the most significant grid service we offer in Germany. It's a pretty high value service, and it's one that requires quite a bit of intelligence in the battery systems, but is very beneficial to society. And then, another one that I always like to mention is kind of a form of demand response, but it is called spinning reserves, which is basically just using the batteries to respond to a need on the grid very quickly. So spinning reserves is called that because in the grid world, you have spinning turbines, right? Physical turbines that are spinning to produce energy. And if you need energy or more out of them, you can basically overpower them. You can make them produce more energy by spinning them harder. So the capacity between where they're producing and what their max production is called spinning reserves, right? So the reserves and energy you have by spinning this faster or harder. Batteries can produce that too, because to be a spinning reserve, you need to be able to respond in 10 minutes to a need on the grid. Batteries can respond in a fraction of that time, simply because we don't have to ramp up spinning infrastructure. We just have to push a button and the batteries discharge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do want to get to the first thing that you brought up there, and I think it came up briefly in the presentation too, and that's frequency response. Could you kind of give a quick overview of what frequency response does physically to the grid?
Sure. Yeah. I think this is an interesting question just because, we're moving to this world in which we're all going to have to begin talking about these. So I'm glad you asked. So basically, you go back to that spinning turbine, right? If you go into it, if anybody ever has a chance to tour a power plant, I recommend it, even if it's just Hoover Dam, right? You go to Hoover Dam and you go inside and you see the big turbines. That's a power plant. There in Hoover Dam, you're using stored potential energy of the water to spin these turbines and produce energy. You can also use fossil fuel to burn, produce steam, and that steam spins the turbine. So you have this physical, huge, right? I mean, just this mammoth turbine that's spinning and spinning and spinning. So in frequency response, if you imagine you have this, let's call it 100 megawatt grid, right? And you have 100 megawatts of load. Perfect. So the 100 megawatts of production is matched to 100 megawatts of load. Well, let's add 10 megawatts of load. What happens? Where does that energy come from? All of a sudden, we have 100 megawatts of production and 110 megawatts of consumption. But the grid doesn't turn off, right? The lights don't turn off in that grid. That energy that's producing that extra 10 megawatts is coming from somewhere. And where it's coming from is the kinetic energy inside of that spinning turbine. So that turbine will slow down because the kinetic energy is being extracted to meet that extra load. And when that turbine slows down, the frequency on the grid drops. So when we have more consumption than production, the frequency drops. You can solve that problem by discharging batteries onto the grid. Similarly, that 100 megawatt grid, if we get rid of 10 megawatts, say something breaks in a big factory that's producing energy. Now we have less consumption than production. That difference is met by actually speeding up that turbine, so the frequency on the grid will increase. So again, we can solve that problem by charging the batteries and pulling that kinetic energy out of those turbines. So kind of a cool way to think of, you have this. I mean, we tend to not think about power plants because they're far away, because who wants a power plant in their backyard? But it's kind of cool to think when I turn on these lights, there's actually a physical effect somewhere, even if it's minute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And why specifically are batteries so well suited to frequency response as opposed to any other sort of generational or storage asset?
Well, yeah. So I mean, really, anything that can charge and discharge, I think, is going to be able to do frequency response pretty well. I like batteries more than power plants because, in that 90 megawatt example, I can charge the batteries. I can't charge a power plant, right? I can't take a peaker plant and then use it to extract energy from the grid. So I can use those batteries to increase and decrease frequency on the grid. Another value of them is they're smart. They're connected to the internet, and they can be controlled on the internet. And that's exactly what a virtual power plant is. It's just a bunch of batteries controlled by a cloud-based software. So that cloud-based software can tell, I can push a button from somewhere inside of a utility and say, listen, my frequency is dropping, push the button. It can also automatically monitor the frequency on the grid and have those batteries act autonomously. So if, think of Homer Simpson at the nuclear power plant, say he falls asleep on the job, the batteries can still do their job and maintain the frequency on the grid without necessarily somebody interacting with them. So that's another value of them. And the last point is, and I like to bring this up, they're at the point of consumption. So, the value there is that they are not having to, you think about that power plant far away because nobody wants it in their backyard. If I want to dump more energy onto the grid from that to increase the frequency, I have to push all that energy through all the grid infrastructure between that power plant and my house. Whereas if my battery wants to discharge and maybe offset, maybe actually discharge energy into the grid, it's doing so at my house, not dozens of substations away, and hundreds of transistors away, and it's right there.
Mm-hmm. And I think that actually kind of answers or goes into my next question, which would be, so we understand that batteries can provide the service very easily, but my question there was going to be, what's the advantage of having these distributed smaller batteries providing those services rather than some sort of centralized battery maybe attached to a large solar system, but is that reduction in load on the transmission infrastructure?
So that's a big part of it. Yeah, is that I don't have to have the inefficiencies of running that through substations to get to me. And I mentioned non-wires alternatives, so I can use that to actually decrease the demand and the wear and tear on those grid infrastructures. So instead of upsizing that substation, I can use the batteries on the consumption side of that substation to add extra houses as we go into this new world of COVID and people are moving to new locations. We can increase our housing density in some suburban areas. It seems to be where people are moving without actually increasing the grid infrastructure, which saves money, but it also saves, anytime you're constructing something, there's a lot of carbon emissions. So there's a green side of it. Personally, I get the question a lot, like, why would we do all these small batteries as opposed to one central battery? I like the central battery too. The value of the central battery is that it's not a power plant belching fumes, right? Nobody minds if you buried a big battery out in my backyard, I wouldn't necessarily even know that it's there. So you get rid of the whole "I don't want it in my backyard" problem. But what you lose, and I think this is a big part of it, what you lose is the ability to have resiliency. So if the grid goes down and I have a big central battery out in my neighborhood, it's not going to keep the grid up in my neighborhood, right? If I have these public safety power shutoffs that they're having in California, that doesn't keep the grid up in my house. But if I have a battery in my garage, it does that. So I get the resiliency aspect, and then I can aggregate a number of these batteries to do the same thing as the central battery. And I think that's where it becomes really interesting, is the virtual power plant combining these different types of assets to maximize the benefits.
Right. It's working on both a macro and micro level, where for the grid, it's providing these, services that help reduce peaks. And, the other things that you talked about, but on the micro level, in these cases of power shutoffs or some sort of natural disaster or event, it still provides power in a reliable way where a centralized generation asset wouldn't necessarily do that.
Exactly. And there's no reason you can't use both. There's no reason that in a virtual power plant, there's not a place for a centralized backup, but also, smaller home batteries that all work together to provide the services that are needed.
Right, absolutely. So moving on here, now I wanted to jump on to spinning reserves because that was something that you touched on as being important a little bit earlier. So do you want to do just a bit of a dive on the value presented by battery-specific spinning reserves?
Sure, yeah. So spinning reserves is, it's actually, like I said, it's kind of an interesting proposition. If something goes wrong on the grid, let's go back to that, 100 megawatt grid, 100 megawatts consumption. That's a happy grid. It's like a happy cat.
Yep. Sorry about that.
No problem. That's a happy grid. Something goes wrong. I have a power plant that has a turbine break. Boom, right? All of a sudden I had 90 megawatts of production and still that 100 megawatts of consumption. Something needs to make up that difference. Spinning reserves can do that. So I can just overtax the existing turbines on the grid. I can fire up some peaker plants, whatever, right? It has to respond in 10 minutes. There's still 10 minutes between when this thing went down and I'm going to have to, going to get the other frequency reserves, spinning reserves. So I think batteries can play a uniquely valuable role in keeping the grid in a stable and happy position, because again, I can push a button and discharge. I've seen it. It's under 10 seconds that I can have this fleet of batteries discharging to whatever demand I have on the grid. So I think that, can batteries provide frequency reserves in a more cost-effective way than overtaxing the existing infrastructure? Probably not. Can they do it in a much more carbon neutral way? Absolutely. Can they do it in a much quicker way? I think that's where you really start to see the value of having batteries providing spinning reserves is, grid goes down, 10 minutes later, my spinning reserves are going to be up. What happens in that, 9 minutes and 50 seconds between me getting the message that the grid's down and the other spinning reserves coming up? So I think batteries have given that they are basically just little MOSFET transistors inside of a board producing a sine wave, they can respond very, very quickly, which is really valuable to the grid.
Right. So there's a resiliency aspect to that too, where not only can they respond quickly, but if I'm understanding this correct, they can also, bear some of that load until the response happens, right? Am I on the right track there?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So resiliency, not just for me having it in my house. And again, if everything fails and the grid goes down, I still have that, but also resiliency for the people who don't have batteries in their house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I think I'd like to switch gears a little bit now, kind of going specifically to the VPP pilots that you and Sonnen are now doing in California. You kind of touched on this a little bit, but I'd like to hear from you personally. What do you hope to learn from your VPP fleets in California?
So I talk about it in the presentation, but these are really exciting power plants for us because they're the first ones we're doing in California. And they're also the first ones we're doing on the open market. So not working directly with Rocky Mountain Power. We're bidding onto CAISO. We're bidding for DRAM, right? We're using resource adequacy to do those things like spinning reserves. So there's a really kind of unique element to these power plants. And I would say that the first thing we want to learn is, will this business model play out? And we're very, very confident that it will, but we need to prove that. There's a saying in the investing world that everybody wants to be first to be second, right? Nobody wants to prove the model. Everybody, as soon as it's proven, they'll want to jump on board. So this is our opportunity to really prove that on the open market, a virtual power plant can be not only good from the renewable energy aspect, reducing the carbon footprint of that community, but can actually be financially sound, right? Can compete against peaker plants fueled by non-renewable sources. So that's the first thing that we want to prove. And along with that, there's a whole number of things that we have to do along the way. We have to learn how to best bid onto DRAM and onto the California Independent System Operators grid services needs, right? We have to be able to bid onto those. We have to be able to provide those services once we bid for them. And we have to, figure out, we have 20 kilowatt hours per battery. How do we best use those kilowatt hours to maximize the return for the investor, but also the benefit to the grid and society? So there's a lot of learning that needs to go into this first power plant. We've done a lot of analysis so far. We're very confident that it's going to go well, but as I think it was Mike Tyson who said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to go out there and we're going to get punched in the face and we're going to adjust.
Mm-hmm. And, assuming that these pilots go successfully and you take that punch in the face and weather it like Tyson was known to do, what do you see, how do you plan on using the information that you glean from these fleets towards the development of other pilots in the future, maybe in other areas, maybe, in other parts of the country?
Yeah, well, so my goal is, with these, they're pretty big, right? We're bringing 3,000 batteries into California with these fleets. But I think in a number of ways, they're still kind of pilot-y, right? We are trying new things that haven't been tried before. I want to move out of that pilot space. With what we've learned, that's the future that I want to see is to begin making virtual power plants on the grid that aren't pilots, that are just, as run-of-the-mill as building a new power plant, or maybe hopefully more so, hopefully more run-of-the-mill than building a power plant in California. But to move to that future in which it's just what we do, right? We build virtual power plants, and I think that once we do that, we'll begin to see it expand out. So it's not just Sonnen, right? One company can't make the energy transition happen, right? Sonnen does not want to be the only company doing batteries. We don't want to be the only company doing virtual power plants. But we think we've developed the way, and we think that we've really can, lead the way towards the right way to do virtual power plants. And the other thing that we want to do is expand these outside of California and expand them, into other areas and other parts of the country. The problems in California are unique right? They're big, and I think everybody knows about that. But those same problems exist elsewhere, which means that there's still value there for a virtual power plant to provide. So we want to expand out and expand into other states.
Right, and there are other unique problems posed by different geographic and market areas that might or can also be met by these services, and that's going to be a part of the process of launching these across a greater area as you learn from those experiences and how to tackle different issues.
Yeah, and long term, I think that there's an opportunity. There are a number of states that solar just doesn't have a strong foothold in yet, and I think that with the extra value that a virtual power plant can provide, I'd love to see virtual power plants lead renewables into some of these areas that really haven't been cracked yet, or at least for energy storage haven't been cracked yet, to provide, to allow this to expand. Renewable energy virtual power plants don't have to only work in California and the Northeast. They can work in Minnesota, right? They can work in Louisiana, and I'd love to see that happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Before we get going here, and I'd like to thank you again for taking the time to do this little debrief with us here. Is there any aspect of the presentation or the value provided by VPPs that you'd like to stress that maybe hasn't been brought up here or hasn't been necessarily focused on to this point?
I think we went into it. This is, like I said, very early in the world of virtual power plants, so it's all new to everybody. So one thing that I guess I'd like to stress is if there's anything that doesn't make sense to you, any questions you have, feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to reach out to anybody at Sonnen. We're happy to talk about it. We are energy geeks. It's what we do. So we love talking about it. So yeah, if any of this doesn't make sense, let's work through it together, because this is new.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a process of working through, like you say, just by virtue of being sort of a new pilot or a new technology that's becoming applicable. So yeah, again, I'd like to thank you for taking the time for this interview here. I know you have a very busy schedule, and I know George is going to appreciate his brief on-camera appearance there. So Adam, once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate it.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster live show here at Solar Power International. We've got a great show ahead for you. We're actually going to be talking about an ESG, environmental and social governance. We're going to have a lot of opportunity to kind of walk through this together. I want to say aloha to my co-host, Jason Bearcart.
Good morning. Aloha.
And we got Brian Thomas on the line, or the Zoom line, here with us as well. Now, Brian isn't exactly a guest, because it turns out, and we didn't realize this out of the gate, but he's been on about 1.5 years of episodes. So I think you're basically a solar coaster guy, as far as I can tell. So aloha, Brian.
Aloha. Great to be here, gentlemen.
All right. So very excited today to take a moment and kind of reflect on what we experienced this past year or more, really, from the moment that Brian Thomas came on the show. We reached out to Brian and we said, hey, we really like you to come on the show and help us better understand what's going on with ESG and the financial markets. And so we did that. We brought you on. You were on every show for that solid year plus. And by the way, thank you for that.
And well, I want to thank you guys, because whether you had the foresight or you were lucky, hard to say, but you had to have me on talking about what was the #1 performing sector in the U.S. stock market, which was the number performing market. So for 2019, and it's still a powerhouse sector in the entire world. And so it just so happens to be that it's a neat topic, but it happens to be the #1 performing sector too. So congratulations. And it's been exciting to both learn from you guys and also participate in that sector this whole time.
#1 performing sector. Yeah, I totally knew that was going to happen. And there was no surprise whatsoever.
So
Perfect. Yeah.
I don't think we knew precisely what was going to happen. However, I mean, if we did, we would have bet big. But that's kind of what the conversation is all about. But there was definitely a feeling of some things going on. We knew things were happening, things were moving, and a lot of other people in the industry were talking about it. I mean, every week in the news we'd talk about something, some big move, big money coming in, large companies, big oil, starting their whole renewable energy themed products. I mean, I'm sure they were doing stuff behind the scenes for many years, but it was becoming very, very public that a lot of money is moving and it's heading in this direction.
From what I saw was the confluence of storage and generation occurring with also smart home management. And so all this stuff sort of happening at the same time. And then the cost still coming down that entire time period, right? So the cost of renewables still falling, even though the ITC was down from 30 to 26, but that cost curve just keeps coming down, and gets to the point where it's economically feasible to make it work.
There you go. So those were kind of the ingredients, if you will, to get us into this discussion. And for those of you who don't know us, let's do a little intro here. Okay. So we here at Solar Coaster Radio Show in Maui, we've been running a radio show in Hawaii for about 3.5 years. We've got 170 episodes or so. And recently, we took on the challenge to do the Solar Coaster live show at Solar Power International and North America Smart Energy Week. We did, I think we've got about 15 or so micro shows that we've been airing in the virtual education platform over the last 7 weeks. And it's been a lot of fun. And we really enjoyed that process. And it's good to be able to participate even in this new way with SBI. Of course, we miss going to the shows, right? So we do have that background with the show, 1 hour weekly radio show where we dive into all things new energy economy. Jay, do you want to add anything to that?
I just want to clarify it was really AM/FM radio in Hawaii. We are also available at www.solar-coaster.com, where you can get all our old shows. We archive everything and stick it up there for folks to peruse at their leisure. If you're interested in a particular topic that we've discussed, renewable energy related over the years, we've talked everything from EVs to hydrogen to wind to biofuels. I mean, we've talked about it all, and it's a deep archive at this point. So I would definitely encourage people to check that out. We're also available on podcast networks, iTunes, Stitcher, iHeart, TuneIn, all carry the Solar Coaster, so you can get us there. But touch base on www.solar-coaster.com anytime, and you'll be able to find us.
And then we had a couple of great companies on that were able to support the show. We want to just say thank you to them and show you how to reach these companies. So number one is EnduroShield. Now, EnduroShield is a really neat technology. Basically, this is a coating that allows glass and to be able to not be cleaned as much as it typically needs to be. This coating is used on some really famous and identifiable things. For example, the spire on top of the Freedom Tower. Why do you put this coating on there? Because it's difficult to clean it, right? Not easy to get up there and clean that spire. Not a job a lot of people want. Better to coat it with EnduroShield and make it, have less cleaning requirements, less frequency of cleaning requirements. So can you imagine where this connection between the solar industry might go? We're talking about a coating that minimizes the amount of water and oil. It's oleophobic and hydrophobic. One of our other sponsors, Osiaco. Osiaco, what a cool group of guys. They're out of Montreal, Mark Forget, Dan Fletcher, launching a technology that quite candidly is missing in the industry. We're talking about an inverter, a one-stop solution for dual EV charging and very high efficiencies, very aesthetic design, basically an inverter that can meet all of your needs for your home energy system. Unprecedented energy and power capacity. And the thing they say you get for free is the bidirectional EV charging, not to mention the first home supercharger for your EV. Talk about unbelievable technology. That's what the Solar Coaster does, finds this technology, gets jazzed about it, and make sure everybody else hears about it as well. I could not be more excited than I am about the DC Bell from Osiaco. And then, of course, Adapt Energy. Troy Morgan, Megan, all the great people over there in Texas at Pantech Design, the creators of Adapt Energy. These guys are working and have been pioneering in many respects for 2 or 3 years now at minimum, the smart control panel, dynamic load panels called the Adapt Energy panel. Adapt Energy, these guys are working with the Crestron systems. Crestron is in the White House, it's in Manili Bay and on the coolest places around the world. This is robust home energy automation. You got to check out Adapt Energy. You got to check out their panel and you see why and the type of steps they're taking to make it very robust commercial grade technology. Thank you for supporting the Solar Coaster. So now, Brian, let's jump right into the meat of this story. What is ESG? What does it mean? Help us understand, what this acronym is and how it fits into our show.
Sure. ESG stands for Environmental, Social, Governance. And it used to be called SRI, Social Responsible Investing. And it's essentially whether you choose to screen companies out of a basket of stocks that you own, called an index, or only include certain companies that meet a specific criteria or filter. And there's different versions of it because people have different values, essentially, that translate to stocks that they want to own or would preclude stocks that they may not want to participate in. And so it's been shown that people, a fair amount of people, want to have their money, not just making them money, but also doing good by society, right? And be that in an environmental manner or a governance manner, manner like corporate governance essentially, or some social criteria that they choose. And so it's attracted massive amounts of money recently. Companies like BlackRock have decided that they want to put some of that 7 trillion or so assets under management that they manage into ESG, like a specific amount of their assets under management towards ESG. And so how solar and renewable fits into that is that those are in that environmental category, and those companies have done well, and so it fits into that mandate. And there's a lot of money that's still going to move into it. And it's the fastest growing segment of assets under management in the entire investment universe. Yeah. In fact, there was just an article out today. PricewaterhouseCoopers said that, let me get the exact numbers here, but they imagined that this is Europe, because it's a little bit more popular in Europe as far as the total percentage of ESG funds, assets under management. But they said that sustainable and responsible investment funds are expected to reach 7.6 trillion across Europe over the next 5 years. So by 2025, that they said that ESG funds will hold the most assets under management, which is a little bit optimistic, I think. But in any case, I mean, that's gotcha. Europe. But it still shows you that it is definitely capturing a lot of the investment dollars of AUM, which is assets under management in the investment industry.
As we were talking about and learning about these different types of securities, TAN, for example, is one that we talked a lot about. We talked about this on 50, 60 shows. And it was, well, what is an ETF? I don't even know. It's an electronically traded fund, right? You brought that to our attention. And it's a basket of all of these different stocks, in the case of TAN, in the solar industry, right? That's where they're focusing.
Yeah.
But it started to look like, not only in the news, but also in the markets, that we started to see this resilience and growth and strength in this sector. So it was no longer like, in my mind, a sacrifice I need to make. It's now actually a strategy for optimal growth. Does that sound right to you?
100%. And we can quote the surveys, and you can go back and listen to the shows where I've talked about it, and I mentioned the actual surveys and the results. But in the past, social responsible investing, I got in the business in '98, and back then it would be a drag on the portfolio if you allocated money to SRI, social responsible investing. But people are okay with that because they know that their money is doing good for society. So that's okay. But that dynamic has changed, and now those are, by having an ESG filter, those are actually doing better. And just to give you an idea, that we talked about, and you mentioned TAN, the ticker symbol for an ETF, exchange traded fund of solar stocks. And that when way back in June of like 2019, we were talking about it, and it was a high performer back then, but it's continued to do well because it is receiving money that's being allocated more and more to an ESG mandate. And so Josh and Jay, that ticker symbol TAN is up. It's the #1 performing ETF at 170% over the past 6 months positive. You would think, oh, semiconductors are doing the best. Well, it's actually solar stocks that are doing the best. And of course, this is not a recommendation, right? Yep. And past performance is not indicative of future performance. We have to put the caveats in there.
You can keep those flying in here, Brian. That's okay. Yeah. Say it as much as you need to.
Yeah. It definitely gets me excited because you just see this massive transformation, and from way back when it did have a drag. But you know, capitalism gets a bad name, but like this is capitalism at its good side, which is rewarding companies that are doing right by the market, being innovative, taking care of their employees and society, right? And so, you know, those numbers that I talked about with TAN, there's other ETFs that are renewable energy ETFs. For example, PBW is up 141% over the past 1 year. And that encompasses a broader range of renewables, right? And so with the cost coming down of solar and being competitive with carbon fuel, it ought to only increase from that point going forward.
What excites me is that people have the opportunity to participate in this new energy revolution, if I can call it that. And there's different ways one can participate. Of course, talking to a solar guy, 9 years in the solar business in Maui, Hawaii, you can get a solar system and that'll do a bang up job of saving you money and allowing you to participate in the new energy revolution. No doubt about it, especially in Maui, where energy is about 30 cents a kilowatt hour and doesn't seem to be going down despite all the solar systems we put in, right? So that participating in the new energy revolution in that manner is viable for many people. But not everybody has a home to put that solar on, right? Or like a home that they own, or maybe they're moving and they're just not ready to make that type of decision, or whatever. I was fortunate to have kind of a unique insight into the venture capital world and into the accredited investor world through some consulting projects over the course of the last few years. And one of them was funding or supporting the process in funding the world's first green cruise ship. That's the EcoShip project. So I spent the better part of a year pitching VCs, but what I kept hearing from these different groups, these different funding groups all across the country, from Toronto to Vancouver to LA to San Diego, what I kept hearing from these amazing people that I had very high regard for was that these were the breakout winners for the next decade. These were the Amazons, these were the Facebooks, these were the Googles. A segment in the beginning of the radio show where you would cover a piece of ESG, right? And it was 2-3 minutes. It was, this is what's going on in the markets, and this is what it is. And you reiterated the value proposition of ETFs like TAN, for example, of what was happening in the markets. We talked about, you talked about news oftentimes from the lens of ESG or from the lens of the financial markets. And then we learned a lot through that process. But during that, because we did it on the radio show, I had people calling me and saying, Josh, how do I participate in this?
Sort of highlight what you're talking about. If you go back and listen to some of the early shows, when I was saying, if you don't have the money to buy a whole solar system, and most people, or some people don't, rather, you can still participate in the industry by having one of these ETFs or some different ones in your investment account or your IRA, right? If you have an IRA at a bank, you're earning 0.25% per year.
I had asked Brian during the year that you were on to, at a certain point, once I felt I basically understood what was happening with ETFs and some of the solar stocks. And bear in mind, a lot of these guys, for better or for worse, we've not only met them, we've had them on the show multiple times. We sit down with them and talk to them at length about their technologies. I would say in a pretty forward-looking way. I was able to make some picks in my mind, but it was not easy for me to get off the bench, so to speak, and actually invest. And I said to you very simply, let me know when it's a good time to do an experiment, right? That was it. And we left it at that. And we left it at that for a while.
And this is an interesting story, guys, right? So basically, COVID hits, markets go into turmoil. I'm working on my car one day, sometime in March-ish or something like that. And Brian says very simply, Josh, today's the day you want to fund that account. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll do it in the next day or so. I'm kind of busy.
Yeah, I said, if I could be bold.
And I was like, yeah, of course. What are you trying to say? You said, do it right now, basically. So I wanted to do an experiment with my daughter. So we funded an account, and I made some picks based on the last year of discussion and based on hours of dialogue with a lot of the guys that run these companies, right? And I didn't think too much about it, and I was kind of nervous. I'm like, oh, I don't want to lose this money. What's going to happen, right? So what's the result of that? Pulling up my Ameritrade account.
It's at this point where I say, this is not financial advice and this is not a financial recommendation. And so
there you go.
Part of what Josh was doing was to show his daughter and teach his daughter about putting some money to work.
I basically was able to purchase a few stocks. I purchased Enphase at $26.35. And as of today, at this moment, it's up 340.26%. I purchased PBW at $24.45. As of today, it's up 185.31%. And I purchased TAN at $23.10, and as of today, it's up 223.8%. Looking at this little experiment that we did here, I say to my daughter, well, I don't think this is typical, Julia. I think that this is a very unique thing that we just experienced.
Yeah, I mean, the context to talk to her about it is that if you just happen to pick the number one, number two sector, and you've ridden that wave. And I think you talked to her about in the context of, this is the business that your dad is in. You used to own a company, the industry pretty well. So you invested in something that you know about, and that's always valuable. It just happens to be that is a sector that is performing very well. And so, if you were in the oil and gas business and you invested in that, you would have lost money, right? And you'd still be going down, right? So it's two things: investing what you own and investing in something that has good strength to it, right? And so in a good time, right? And we showed just some charts, and we would look at the charts on stuff, and this is good, this is bad.
I do want to point out that this is based off, these decisions were based off of years of research, and you don't classify it that way in your own mind, Mr. Porter, but it really was research. Every single week, doing a radio show, talking about renewable energies, watching the market, understanding the legislation that was coming down, all these things that we researched. We're all playing into these decisions. So I mean, it's the same thing I did many years ago. I was 30 years in IT. I knew that the writing was on the wall with some micro semiconductor electronics manufacturers, and made some small investments. Scared the crap out of me. Honestly, because you don't know. First time out, I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't want to lose my money. It's what we were saying before the show. What's significant to one may not be significant to another. It's significant, and especially when you're doing it the first time. So but it was a significant amount of research, is what I want to point out. So don't devalue that.
Yes, well, thank you for that, Jay. I do value all the hard work we put in over the years in trying to understand this space.
Well, also, Josh, in the context of the show's name, Solar Coaster, right? You guys have seen the good times and you've seen the bad times, and you sort of develop a feel a little bit, and you kind of get an idea of when the times are better in sort of a trajectory, right? And so, I mean, that just comes from experience, and that cannot be discounted. So, like Jay said,
wow,
yeah, like it's good to, it's a good combination. Like you and I talking about stuff, you've got the experience in the technical and the industry stuff, and I could just look at a chart.
So there you go. So there you go. So that's how we came to this place in time. And our goal here, you know, I did, long story short, I called up Brian and spoke to Jason about this as well, and called up Brian and said, hey, we want to do a show on this. We want to find a way to share this information in a responsible way. Now that we've developed a degree of confidence, you know, I needed to see that tangible result to have a degree of confidence enough to even speak about this with my friends and family, because I was concerned that I would steer them in the wrong direction, right? So it's not to say that I think I understand it completely at this point.
More than 99% of the people out there.
Perhaps, perhaps. So I felt a degree of confidence in having that conversation. So I asked you, very simply, asked Brian, it was, what's a method that we can employ to take that experience, that background, that newfound confidence, and provide a resource for friends, family, colleagues? And you come up with a pretty interesting idea. So you want to talk a little bit about it?
Sure. And so as we develop and talk about this idea, there is, if you look at a basket of securities, and it could be stocks, it could be bonds, it could be other traded vehicles, but the basket of, we'll say stocks in this case, the basket of stocks is called an index. And there's a broad range in how different people talk about and utilize an index, right? The most popular index in the world is the S&P 500. It's America's biggest and best growing US stocks, right? S&P 500, 500 stocks. And so if we put together, based upon your guys' technical expertise, I'm going to add a quantitative screening mechanism. We call it systematic. And we can talk about some of the details of that later. But it's basically, we're going to own companies that are doing good in the marketplace, that offer a unique edge into a solar renewable energy, the new economy. Wait, Josh, go ahead. You title it.
My favorite 3 words: the new energy economy.
The new energy economy index. Boom, there it is. So as we develop this thing, the ultimate sort of terminal end of this thing is you have an index, and Standard & Poor's, S&P, Standard & Poor's has all their indexes of that different firms or individuals or entities offer. And oftentimes there's an ETF, exchange traded fund, like TAN, that is a tradable vehicle that comes as a result of that index. So almost all ETFs offer a tradable product off of an index, right? So they just use that index that comprises the securities in that investment vehicle called an ETF, exchange traded fund. So as we develop this index, we'll talk about the rules and the process to do it, and it'll be something to keep track of, and you can see the performance of those companies that are in this index, and you'll measure the index itself, and it'll compete with other indexes.
There you go. And so that is the journey that we are embarking on, to create an index from the Solar Coaster radio show and background. And looks like it's going to be the new energy economy index from the Solar Coaster. So that is our goal now. One of the things that I liked, whenever I talk to Brian, he adds a component to something. So he just mentioned that we're going to have a protocol or a process by which to evaluate on a kind of stated frequency basis the companies that are in that basket or that index or not. So that adds an element of, I would say, professionalism and rigor of analysis that we wouldn't alone have. Jay and I are great at going, whoa, those guys are awesome, and we want to be a part of that. And how do we be a part of that?
That's going to sell really well. They're going to make a whole lot of money.
we do that all the time, and it, candidly, we're usually right. But we don't necessarily know how to participate in that, and we certainly don't know when to make that move, and then how to monitor the health of that over time, and when to perhaps make an exit on it. So that's not a thing that's within our purview and understanding, right, and comfort level. That's, so you're going to bring that to this process. That's very exciting. That is round peg, round hole stuff right there, Brian, because that lets us, pick out some of these winners for maybe there's a gut component to this where it's like we're seeing the industry trend in a certain direction, and there's news and events, and there's we just got off of an interview with a couple of different groups, and we're like, whoa, those cats are really at the forefront, and you just know it, right? So at that stage, though, getting you involved to keep us from being kind of nuts in those decision making is really wonderful.
Yeah, well, as powerful as Josh and Jay can be, what this index is going to do is going to have some other criteria. It's going to have shareholders actually participating in it and buying the shares of those stocks. So it's going to have a screening criteria, that it's going to have good absolute strength, and it's going to have to be rising, right? And it's going to have good relative strength. Like it has to do good relative to either other renewables or other just stocks in that category. And so it's kind of a dual momentum filter is what that's technically called. Yeah, so it's not just a technical reliance, it's also the marketplace has to recognize and be putting money into it and moving those shares higher.
Okay, and we'll articulate that probably at a landing page on our website where you'll be able to follow that over time. The Solar Coaster is doing some very interesting things forward. So that index is something we'll showcase in a variety of channels and platforms, be it social, be it web, be it podcasting. We'll carry that through the course of our content forward. We have been offered some interesting opportunities that have just been confirmed. One of those is a permanent channel on Solar Power International North America Smart Energy Week's giant TV platform. So we will be there in perpetuity, perhaps, with this content to share with the industry. We're really looking forward to that. You'll be able to find our index information there as well. By the way, Solar Power International is about to wrap up. Only a couple more shows. We have the big trade show, of course, and a couple of more micro shows afterwards during the EV Virtual Education Week. Once SPI wraps up, Solar Coaster is doing some additional kind of really cool stuff. We have hired a video production group to do a brand video for SolarEdge and LG Chem. SolarEdge recently launched the Energy Hub system. LG Chem recently launched the LG 16H, by the way, 7 kilowatts continuous, 11 kilowatts peak. That makes it market dominant in the home residential battery world, folks. So we're going to be doing a brand video on that, very high level production that's going to be consumer facing and will be launched throughout and spread and shared domestically throughout the United States. So a lot of cool things happening for the Solar Coaster. Keep your eye out for the Solar Coaster New Energy Economy Index to help you make some decisions about how to participate in this new energy revolution. Any final words, Brian?
It'll be exciting, and just to take a big macro picture of things, the U.S. fixed income market bonds essentially is about $44 trillion, trillion with a T, right? Interest rates are at record lows. Just to give you an example, the 10-year U.S. government treasury bond today closed at 0.76, right? So you're technically losing money on that because inflation is a bit higher. And that's the official measurement of inflation, which is massaged and nuanced. And depending on what demographic group you're in, if you're a senior, your inflation rate is way higher than that. So $44 trillion. The U.S. government treasury bond market is $16 trillion. And if just a sliver of that money, right? Because the asset managers in the universe out there are looking at this bond of their clients if their clients own bonds, and they do, because a 60-40 portfolio, 60% stocks, 40% bonds, right? If that 40% is going to lose their clients' money, right, relative to inflation, which is what they call the real return, right? When you hear that word real, that means they're factoring in inflation, right? So if that 40% is going to lose money, probably most likely, unless rates go negative, and then we've got some unique issues there. But of that 44 trillion, if just a sliver of that comes over into the ESG renewable market, it'll change the risk profile of those accounts. But if you had, for example, 1% of an account of that 40% of this balanced funds coming into it, that's a lot of money that could come into this side and change that risk profile, the risk reward profile of those accounts.
So there you go, folks. If you want to be able to participate in the new energy economy, maybe you've got a solar system, maybe you haven't, and you're looking for ways to do it, and you're trying to navigate all of this information out there, you're going to have a new tool, and it's going to be the Solar Coaster New Energy Economy Index. First ever. Pretty excited about it. Keep your eyes open for that. Very shortly, want to give a special thanks to our sponsors. That's Osiaco, that's Enduro Shield, and that's also Pantech Design, the creators of Adapt Energy. Unfortunately, all private companies can't buy and sell those guys, but wonderful companies that have the vision to be a part of what we're doing here, and we really appreciate them and are genuinely excited about their respective technologies. So check those guys out online. This is day 2 of Solar Power International North America Smart Energy Week 2020, first ever all virtual trade show. We hope you had a great couple of days. We really appreciate you tuning into our show. Please stay in touch. Aloha and a hui ho.
If you're watching this on YouTube, hit like and subscribe, and catch us on www.solar-coaster.com anytime.
We miss you, indeed. We miss you being in New Orleans. We also miss doing what New Orleanians so often do best, welcoming you to our city, telling you about our favorite places, and watching you truly experience the absolute beauty and indescribable magic of this incredibly special place. Everything that you know and love about New Orleans is not only here waiting for you, but it's better than ever. We've been busy getting ready for your arrival and have considered every detail of your visit with world-class dining, a brand new airport, new museums and attractions, and hotels to fit your every need and desire. Our world-class convention center is completing a beautiful new pedestrian park and is beginning renovations to other facilities. We'll even have gumbo on the stove, and our musicians are tuning their instruments. So when it comes time for you to return, we'll welcome you back to our table and celebrate with you our 300-year-old traditions. And we know that you will create new ones along the way.
Good morning, New Orleans. We love you, New Orleans.
Just know that we're thinking of you here in the Crescent City, and we can't wait to see you soon.
Love New Orleans. When people come, they never leave, because we're swinging that way. The sun shines so bright. The breeze is